Greetings, esteemed colleagues and aspiring practitioners. Today, we embark on a vital journey with ITE 3101, an introduction to programming, where the formidable Python will be our primary tool and guide. Observe its emblem, for it signifies the potent force we shall learn to wield in the digital realm. This course is meticulously structured to lay the fundamental groundwork, guiding you from novice to a capable developer. To truly master the craft we begin today, our module is meticulously structured, dedicating 13 hours to foundational lectures and 26 hours to intensive tutorial and laboratory sessions. This blend ensures both theoretical comprehension and practical application. Your progress will be rigorously assessed through a balanced scheme, 50% continuous assessment, heavily weighted towards practical lab and workshop submissions, complemented by a mid-module test. The culminating 50% will be determined by a comprehensive assignment and the end-of-module examination, ensuring a holistic evaluation of your acquired skills and understanding. Building upon the structured learning path and rigorous assessment we just outlined, this module is specifically designed to equip you with essential programming proficiencies. By its completion, you will be adept at developing elegant programs to solve fundamental problems, utilizing appropriate structures and logic. Furthermore, you will master the art of crafting clear and concise technical documentation for your applications, a critical skill often overlooked but paramount for collaborative development. Finally, you will gain practical expertise in applying robust testing and debugging techniques, transforming you into a skilled troubleshooter capable of identifying and rectifying program bugs efficiently. Following our path of structured discipline, observe this martial arts manual, the Python course outline, revealing the very foundations of our journey. We commence with the sacred introductory manual of Python, grasping its fundamental essence, then progress through the potent art of variables and the precise methods of calculation. You will master the critical skills of judging truth, attributing power, and commanding both the great cycles of repetition and the strategic art of choosing paths. Finally, we unlock the profound mysteries of arrays across two crucial scrolls, forging the bedrock of your combat prowess. Having forged the bedrock of your combat prowess with foundational techniques, we now delve deeper into the advanced scrolls of this Python martial arts manual. Chapters 9 through 16 unveil the profound arts of crafting encapsulated functions and organizing vast knowledge into modules. We shall master the intricate dictionaries, vaults of wisdom, before learning to mend disrupted chi flows through errors and exceptions handling. Furthermore, you will learn the scroll-keeping arts of file input and output, ensuring your formatted output presents wisdom with clarity. The journey culminates in ritual purification of techniques through testing and debugging, and the cultivation of an elegant programming style with meticulous program documentations. Though we have charted the professional scrolls and refined techniques of the Python martial arts, let us not forget the very first step upon this path, and the wisdom often overlooked by earnest initiates. Many disciples, when first grasping the blade of code, believe true mastery lies in the mere memorization of basic forms, rigid syntax, or the classification of chi-flow variables. Yet, a grandmaster knows that the true secret to overcoming any challenge is not just the strength of one's own technique, but the wisdom to seek guidance from ancient scrolls and fellow masters, to discern the hidden knowledge of the martial world through diligent inquiry. This art of swift inquiry and problem-solving, far from being a crutch, is the true essence of adaptability and continuous growth in our programming combat, proving more potent than any static form. We have just discussed the wisdom of seeking the true essence of martial arts and choosing the right path for cultivation. The image before us now clearly reveals why the Python martial art is our foremost choice for practice. The 2018 IEE Spectrum ranking unequivocally shows that Python, with a perfect score of 100 points, reigns supreme among all formidable techniques, firmly holding the peak position, surpassing powerful methods like C++ and Java. Observing its applications, whether in the vast domain of the web, convenient mobile platforms, robust desktop systems, or precise embedded devices, Python can unleash its unique ultimate techniques, showcasing its extensive practical utility, thus proving itself to be the grand synthesis of 100 schools of thought. Building upon our understanding of Python's inherent strengths, these charts before you, disciples, offer irrefutable proof of its ascendance in the martial world of coding. From the ancient scrolls chronicling programming language rankings between 1988 and 2018, we witness Python's meteoric rise, akin to a hidden master revealing their true power. Similarly, its dominance in Google searches by 2018 signifies its widespread recognition and the hunger for its wisdom. Furthermore, the vibrant energy captured in Stack Overflow question views from 2012 to 2018 clearly illustrates Python's unparalleled growth, a testament to the thriving community and eager practitioners drawn to its profound techniques. This collective evidence, depicted vividly in these three graphs, affirms that Python is not merely a choice, but a formidable force rapidly becoming the supreme discipline for all aspiring coders. Disciples, after witnessing Python's undeniable ascent in the martial world of coding, behold the very battle cry of its adherents. The wisdom rings true. Life is short. You need Python is more than a mere saying. It is the fervent creed emblazoned upon the very garments of our fellow warriors, echoing from our revered ancestors to the present day. Such widespread conviction, from life's pathetic to Python is the shore, truly cements Python not just as a formidable technique, but as a guiding philosophy for swift and elegant combat in the digital arena. Embrace this path, for in its efficiency lies true mastery. Having witnessed Python's undeniable ascent and its guiding philosophy for swift and elegant combat, now observe the vast territories where its martial arts are deployed. From the grand battlefields of online gaming and intricate web services to the precise mastery of scientific computation and the subtle art of instrument control, Python's reach is boundless. Behold the myriad forms of its technique, from robust frameworks to the very heart of embedded machinery, proving its mastery across all domains, a true testament to its universal power. Having explored the myriad battlefields where Python's arts prevail, let us now delve into the very essence of its technique, how its commands are brought to life. Behold this scroll depicting the spectrum of execution, from the raw, explicit power of those directly forged into machine iron to the spontaneous, interpreted flow of others. Python, my disciples, chooses a path of subtle mastery. Its wisdom is implicitly refined into a potent internal bytecode, a foundational inner scripture, before it manifests as action. This unique approach grants it both the efficiency of preparation and the flexibility of adaptation, allowing its martial arts to flourish across diverse challenges. Having grasped the subtle mastery of Python's internal bytecode, the path now leads us to its practical manifestation, initiating execution. For disciples utilizing the Ubuntu training grounds, Our initial step is to access the command line interface, colloquially known as the terminal. Observe this scroll, which vividly depicts the terminal's glyph upon the launcher, highlighted by a guiding crimson circle, awaiting your command prompt for the commencement of our Python drills. With the training grounds of the terminal now open before you, observe the greater than, your initial stance, awaiting the first stroke of your will. This is where your key, your Python command, takes form. Utter the foundational incantation, print, hello world. Witness the immediate manifestation of your intent as the hello world output blossoms forth. This pure interaction reveals Python's direct responsiveness, where your command swiftly becomes visible reality. Having just unleashed our first command, let us now dissect this foundational print technique, akin to meticulously examining a martial arts scroll. Behold this visual scroll, and observe. The print itself is a specific function, a pre-arranged sequence of actions. Its round brackets, or parentheses, are akin to the precise hand seals that activate its power, containing the very essence of your message. Within these seals lies the argument, in this instance, hello, world, the direct force you wish to project into the world. Crucially, remember Python's unwavering discipline. Its commands are case-sensitive. Even a slight deviation in the precise incantation can render the technique utterly ineffective. We have just cast forth the hello world argument. Now behold this scroll, which reveals the very essence of such text strings, a fundamental data type in our Python martial arts. Observe how the quotation marks serve as a boundary, a protective sheath around the body of the text. Yet, let this warning be etched into your minds. These marks are but delimiters, mere casing, and are not themselves part of the text within. To mistake the sheath for the blade is a folly we cannot afford. Having understood the true nature of delimiters, let us now delve deeper into how these quotation marks fundamentally alter the very essence of our intent. Observe this scroll. Print, without such a seal, is a direct command, a powerful strike against the void, meant to execute an action. Yet, enclose print within the single quotes, and it transforms into mere text, a string of characters to be acted upon, devoid of its command potency. This subtle yet profound distinction dictates whether Python executes an instruction or merely treats it as inert data. Thus, mastering the application of these seals is paramount to wielding Python's power with precision. Having understood the precise incantations and their transformations, our next crucial step is to learn how to execute these Python instructions. We gather our carefully crafted commands, such as print, hello, into a Python script file, an organized scroll of actions as depicted here in hello1.py. To initiate its execution, we turn to the Unix command line, our primary interface for interacting with the system. You will observe the $, as the Unix prompt, signifying readiness for input. We then issue the command python3 hello1.py. Python3 invokes the Python interpreter, and hello1.py specifies the script to be run. The resulting hello world is, quite simply, the direct output produced by our script. This fundamental sequence allows us to unleash the power of our Python code upon the digital realm. Having mastered the art of unleashing our Python script files upon the digital realm, we now turn our focus to the crucial discipline of refinement and modification. This scroll before you illustrates the foundational movements required to access and prepare your script for editing within the Ubuntu desktop environment. Observe the illuminated folder icon on the launcher, our gateway to the file system, revealing our home directory where our hello1.py scroll resides. Upon entering this digital chamber, the text editor presents our incantations ready for precise adjustments and improvements. Having glimpsed the destination of refinement and modification, we now execute the foundational movements. Within the Ubuntu desktop environment, observe as I guide you to the folder icon on the launcher, the direct gateway to our digital archives. As the file manager unveils our home directory, locate the hello1.py scroll and, with a touch, open it. Behold, the text editor now displays our incantations, ready for your insightful adjustments. We have learned how to inspect and fine-tune our scrolls. Now we must revisit and solidify the foundations of our Python martial arts. First, we shall train through Interactive Python, a mode where each strike immediately reveals its outcome, allowing us to swiftly grasp the essence of each technique. Next, we shall string these individual moves together to form complete Python scripts, which are pre-arranged martial arts forms capable of executing more intricate instructions. Our very first mantra, the print command, is how we manifest our internal energy outwardly, making the messages of the digital realm clearly apparent. These simple Python texts are the bedrock of our martial tradition, the origin of all our exquisite techniques. Having laid the bedrock of our Python martial arts and understood the immediate feedback of Interactive Python, we now delve into Chapter 2, The Art of Variables. These are the vital meridians within our system, where we store and channel the very essence of information and energy. Consider them the named vessels that hold values, allowing our techniques to adapt and flow with unprecedented flexibility. Mastering these containers is paramount, for they are the keys to crafting dynamic and truly powerful Python incantations. Having learned to channel the essence of our variables, we now confront the vast diversity of textual energies that can flow within them. Behold this yellow talisman, bearing a Python incantation. It proudly demonstrates our art's full Unicode support, capable of embracing symbols from every tradition and tongue across the digital realm. For those who seek deeper enlightenment into these character forms, consult the revered Unicode charts. Having grasped the boundless potential of textual energies, we now unveil the precise methods of their invocation. Behold, even a nuanced glyph like G can be summoned through specific key combinations on certain platforms, a true finger technique for those skilled with Linux scrolls. Alternatively, one may consult the Character Selector, a mystic tome that holds countless seals, allowing direct selection of any symbol. For the deepest understanding, each glyph possesses a true name, its Unicode cipher, which reveals its very essence within the digital realm. Type hello, world, comma, world, close. This shows its true lineage as an str class, a fundamental thread of characters woven together. Each string, like a finely crafted weapon, is composed of distinct elements, and its length, its reach, can be precisely measured, as demonstrated by the 13 characters before you. Understanding this anatomy is crucial for wielding textual power effectively. Behold, a string, though appearing as a unified textual flow, is in truth a sequence of individual energy nodes, each character possessing a hidden numerical essence. Just as a warrior's spirit has a true name, so too does each glyph. For instance, the nuanced R conceals its identity as the decimal 287 or the hexadecimal 011F. Through the ORD incantation, we discern this inner number, and with the CHR spell, we may manifest the glyph from its numerical heart, thus commanding the very essence of digital communication. This path reveals how every symbol you perceive is internally mapped to a precise numerical code point. Having grasped the very essence of coherent textual energy, the string itself, we now turn our gaze to the profound art of binding these elemental forces together. This binding, known as concatenation, is achieved through the sacred plus glyph, a powerful fusion sigil that unites disparate word scrolls into a single flowing declaration. Witness on the illuminated scroll how hello and world merge seamlessly, forming a complete pronouncement, just as our serpent's tongue script, hello 3.py, manifests its message through this very technique. Such is the foundational skill required to forge grander narratives and intricate spells from simpler truths, essential for any true master of the digital Tao. While the plus sigil binds with potent force, observe its precise nature, disciples. It adds no automatic breath of space between the merged word scrolls. As the illuminated examples reveal, a simple union of hello and world yields a conjoined utterance, hello world, lacking the intended pause. True mastery, therefore, lies in conscious intent. One must deliberately infuse the required space into the word scrolls for a clear and proper hello world. This discernment of subtle nuances is paramount in forging potent textual declarations. Disciples, having learned to bind word scrolls with potent sigils, we now turn our gaze to the very vessels that contain these textual incantations. Behold the illuminated scrolls before you, showcasing two principal methods for forging a string, the single and double quotes. While both wield the power to encase a phrase like, hello, world, understand that the interpreter's own echoes may often manifest in a singular form, regardless of your initial binding choice. Master this subtle distinction, for it is paramount in both crafting your own potent scripts and interpreting the wisdom of the digital Tao. As we have previously expounded, the invocation of these character sigils into the very core of our cultivation can be achieved through either single-hand or dual-hand seals. Yet, disciples, mark this well. Regardless of the hand seal employed, the essence of the resulting character sigil remains singular. Though paths diverge, they converge upon the same truth. When such a character sigil manifests its power outwardly, its form often reverts to that of a single hand seal. Observe closely the ancient scrolls. Within the STR container, which holds the Hello World incantation, its intrinsic energy pulse registers a length of 13. This, indeed, is its innermost truth. Indeed, disciples, while the essence of the character sigil remains singular regardless of the initial hand seal, its true power lies in adaptability and the interplay between forms. Observe how a single hand seal can gracefully embrace a dual hand sigil within its very core, without the need for intricate breaking or rebinding techniques. Conversely, a mighty dual-hand seal can just as easily encase a delicate single-hand inscription, maintaining the integrity of the overall word scroll. These illuminated scrolls demonstrate this profound flexibility, ensuring our textual incantations can hold nested wisdom with elegant simplicity, allowing for clarity and potent expression. Disciples, while we master the graceful art of nesting incantations, heed this warning. Observe the scroll, a single hand seal, attempting to embrace an inner expression also bound by a single hand seal, causes a profound deviation in chi flow. This is not a mere oversight, it is an invalid syntax error, where the outer word scroll is prematurely fractured, as clearly marked by the crimson X of failure. Such a misstep, much like a poorly executed martial arts form, halts the entire process. Thus, the wisdom of employing distinct hand seals for nested expressions becomes undeniably clear, ensuring the integrity and power of our textual incantations. Disciples, recall the peril of a single hand seal clashing with its kin within the same word scroll, causing premature fracture. To overcome this, we employ a subtle yet potent technique, the subduing rune, the backslash. This enchantment glyph, placed before a problematic character, commands it to shed its special power and appear merely as an ordinary character within the textual incantation. Observe how our print command, by employing this master's mark, can seamlessly weave a single-hand seal into the heart of a single-hand-bound phrase, manifesting the full intended message with its chi count of 23 intact. This same principle extends to subduing dual-hand seals within their own domain, ensuring the flawless flow of our written wisdom. Recall, disciples, our recent teachings on maintaining the integrity of textual incantations. Yet, a new pitfall awaits those who attempt to introduce a line-breaking seal directly within a single-hand-bound phrase. Observe the scroll. Merely pressing the return sigil within the command leads not to a graceful multi-line manifestation, but a jarring syntax error. This EOL, while scanning string literal, signifies the premature shattering of the scroll's understanding, a fatal interruption of chi flow. Such an uninitiated attempt is but a common misstep, marked clearly by the crimson X of failure. My disciples, having witnessed the error of forcing a premature line break, behold the true technique for a graceful multi-line manifestation. The N, though appearing as two characters, is our potent line-breaking seal, recognized by the scroll as a single powerful glyph. Observe how it commands the output to elegantly separate hello from world, ensuring a smooth flow of information. This singular nature is also reflected in its chi count, where Len correctly perceives it as one entity within the textual incantation. Disciples, having mastered the subduing art of the backslash rune to tame unruly special characters, we now unveil its deeper mystery, a dual mastery. This arcane symbol not only compels the special to become ordinary, as with the single-hand seals, but also imbues common glyphs with extraordinary purpose. Behold how an ordinary N becomes the potent line-breaking seal we explored, and a simple T transforms into a precise tabulation scroll, shaping the very flow of our textual incantations. The purple pathways upon the visualization scroll illuminate these intricate transformations, guiding each character's essence through the dance of ordinary and special. Disciples, having explored the potent line-breaking seal of N and its power to shape textual incantations, we must now confront a cunning illusion. Behold this ancient scripture. Though it appears riddled with these very seals, marking apparent breaks within phrases, observe closely that the scroll's essence remains a single unbroken string of qi. Here, the N is not enacting its usual role of division, but stands merely a literal character, a hidden obstruction, rendering the vast inscription clumsy and difficult to decipher. Such a misapplication of the seal can transform a clear message into a tangled knot of meaning, hindering the very flow of our textual martial arts. Disciples, having seen the tangles that arise from misapplied line-breaking seals, we now unveil a superior technique for transcribing grand sagas onto our scrolls. Behold the triple quote enchantment, a potent seal marked by the cyan framing on your visual scrolls, encompassing the very beginning and end of our inscription. This profound method allows the natural flow of words across multiple lines, ensuring the qi of the inscription remains unbroken and clear. Observe how the ancient wisdom of Treasure Island is penned with this very method, preserving its multi-line essence without a single forced end. As we unleash the triple quote enchantment upon our scrolls, watch closely for a subtle yet profound signal from the Python interpreter itself. The secondary prompt, heralded by the 3 dots, is Python's silent query, a nod that your current command or spell remains unsealed. This visual cue, as demonstrated upon the interactive scroll, is Python patiently awaiting the completion of a multi-line string or an unfinished block of wisdom. It is the system's way of affirming, I sense more of this potent technique to come, guiding your hand until the full incantation is inscribed. Having understood the triple quote enchantment as a technique for weaving multi-line incantations, let us now peer into the heart of these textual scrolls. Behold, the N character is the enduring essence of a line break within Python's realm, regardless of its outer manifestation. Whether we etch it directly with a single quoted spell or allow the triple quoted form to imbue it naturally, the internal qi of the string remains precisely the same. The scroll's ultimate form is identical, proving that diverse paths can lead to the same textual truth. My disciples, having grasped the intrinsic truth of the glyph as the soul of a line break, let us now unveil the various paths to forging these textual scrolls. Whether by the single, double, or even the grand triple seals, as shown on our visual scrolls, the inner qi of the resulting inscription remains one and the same. Observe closely. The explicit N escape sequence and the direct multi-line inscription both yield this identical internal blueprint. This potent lesson reveals that, while the outer forms of our incantations may vary, their true power and internal structure can be perfectly equivalent, culminating in a scroll of precisely 13 characters in total essence, as the STR 13 inches diagram clearly illustrates. Having unveiled the fundamental forms of textual scrolls, we now press forward into the broader domain of string and text handling. Our path ahead, laid bare in these current insights, guides us through mastering the art of international glyphs and characters, harnessing the vital print incantation to project our wisdom, and understanding the formidable techniques of weaving strings through concatenation. We shall also decipher the hidden markings of special characters within our textual spells, and learn to command vast scrolls, managing even the longest and most complex of these digital parchments. These are the next vital stages in our journey to true textual mastery. My disciples, having learned to forge textual scrolls, we now face a fundamental truth: how to capture and bind their essence within the Mengshe Gongfa. Here, we introduce the concept of Mingmai Sosi, variables, as named vessels for our truths. When we declare message equals hello, world, we Zhenqi Guanjut this vessel, assigning it the Fuzhou Neiron. We can then summon this Fuzhou Neiron at will and discern its Tizhou Susheng, revealing it as a string. The Guansha Tu below clearly illustrates how message acts as a guide to its essence, revealing its nature and length within the Lingshe Hai. My disciples, having learned to forge textual scrolls, we now face a fundamental truth: how to capture and bind their essence within the Python technique. Here, we introduce the concept of lifelines, variables, as named vessels for our truths. When we declare message equals hello world, we infuse true qi into this vessel, assigning it the talisman's contents. We can then summon forth these talisman's contents at will and discern its innate constitution, revealing it as a string. The visualization diagram below clearly illustrates how message acts as a guide to its essence, revealing its nature and length within the sea of spiritual consciousness. Having bound the essence of truths into our lifelines through direct inscription, we now turn to the profound art of drawing wisdom from the practitioner themselves. This essence-capturing art allows us to receive the whispers of their intent, channeling them into a chosen lifeline for safekeeping and contemplation. Observe the secret scroll inscription below. With the voice-gathering technique, input, we prompt for an inscribed intent, which is then bound to a lifeline. We then command print to manifest this received truth, making it visible in our echoing chamber. Having just learned to channel the whispers of intent from others into our lifelines, we now face a common pitfall. Observe this scroll of trials before you. When the essence-capturing art of input binds an intention, it is always imbued with the very nature of speech, a string. To then attempt to blend this spoken essence directly with a pure numerical force, such as the integer 1 foot, invites not power, but chaos, a type error, an internal qi deviation. The vivid Quansheng Tu depicts this clash of mismatched energies, revealing how number, bound as speech, cannot directly merge with 1 foot, a pure calculation. This serves as a vital lesson. One must first refine the captured essence, aligning its elemental properties through qi transformation art, before seeking to merge it with other forms of qi. Though we have begun to grasp the implications, let us examine more closely the fundamental truth of the essence-capturing art. It is a foundational principle that the essence it draws, regardless of its appearance, is always bound as a textual representation. This immutable nature is the root of the discord seen in the example. Directly merging a numerical utterance with pure arithmetic energy results not in integration, but a disruption of qi. The clarifying inscription on this scroll clearly distinguishes the 10 as a spoken word from the true numerical 10, affirming their elemental difference and the need for deliberate refinement. Though we comprehend the fundamental truth of how essences are captured, even the sagest among us can err when wielding the binding rune in our echoing chamber display. When a prefixing utterance is present, this rune, though it appears as the essence-joining glyph for numerical forces, instead performs scroll juxtaposition, transforming a calculation into a mere chaining of words. Thus, an intended elemental summation of 2 and 7 becomes an unexpected summa 27 feet, a common pitfall humorously depicted in this illustrative vision. Having grasped the importance of elemental purity and the Qi transformation art from our previous trials, we must now learn to instinctively identify the true nature of each essence we encounter. Observe these illustrative handforms, where the discernment scroll, the type function, reveals the intrinsic elemental form of various spiritual energies. A spoken essence, such as "Hello, World," is clearly identified as an STR, signifying a string of characters. Meanwhile, a pure numerical force, like 42, is an int, representing discrete integer energy, and the flowing numerical force of 3.14159 confirms its float nature, denoting a continuous decimal energy. Mastering this fundamental identification technique is crucial for wielding our powers with precision and avoiding future Qi deviations. Now that we understand the intrinsic nature of various spiritual energies through discernment, our next challenge lies in mastering the essence transmutation technique, the int function, to forge spoken essences into pure numerical forces. Observe how this technique flawlessly converts a numerical utterance like 10 into its true integer form, even purifying minor whitespace impurities surrounding negative values. The path of this successful transformation from STR to int is clearly depicted as a smooth flow of energy. However, beware the corrupted utterance. Attempting to transmute a mismatched glyph such as 100 to 10 will inevitably lead to a Qi deviation, manifesting as a value error, a critical internal injury marked by the ominous red X. This serves as a vital lesson. The integrity of the initial spoken essence is paramount for a successful and stable Qi transformation. Having mastered the essence transmutation technique for pure numerical forces, we now turn our gaze to the subtler art of refining spoken essences into flowing numerical forces. Observe here the essence flow transmutation technique, the float function, transforming a numerical utterance like 10.0 or even 10 point into its true flowing force form. This subtle yet potent shift from mere coded inscription to dynamic flowing energy is vital, allowing us to engage with the continuous ebb and flow of the numerical world. Mark the difference keenly. 10.0 is but a spoken essence, while 10.0 pulsates with the very essence of flowing numerical force. This clarity is paramount for precise calculations and avoiding Qi deviations in advanced computations. Building upon the technique of refining the essence of speech into floating point spiritual energy, today we shall delve deep into the profound mystery of primordial energy transformation between pure integer true Qi and floating point spiritual energy. Observe this cultivation secret. When 10 units of integer true Qi are transformed into floating point spiritual energy, they will manifest as 10.0 units of floating point spiritual energy. Conversely, should one wish to transform floating point spiritual energy, such as 10.9 or negative 10.9, into integer true Qi, its minute floating aftereffects shall be truncated, retaining only the fundamental integer true Qi. This is the method of discarding the dross and preserving the essence. All of you must engrave it deep within your hearts. Having explored the profound primordial energy transformation between pure integer true key and floating point spiritual energy, we must now grasp the art of verbalization. Through the STR function, any cultivated numerical energy can be transcribed into a spoken essence, ready to be communicated or recorded. Observe how the steadfast integer true key of 10 transforms into its textual glyph 10, and the flowing spiritual energy of 10.000 takes its precise spoken form as 10.0. These diagrams illuminate the path, revealing how both integer and float energies are seamlessly converted into their string representations. We have already mastered the professional verbalization technique through STR. Now, let us turn our gaze to the even vaster essence transformation secret arts. Observe, disciples. Just as STR can transmute any chi into spirit word runes, so too can the core tempering internal art, int, forge any surging energy into pure integer true key. And the flowing aura transmutation art, float, can sculpt it into floating point aura. These supreme techniques, their very names reveal the essence they bring forth, allowing every practitioner to discern their true nature. Gaze upon the diagram. The arrows precisely illustrate the process by which any untempered chi, through these secret arts, transforms into a refined, specific power. Observe, disciples. Having mastered the verbalization technique, STR, to manifest our inner energy as spoken words, today we delve into the aura collection and transformation secret art to discern pure numerical true essence from those very words. As depicted in this secret manual, we first employ the heart-questioning incantation, input, to draw forth a disciple's thoughts and intentions, capturing them as spirit word runes. However, these initial spirit word runes must then undergo the inner elixir tempering art, int, transforming them into calculable pure integer true chi. Witness the demonstration here. When guided to utter 10, this true chi, once refined by our art, can then be incremented at will, manifesting its ultimate form as 11. Now, let us examine a specific instance of this aura collection. The heart-questioning incantation, input, first captures the disciple's response, such as 3N, storing these spirit word runes directly into the text scroll. As you can see, the STR scroll holds this entire sequence, affirming that all raw input is fundamentally perceived as a mere string of characters, awaiting further refinement. This initial capture is crucial, for only after discerning its form can we attempt the inner elixir tempering art to transmute it into true numerical strength. Now, as our diagram illustrates, the heart-questioning incantation gathers the disciple's response, 3N, storing these spirit word runes within the text scroll. Now, as our diagram illustrates, the inner elixir tempering art commences its work, striving to forge pure integer true key from these captured runes. Yet, behold the wisdom of the NB, text not number, annotation. When confronted with characters like N and question, the art fails to purify, recognizing these as mere spirit word runes and not calculable numeric essence. Such an attempt to force an unsuitable transformation, as the Python snippet forewarns, will inevitably lead to a cultivation deviation, a value error, preventing any further arithmetic manipulation. This critical juncture teaches us that the purity of input is paramount. Only then can the inner elixir tempering art successfully transmute raw data into potent numerical power. Now, as our diagram illustrates, the complete sequence of a basic art unfolds. First, the heart-questioning incantation, input, gathers raw spirit word runes into the text scroll. Then, the inner elixir tempering art, int, transmutes these unto pure integer true key, a number, before we augment and manifest its final form. This visual journey on the ancient parchment demonstrates the seamless flow from raw input to refined power, with the STR scroll's individual character essences clearly indexed for mastery. Here, on this ancient parchment, we witness the inner elixir tempering art, int, in its triumphant application. As the flow diagram illustrates, the spirit word runes initially held within the text scroll, here visually indexed as 2 feet, 1 foot, 0 for distinct characters, are expertly channeled into this potent function. Through its intricate gears of computation, these runes are precisely transmuted into pure integer true key, manifesting as the singular numerical value 10. This critical step, marked clearly within our Python script, allows us to convert mere character sequences into potent numerical essence, capable of further arithmetic mastery, such as adding 1 to its power. Here, our gaze rests upon the intricate dance of transformation, the heart-questioning incantation, input, as consistently observed, first gathers raw spirit word runes, STR, into the text scroll, holding the essence 10. Observe how the flowing arrows guide this STR directly into the inner elixir tempering art, whose gears of computation meticulously reshape it. This alchemical process transmutes the very type of the essence, converting the spirit word runes into pure integer true key, the true numerical 10, now held within the number scroll. This visual journey clearly delineates the indispensable role of explicit type conversion in our martial arts. Now, disciples, let us fix our gaze upon the very essence of this technique, how to properly assign the transformed pure integer essence to its rightful place. The vital energy, previously refined through the internal elixir refining art and converted into the numerical value 10, is at this juncture bestowed upon the scroll of values. This very action is precisely what is highlighted in our martial arts manual as number equals int text, flawlessly accomplishing the channeling and safeguarding of this vital energy. Observing the diagram, it becomes crystal clear. The scroll of values has now firmly absorbed this 10-point essence, thereby establishing the bedrock for its future circulation and application. Having successfully imbued the number scroll with its 10-point essence, our gaze now turns to the next profound technique, the essence amplification art. Observe how an additional pulse of pure integer true chi, a solitary 1, is masterfully channeled into the very core of numbers' accumulated power. Through the intricate gears of computation within this internal alchemical furnace, these energies combine seamlessly. The result, as our key flow diagram lucidly reveals, is a potent 11-point manifested power, ready for further application in our grand martial script. This showcases the power of precise numerical augmentation within our Pythonic path. Having prepared the 10-point essence within the number scroll, we now witness its culmination. Observe the chi flow diagram as the solitary 1 from the blue essence box merges with numbers essence core within the gears of computation. This seamless fusion yields the 11-point manifested power, clearly demonstrated by the resulting blue box. The print command then unveils this final, augmented essence to the world, completing this profound arithmetic technique. Having witnessed the potent culmination of specific essence manipulation, let us now delve into the foundational principles that govern all such martial arts within our Pythonic way. At its heart lies the art of imbuing spirit into vessels, where we bind potent essences, be they whispers of the wind, solid stone essences, or flowing water essences, to our scrolls of values. The vibrant hues upon this parchment illustrate these varied forms and the very act of their inscription. We also learn the technique of gathering whispers from the outsider, allowing us to receive insights from beyond our immediate script. Crucially, the mastery of transmuting essence forms is paramount, enabling us to reshape whispers into stone or water as the martial script demands, ensuring fluid and adaptable power. These basic concepts are the very first strikes in our journey, disciples, forming the bedrock upon which all grander techniques shall be built. Transgen 3回论武，关于武林正道的根基奥秘，吾等已然领悟。如今，吾将引领诸位步入第3章算术运算之秘，此乃驾驭数值内力之根本法门。在此篇章中，吾将与尔等一同拆解各类运算符号，揭示其如何驱动数值之流转。同时，吾辈亦将辨析整数与浮点数的玄机，明了其本质差异，方能于实战中运用自如。Following our last martial discourse concerning the foundational mysteries of the righteous path of the Zhenghu, we have already gained profound understanding. Now I shall guide you all into Chapter 3, The Secrets of Arithmetic Operations, for this is the ultimate cultivation method to master the internal force of numerical values. Within this chapter, I will, alongside you, meticulously break down various operators, unveiling how they command the ebb and flow of numerical essence. Concurrently, we shall also meticulously analyze the profound intricacies of integers and floating point numbers, understanding their fundamental disparities. Only then can we wield them with utmost precision and fluidity in practical application. Having set the stage for numerical essence manipulation, we now delve into the fundamental techniques of integer addition and subtraction. As you can observe, a simple 20 plus 5 yields 25, and 22 results in 15. A crucial aspect to note, highlighted on this slide, is that Python ensures no surprises when it comes to the positioning of your operator sigils. Whether you place spaces around your plus or minus operator or not, the outcome remains consistently potent, much like a well-executed strike. This flexibility, without altering the underlying numerical combat, streamlines our practice of these basic arithmetic forms. Having grasped the simpler stances of addition and subtraction, let us now master the formidable technique of integer multiplication. Know this, disciples. Within the digital scrolls, the familiar crossmark for multiplication is absent from our spirit keyboards. Instead, wield the asterisk sigil, for it is the true command for this potent operation. Observe how 20 asterisk 5 precisely yields 100. Indeed, this maneuver, like its brethren, executes with no hidden surprises, delivering the expected power. Having mastered the strike of multiplication, we now turn our attention to the art of division. Observe, disciples, the common divided by symbol, though etched in our minds, is not found among the secret sigils of our programming scrolls. Instead, for this formidable technique, we wield the single forward slash, as demonstrated. When you command 25ths, expecting perhaps a mere integer result, Python, in its wisdom, often bestows upon you a 4.0. Understand this well. This 4.0 is no ordinary whole number, but a floating point number, a value that carries the essence of decimal precision even when none appears explicitly. This is a crucial distinction, for it reveals a deeper truth about the nature of numerical energy in our digital realm. Heed this scroll, disciples, for it bears a crucial warning sigil concerning the art of division. While one might expect a clean integer outcome when numbers align perfectly, as with 20/40ths, Python's single forward slash consistently manifests a floating point essence. Observe, the result is 0.5, not a mere whole number, just as 20/30ths reveals the perpetual 0.666, always bearing the mark of decimal precision. This is a fundamental law in our digital realm. Any division using the single forward slash will always elevate the numerical chi to its floating point form, a truth we must engrave into our minds to avoid misinterpreting the flow of numerical energy. Having grasped the essence of division, let us now ascend to a higher form of numerical might, the art of power infusion. While our ancient scrolls depict squared might with the familiar elevated glyph, such as 4 to the power of 2, this mark is absent from our common scrollboards. For this, we must wield the double star sigil, asterisk, to command the manifestation of power. Observe, 4 asterisk 2 flows as 16, for a proper stance allows for the correct chi flow. But beware, disciples, any gap within this double star sigil, such as 4 asterisk asterisk 2, will create a disharmony of form, resulting in a syntax error. Maintain the integrity of the sigil, and the power shall be yours. Having mastered the subtle art of power infusion, we now turn our gaze to the profound concept of integer remainders. This vital numerical truth is unveiled through the modulo operator, represented by the percent sigil, revealing the precise numerical essence left after a division. Observe, 4% 2 yields 0, 5% 2 results in 1, and even -5% 2 produces 1. Crucially, this art adheres to the unyielding decree. The remainder shall always be a non-negative essence, a principle vital for numerical parity and distinctions in our digital domain. Lesser traditions, constrained by rigid numerical vessels, can only hold numerical chi up to a certain magnitude. But observe, disciples, the profound resilience within Python's numerical arts. As we infuse power through squaring from a humble 2 *** 2 yielding 4 to the monumental 65,536 *** 2, which becomes 429496729, Python's integer essence expands without artificial bounds. This illustrates a fundamental truth. Python's numerical chi is not limited by finite container size, allowing it to grasp truths of immense scale. As we delve deeper into the resilience of Python's numerical arts, recall that its integer essence expands without artificial bounds. Behold this current scroll, which vividly demonstrates this truth through the relentless squaring of numbers. You see Python's int type effortlessly handling calculations that yield numbers of immense magnitude, some even spanning multiple lines, a feat impossible in lesser traditions. This visual testament proves that Python's integer precision is arbitrary, limited only by the vastness of your system's memory, allowing it to grasp truths of immense scale. Disciples, behold this scroll's profound inquiry. How vast can a Python integer grow? Observe the cascading river of digits, a testament to its boundless numerical essence. Indeed, for Python's integers, there is no inherent ceiling, no fixed vessel to contain its might. Its true limit, much like the vastness of the cosmos, is constrained only by the boundless expanse of your machine's memory. 弟子们，若 Python 的数学心法可达无涯之境，那是以 Fortran 这些传统武学电手指有很大的内力容器。资源所示，其招式如 int 或 integer for， 仅能蕴含之2的32次方之数之精华。而即便更为强劲的 long 或 integer 16， 其极限亦不过2的64次方。超越此等境界的巨数，便非寻常修为所能触及，需仰仗更深奥的任意精度秘术，方能驾驭。Disciples, while Python's numerical internal energy cultivation can reach boundless realms, traditional martial arts like C and Fortran are constrained by finite internal energy vessels. As revealed in this scroll, their techniques, such as int or integer for, can only contain numerical essence up to 2 to the power of 32. Even the more potent long or integer 16 find their ultimate limit at 2 to the power of 64. Gigantic numbers that transcend these boundaries are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivation. One must rely on more profound arbitrary precision secret arts to truly master them. Having understood the varied capacities for integer internal energy, we now direct our focus to the floating point realm. On this scroll, observe the 5 fundamental numerical forms: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and exponentiation, demonstrated with these more fluid numerical entities. Though their internal structure differs, these operations apply their power in a manner largely akin to integer arithmetic, upholding the core principles of numerical combat. Each presented snippet illustrates the precise execution of these foundational techniques with floating point values. Having witnessed the foundational arts of floating point computation, we must now delve into a critical aspect of their very nature, the inherent imprecision, or what I call the whisper of uncertainty in the numerical flow. Observe the presented divisions. Though our tools strive for utmost exactitude, the essence of numbers like 1/3 cannot be perfectly contained within the finite vessels of floating point representation. As this scroll illustrates, even with many digits of precision, a faint ripple of approximation persists, often settling around 17 significant figures, a subtle deviation from absolute truth. The highlighted deviation, where a 3 unexpectedly becomes a 5 feet, serves as a stark warning. To build your grand structures upon such a vanishingly small, yet inherently uncertain final digit, is to invite collapse into your computational fortress. True masters of the numerical path learn to acknowledge and account for these intrinsic limitations, rather than blindly trusting the very last breath of a calculation. 承接方才不确定之低语的警示，无被今日直面浮点运算中更为隐秘的失准之害。
观此示范，即便看似简单的数值相加，如3个0.1，本应归于完美之和，然而内力运转间却常生异象，尾随一丝微不可察的偏差。此卷轴上赫然出例的赤色警示，便是告诫诸位切莫轻信浮点数绝对之精准。若盲目依赖其毫厘不差，便如同将根基筑于流沙之上。智者当明悉此等内在缺陷，方能稳固武学之道。
Having grappled with the subtle imprecision of the numerically minute, let us now cast our gaze upon the vast expanse of the numerical cosmos. When the internal energy of calculation swells to monumental proportions, far exceeding what can be readily inscribed upon our decimal scrolls, the Python Tao performs a transformation. Observe how a power, initially expressed in simple form, morphs into a compact yet powerful scientific notation, revealing its true colossal scale with E plus 19 feet. This is not mere flourish, but a necessary technique for the system to encompass such immense magnitudes, allowing us to grasp the truly titanic forces at play within our computations, even as their exactitude must be understood within the confines of this representation. Having explored the subtle fractures in precision even at vast scales, we now confront the ultimate barrier of numerical might. Observe this scroll. Python's floating point system can harness formidable power, permitting the squaring of energies up to 1.3 E plus 154, each step pushing closer to the edge. Yet, like a true master attempting a forbidden technique, there comes a point of no return. At 1.3 E plus 154 squared, the force becomes too vast, triggering an overflow error, and declaring the numerical result utterly beyond its representable range. We have just witnessed the overflow, the Marshall deviation caused by exhausted true qi. Now, observe the fundamental boundaries within which these floating shadow numbers wield their essence and force. Observe the scroll before you. These floating shadow numbers, much like the internal cultivation of a martial artist, possess an inherent structure that dictates their might and precision. Its fundamental essence, the mantissa, can precisely hold 17 positions of true qi flow, while its qi force amplification, the exponent, spans a vast realm from a subtle negative 325 to a soaring positive 308. This grants it a formidable domain, capable of containing positive values from a mere whisper of 4.94 multiplied by 10 to the power of negative 324, up to the colossal might of 8.99 multiplied by 10 to the power of positive 307. Beyond these defined boundaries, even the most potent technique will find itself dissipated into naught. Having understood the limits of floating shadow numbers, we now ascend to a new plane of numerical mastery, the realm of complex numbers, symbolized by C. Observe on this scroll the Argand diagram, where the real and imaginary axes form the battleground for these intricate entities. The red vector, z, embodies a complex number, and its squaring, transforming it into z squared, the green vector, demonstrates a profound rotation and scaling of its very essence, mirroring the Python example of 1.25 plus 0.5j ** 2, yielding 1.3125 plus 1.25j. This technique allows us to wield numerical power in dimensions previously unexplored by our simpler numerical brethren. Though we have delved into the profound dimensions of complex numbers, let us now broaden our gaze to encompass the full spectrum of numerical arts within our computational arena. Behold the fundamental disciplines laid bare on this scroll, revealing the inherent qualities and limitations of each. The path of the integer, represented by its unwavering green glow, signifies boundless internal energy, truly without limit. Yet, the floating point technique, though versatile, carries its own crimson warnings, a constrained capacity, and a subtle yet inherent imprecision in its execution. Across all these forms, the foundational arithmetic maneuvers, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, and the critical art of modulo, remain the universal techniques for harnessing their power. Having grasped the distinct disciplines of numerical arts, it is now time to comprehend how these energies interact and are directed within the grand tapestry of our computational endeavors. We now open a new scroll, Chapter 4, which shall illuminate the critical arts of comparisons and assignment. First, we shall unravel the mysteries of Boolean operators, the discerning eye that evaluates conditions and pronounces truth or falsehood in our logical sequences. Thereafter, our focus will shift to assignment and deletion, teaching us how to wield, name, and, when necessary, relinquish the conceptual constructs within our digital domain. These profound techniques are fundamental to orchestrating the precise flow of information, guiding our code with unwavering intent and purpose. Having initiated our journey into the Boolean operators, we now commence with the foundational art of numerical comparisons. Behold how the system's discerning eye evaluates the relative strengths of two numerical entities. When the dictum 5 is less than 10 feet is put forth, the truth is undeniable, affirmed by the verdant mark of correctness. Conversely, the assertion 5 is greater than 10 feet stands as a falsehood, unequivocally denied by the scarlet insignia of error, illustrating the precise logic that underpins our computational realm. These simple trials of numerical might, though seemingly elementary, embody the absolute clarity required in our digital maneuvers. Observe how the system, with unerring judgment, assigns a definite truth value to each comparison. This unequivocal declaration of true or false, marked by the verdant affirmation or the crimson rejection, is the very essence of logical decision-making. It is upon this bedrock of precise discernment that all more intricate Boolean operations and conditional pathways are forged, ensuring the unwavering integrity of our algorithms. Having established the bedrock of precise discernment for algorithm integrity, we now turn our gaze to the fundamental energies that compose our digital realm. Observe these two distinct disciplines, the integer path and the Boolean way. The path of the integer is one of raw numerical power. Sums like 5 plus 10, yielding 15, are all manifestations of this pure numerical essence. Yet, there is also the Boolean way, an energy concerned solely with truth or falsehood. When we pose a question of comparison, such as, is 5 less than 10, the answer is not a number, but a definitive true, the very form of the Boolean essence, a discerning judgment of reality. Understanding the inherent distinction and interplay between these two forms of qi is paramount for wielding our digital arts with mastery and precision. Within the discipline of discernment, we encounter the Boolean essence, a fundamental power whose very nature is defined by but two absolute states, the undeniable affirmation or the resolute denial. As you behold, the bool signifies this energy, marked by the verdant check for true and the crimson X for false. This visual clarity underscores its singular purpose, to hold only these two distinct values. Thus, the Boolean path offers a realm of absolute duality, crucial for the precise judgments our algorithms must render. From the absolute states of affirmation and denial inherent in the Boolean essence, we now move to the techniques of discernment themselves, the comparison operators. Behold the scroll of comparison, where on one side rest the ancient mathematical notations for judgment, and on the other, their Pythonic manifestations. Mark well the profound distinction between the single stroke of assignment, equals, which bestows a value upon a variable, and the twin blades of equality, equals, which unerringly judges sameness between two values. This equals symbol, highlighted for your keen observation, is the true path to equal truth, essential for precise logical evaluation. Grasp this subtle yet crucial difference, and your commands will flow with unwavering precision, securing the integrity of your digital arts. Following our introduction to the various techniques of discernment, let us now meticulously examine two fundamental operations, though similar in appearance, hold vastly different implications. Observe the single stroke of assignment, symbolized by a lone equal sign. This technique is for binding, for attaching a specific value to a named variable, like forging a unique weapon for a chosen master. Conversely, the twin blades of equality, denoted by two consecutive equal signs, serves a higher purpose of true comparison. It is the definitive test of whether two separate entities possess the identical inner essence, determining if they are indeed one and the same. Grasping this distinction is paramount, for confusing the act of bestowing with the act of discerning is a common pitfall for even seasoned practitioners. Professional. Having explored the foundational distinctions in comparison, we now advance to the nuanced realm of textual comparisons. Python evaluates strings based on their lexicographical order, which inherently considers the underlying character values, often derived from Unicode. Thus, cat is indeed less than dog, because C precedes D alphabetically. It is crucial to remember that uppercase letters are assigned lower numerical values than their lowercase counterparts within character sets. Consequently, cat is considered less than cat, and similarly, dog evaluates as less than cat. These consistent rules ensure precise and predictable outcomes when ordering or evaluating textual data. While our prior discussion covered the fundamental lexicographical ordering based on Unicode character values, the reality of text comparison in diverse linguistic contexts presents significant complexities. Python's default inequality comparisons, relying solely on character numbers, often prove overly simplistic for real-world applications where cultural and linguistic nuances dictate sorting order. Consider, for instance, the ordering of Z and O. In German, Z precedes O, yet in Swedish, O comes before Z. This divergence underscores the necessity for collation, a specialized and intricate field within computing dedicated to correctly ordering textual data according to specific language and cultural rules. Having grappled with the nuanced complexities of textual ordering, let us now turn our gaze to a different form of elegance in expression, what we term syntactic sugar. Consider the chained comparison 0 less than number less than 10. This is not a new form of magic, but rather a concise inscription of 0 less than number and number less than 10 combined by a logical AND. The visual on the slide clearly delineates this transformation, revealing the true nature of its power.
When number is, for instance, 5, this chain unfurls to true, exemplifying how Python allows us to articulate complex conditions with remarkable brevity and clarity. 我还帮赛人机练习比较之精妙，现将目光转向程式之道中另一基本功，显示类型转换。正如诸位所见 ，Python 为吾等提供了数种内建函式，以其精准地将数字由一类型转化至另一类型。其中 ，float 用于炼化浮点数 ，int 化作整数 ，str 则凝为字串。尤为关键者，乃布偶函式，其能将任何数值解析为其本质之布林真伪，此乃掌控程式脉络之要诀。While we spoke of the explicit bool function to discern a value's fundamental truth, know that in the grand path of programming, many forms of data inherently carry their own truthiness or falsiness, much like a warrior's inner spirit. Observe the scroll before you. An empty vessel, be it an empty string, often signifies false, a void without content. Yet, a string bearing any mark, like Fred, inherently carries the weight of true, representing existence. Similarly, the numeral 0 stands as false, denoting emptiness, while any non-zero value, whether 1, 12, or -1, embodies true, indicating presence or force. Understanding these implicit conversions is akin to mastering the hidden currents of energy, vital for guiding the flow of your programmatic techniques. Having discerned the inherent truth or falsity within various data forms, we now confront a fundamental inquiry. What actions can we perform upon these raw Boolean values? Just as numbers are subject to arithmetic maneuvers, like addition or subtraction, so too do Boolean values possess their own set of logical manipulations. Observe the diagram before you. Two streams of Boolean truth entering a mysterious crucible, from which a single definitive Boolean outcome emerges. Whether representing presence, a check mark, true, or absence, a cross, false, understanding what operator lies within that question mark box is paramount for dictating the very flow of our programmatic sequences. Having posed the fundamental question of how to manipulate these raw Boolean energies, let us now unveil the first foundational maneuver, the AND operation. Observe the diagram. Two distinct streams of truth, or Boolean inputs, merge into a single decisive outcome, but only if both inputs carry the weight of true. The scroll, or truth table, below reveals the strict discipline of this technique. For the combined energy to yield true, both component forces must independently be true. Should even one fall into falsehood, the entire combined effort yields false, akin to a chain breaking if a single link is weak. Mastering this precise conditional merging of truths is paramount for guiding the intricate currents of your code. Following our introduction to the logical AND operation, this slide provides a rigorous demonstration of its evaluation through two distinct examples. Observe the first case, 4 less than 5 and 6 less than 7. Here, both individual conditions evaluate to true, leading the AND operator to yield a combined true outcome. Conversely, in the second example, 4 less than 5 and 6 greater than 7, although the first condition is true, the second condition, 6 greater than 7, evaluates to false. The step-by-step visual breakdown, utilizing distinct colors and arrows, clearly illustrates how this single false component dictates the entire expression's result, producing a final false. Having understood the strict demands of the AND fusion, we now turn our gaze to its more forgiving counterpart, the OR unification. Observe the diagram before you.
Two streams of Boolean energy enter the OR gate's crucible, yielding a single outcome. The accompanying scroll, or truth table, reveals its core principle. Should even one of these energies possess the force of true, the combined power shall undoubtedly stand as true. Only when both individual forces falter into falsehood will the unified expression collapse into false. This OR technique, therefore, demands but one strong truth to prevail, a critical distinction for guiding the flow of your inner chi. Disciples, having witnessed the stern judgment of the AND doctrine, let us now delve into the more forgiving path of the OR technique. Observe this scroll. When both individual insights, such as 4 less than 5 and 6 less than 7, stand true, then the OR wisdom declares the entire truth as true. Yet, even if one insight proves false, as 6 greater than 7 unveils a deception, so long as but one component, like 4 less than 5, remains steadfastly true, the OR technique still affirms the overall truth. This is the essence of OR. A single spark of truth can illuminate the entire path, a wisdom crucial for navigating the shifting sands of logic. Having grasped the breadth of OR in embracing diverse truths, let us now sharpen our focus upon the singular yet equally pivotal NOT technique. This NOT doctrine, disciples, operates as a profound reversal, akin to shifting from shadow to light or light to shadow. It takes any established truth, be it a true declaration, and transforms it unequivocally into its opposite, a false. Similarly, should a false notion be presented, the NOT technique instantly reframes it as true. This fundamental inversion is a potent weapon in our arsenal, allowing us to precisely control the flow of logical insight. The scroll before you now unveils the practical application of this NOT technique, revealing its true reversal power through concrete examples. Observe the first sequence. NOT 6 less than 7. Here, the initial discernment 6 less than 7 yields a clear, true insight. The NOT technique then acts upon this truth, swiftly transforming true into false, as depicted by the shifting hues. Similarly, in the second demonstration, NOT 6 greater than 7, the initial comparison 6 greater than 7 is found to be a false premise. With the NOT technique, this false premise is immediately inverted, becoming a potent, true outcome, guiding our path. Follow the arrows, disciples, as they trace the precise flow of this logical chi transformation, from initial observation to the ultimate revelation. Disciples, just as our NOT technique demands precise reversal, so too do the very foundations of arithmetic demand an unwavering order of operations. Behold this numeric riddle: 3 plus 6 divided by 3. If one were to rush, adding before dividing, the resulting 3 would be a faulty maneuver, a path marked for error. However, by strictly adhering to the established sequence, dividing the 6 by 3 first, the true essence 5 is revealed. This rigorous discipline in calculation is vital. Without it, even the simplest expressions can lead to profound misinterpretations, just as a misplaced strike can derail an entire combat. Behold, disciples, the scroll before you precisely delineates the proper sequence of martial calculations. Observe how the 6 divided by 3 must first be executed, a swift and decisive strike yielding 2. Only then may the 3 be added, culminating in the true force of 5. This step-by-step unraveling is the very essence of disciplined execution, ensuring no subtle deviation leads to a flawed outcome. Having grasped the essence of ordered calculation, we now chart the complete hierarchy of our martial techniques, the undeniable order in which each strike and parry unfolds. Behold the operators marked first. These fundamental arithmetic forces, from exponentiation to subtraction, wield paramount influence, demanding immediate resolution. Following their decisive blows are the comparison techniques, our means of discerning equality and magnitude, which then evaluate the outcomes. Finally, and only when all prior engagements are settled, do the profound logical techniques of not, and, or render their ultimate judgment, as clearly indicated by last. This scroll serves as your strategic guide, revealing the precise sequence of power in every expression. Disciples, having learned the unwavering sequence of our martial calculations, we now hone our discernment. Behold these comparison techniques: equal to, not equal to, less than, greater than, and their brethren, less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. They are the means by which we judge the very nature of things, whether one numerical force is truly less than 7, or if the textual sequence dig holds a lesser standing than dug in the scroll of characters based on their encoded values. Such judgments yield but two absolute states: true or false, the fundamental chi of logical thought. With these states, we weave more complex judgments using the grand arts of and, or, and not, binding truths together or reversing their essence. Observe, too, how certain forms inherently carry false within their empty shells, like an empty string, or the zero of no power, while others, possessing any measure of substance, inherently embody true upon conversion. Esteemed disciples, just now we delved into the subtleties of discerning a technique. Today, I shall reveal how to assign a name and form to your internal energy. This cultivation method unfolds in two stages. Firstly, much like condensing true chi within your dantian, the Python mental art first forges the essence of the integer value 100 as a tangible entity within the vast sea of memory. Thereafter, we can then brand this internal energy with the designation alpha, thus rendering it no longer ethereal and formless, but a potent force readily summoned at your command. Now, let us examine the precise sequence by which these energies flow during assignment. When one declares alpha equals 100, as depicted on the scroll, the raw essence of 100 on the right-hand side is first fully cultivated and realized. Only after this spirit is perfectly formed, the alpha on the left-hand side, the destined vessel, then absorb and embody this profound energy. This right-to-left order is an immutable law, ensuring the power is complete before it is entrusted to its bearer. When we issue the command, beta is 100 plus 20, the latent power on this right-hand side must first be forged to its peak perfection. The primal essences of 100 and 20, each in its raw form, are perceived as forces of pure integers. Thereafter, these two streams of power, through the exquisite technique of addition, merge into a singular, formidable surge of 120 chi. Only when this ultimate force has fully coalesced can it then be skillfully channeled into the vessel known as beta. This three-stage journey, from discerning each individual chi, to their grand unification, and finally to their complete assimilation, guarantees the flawless transmission of this vital energy. Disciples, building upon what I have just explained, we now understand how to channel true qi into a nascent dantian. Yet, what if the true qi within a dantian must adapt swiftly to the tides of battle? What technique then shall we employ? Observe this scroll keenly, for initially I shall imbue a pure stream of 1 into the dantian we name Gamma. Then, as the strategy shifts, I shall issue a new command, channeling another refined stream of 2 into that same dantian, Gamma. At that instant, the former 1 is superseded by this new force, and the internal energy within the dantian is completely renewed. Such a transformation is akin to a grand master facing an adversary whose internal energy can be swiftly adjusted to adapt to any shift in the myriad changes of battle. When we command to imbue Gamma with the essence of 1, as you witness on the scroll before you, it is the spirit on the right-hand side that first reveals its true nature. This potent 1 is not merely a symbol, but a definitive integer qi, pure and unyielding in its form. Only once this precise essence is fully manifest and understood can it then be perfectly channeled into the vessel Gamma, preparing it for the dynamic shifts to come. This potent 1 is no mere fleeting illusion, but a tangible integer entity, residing as a pure essence. Observe this scroll closely. The vessel Gamma on the left-hand side now stands prepared to receive this essence. An arrow, like a focused stream of qi, illustrates the direct linkage. Gamma now firmly points to this singular integer object containing the value 1. This initial state is the foundational stance from which all further internal energy manipulations shall be made, laying the groundwork for the dynamic shifts to come. Having witnessed Gamma holding the potent 1, we now proceed to a crucial maneuver. A new command flows. As you see, Gamma shall now hold the essence of 2. Just as before, the right-hand side, this integer 2, first manifests its distinct power. Then, with an irreversible shift, the vessel Gamma severs its former connection to 1 and now points irrevocably to this new, pure 2. The old essence is utterly superseded, demonstrating the dynamic adaptability of our internal energy pathways. Observe the scroll. The vessel Gamma, clearly depicted on the left-hand side, now directs its full internal energy towards the integer 2. This potent transformation solidifies the reassignment. The old connection to 1 is entirely relinquished. Thus, a variable's essence can be swiftly redirected, manifesting new truths within our command. Behold, with the vessel Gamma now fully aligned with the essence of 2, the previous 1 becomes an abandoned trace. Its qi, once held by Gamma, is now free-floating, detached from any active conduit. This unmoored essence is then marked for the great qi reclaiming cycle, a vital process of purification where spent energies are reabsorbed into the universal flow, maintaining the balance and efficiency of our internal pathways. As the scroll before you depicts, the vessel Gamma now steadfastly embraces the form of 2. The faint echo of Gamma equals 1 serves only as a reminder of a past technique, utterly superseded by the clear, current directive, Gamma equals 2. Observe how Gamma has truly redirected its vital qi, its internal energy now singularly focused upon this new essence. This potent transformation solidifies the mastery of reassignment.
ensuring our internal pathways remain dynamic and ever responsive to new truths.
We must understand that this redirection of the gamma vessel's vital qi does not involve forcibly altering the ancient One essence. As depicted on this scroll, the fundamental way of the universe dictates that a completely new Two essence is forged at this juncture, endowed with its own independent entity. The gamma vessel, in its wisdom, merely shifts its guiding qi stream to embrace this newly crafted essence. This profound principle of the inner elixir's essence remaining indestructible and its form eternally solid is the very core of numeric immutability, a fundamental secret of our internal cultivation methods.
Having understood the essence of each essence, we now observe the right-hand scripture, the very method by which energies are channeled and combined. This Marshall diagram elucidates the evaluation of alpha plus 40. First, alpha resolves to its core energy, 100 units of spirit qi. Then, the fixed 40 stands as its own inherent force, and the venerable plus acts as a spirit qi harmonization art. Through this precise step-by-step fusion, a formidable 140 units of refined energy is yielded, completing the internal circulation. Once the right-hand scripture completes its meticulous calculation, yielding 140 units of refined energy, our gaze turns to the left-hand scripture. Observe the ancient code. Delta is now imbued with this very essence. As the scroll clearly illustrates, the vessel Delta henceforth dedicates its vital qi entirely to this new, potent form, completing the circuit of spiritual cultivation. This profound transfer solidifies the result of our inner alchemy, binding the essence to its new vessel. Following the meticulous imbuement of the Delta vessel with 140 units of refined energy, we now witness the very art of assignment. This scroll, with its vivid green diagram, illustrates how the Delta vessel now precisely dedicates its vital qi to the integer essence of 140. To reveal this hidden essence, we unleash the print Delta technique, which, as shown, manifests the stored power, 140. This foundational move marks our starting position in the journey of understanding the flow of essence within our ancient Pythonic texts. Following our previous discourse on the infusion of the Delta essence, we shall now delve deeply into the self-tempering method known as Delta equals Delta plus 10. As depicted on this ancient scroll, these are the subtle steps in the evolution of this technique. First, from its verdant reliquary, we awaken the current essence of Delta, which registers at 140 units. Next, we introduce the steadfast vital energy of the number 10. Through the art of harmonious fusion, these two energies are seamlessly merged, instantaneously crystallizing into a new essence, 150 units. This meticulous examination of the scripture to the right is the very foundation for the essence's renewed sublimation. As this scroll now unfolds, the culmination of the right-hand scripture's calculation, the vital essence, now refined to 150 units, is prepared for its new abode. Behold, the vessel Delta severs its former ties to the 140-unit essence and, with resolute intent, dedicates its entire being to the newly forged 150. This profound act of self-tempering ensures that Delta now perfectly mirrors the refreshed flow of energy, leaving the old resonance to dissipate. Observe closely this visual parable, for it unveils the true nature of this profound transformation. The prior essence, once held by Delta,
is now marked for oblivion, its ties severed completely. Our vessel delta now solely embodies the refined power of 150 units. This is the art of reassignment, where the past fades and the present essence holds absolute sway. Having just analyzed the meticulous reassignment of an essence as exemplified by delta equals delta plus 10, we now introduce a sophisticated technique that achieves the identical outcome with profound conciseness. This method, termed syntactic sugar, provides elegant shorthand operators for common arithmetic operations. As this illuminated parchment reveals, a lengthy incantation like thing equals thing plus 10 is, by design, precisely equivalent to the more streamlined command thing plus equals 10. Mastering these concise forms, spanning addition, subtraction, multiplication, and more, significantly enhances the clarity and efficiency of your programmatic scrolls, allowing for swifter and more readable compositions. Having mastered the concise operations, we now turn our gaze to a foundational truth, the declaration of a vessel's essence. This scroll reveals the perilous name error, a consequence of attempting to invoke a thing whose very existence has not yet been forged within our script. Like an empty chalice, it holds no power until an essence, such as the numeral 1, is assigned to it. Only then can the command proceed, for a name must first be defined before its spirit can be summoned and its purpose made manifest. This initial act is paramount. Building upon our understanding of name error when a variable is not yet defined, we now explore how to explicitly remove a variable's binding. The del command serves this very purpose, effectively unlinking a name from its associated value within your program's memory, as shown in the code snippet. Initially, thing holds the value 1 foot, but after del thing is executed, the name thing ceases to exist, making it an unknown variable. Consequently, any subsequent attempt to print thing will once again raise a name error, clearly indicating that the identifier is no longer bound to any object. Understanding del is crucial for managing memory and ensuring your program operates with only the necessary variables in scope. Though we spoke of dispersing a variable's essence, it is equally vital to master the fundamental flow of inner energy within our scripts. When a new value is assigned, such as elevating a thing by 10 measures, the calculation of thing plus 10 completes its inner circuit first, before the final energy is infused back into thing. Observe this precise right-to-left sequence, for it is a core truth of energy manipulation, not a mere suggestion. The elegant shorthand, thing plus equals 10, merely offers a swifter, more focused stroke to achieve this same potent augmentation, a true example of a simplified cultivation method. Having grasped the essence of singular energy infusion into our vessels, we now turn to the art of repeated action. Imagine tediously carving the same mantra 100 times, a novice's path, fraught with inefficiency and endless toil. Yet our Pythonic scrolls reveal a superior method, the repetition structure. With but a single potent incantation, we command an action to cycle precisely as many times as needed, transforming such arduous tasks into elegant, automated execution. This is the power of the circulating form, the loop, in our martial arts of code. We have spoken of the circulating form, the very essence of repeated action within our code's martial arts. To truly grasp its profound power, let us engage in the guess number game. Observe this vibrant array of numbers and question marks. Each attempt to discern the hidden truth is a focused iteration, a precise strike. This relentless cycle of guessing and refining, continuing until the ultimate answer is revealed, perfectly illustrates how Python's loops tirelessly pursue a task to its destined conclusion. Having explored the circulating form through the guess number game's overarching concept, it is now time to understand its fundamental precepts, its very rules of engagement. Here, a challenger, our esteemed player, will endeavor to discern a hidden truth, a secret number veiled within a defined numerical realm. With each calculated guess, the program, acting as a sagacious guide, shall reveal if the attempt overshot, fell short, or landed precisely upon the elusive target. Now, let us delve into the precise parameters governing this engagement. Each challenger is afforded exactly 5 attempts to discern the secret number, a strict constraint shaping the strategic approach. Crucially, for the game to present a truly unpredictable trial, the hidden number itself must be generated dynamically. This necessitates the inclusion and proper invocation of Python's random module, ensuring that each play offers a unique enigma to be solved. This very scroll, etched upon a vibrant canvas, reveals the intricate movements of our number-guessing form. Observe how the vital circulating internal energy of the while loop precisely orchestrates the 5 allowed strikes, each a challenger's attempt to pierce the veil of the unseen target. With every discernment, the master's sagacious judgment, delivered through if, elif, else stances, provides swift counsel, whether the strike was too large or too small. Thus, we witness the confluence of dynamic trials, the art of user interaction, and the unwavering path of conditional logic, all essential forms within our Python martial arts. Observe closely this text record, now manifested before you. It meticulously charts the number-guessing form, every movement of our Python technique illuminated not just by its function, but by the elder's whispers, the crucial comments. These internal notations, like strategic insights shared by a master, clarify each command, from invoking the unpredictable random spirit to laying forth 5 calculated attempts to discern the hidden truth. They guide us through the flow of battle, whether confirming a true strike or revealing the secret number if all efforts are exhausted. Thus, we see the profound power of documenting our forms, ensuring clarity and mastery for all who walk this path. Behold this section of the training scroll, a vivid manifestation of the number-guessing form, where every Python technique is illuminated. Observe closely the crimson annotations, akin to a master's insights, which dissect and clarify each intricate maneuver. These elders' whispers are essential for understanding the very flow of battle, from generating the secret number to guiding each attempt. Such meticulous documentation ensures clarity and mastery for all who walk this path. Within this training scroll, presented as a vibrant yellow parchment, the crimson annotations are not mere adornments. Nay, they are the very heart chants of this number-guessing form, guiding the initiate through each strike and counterstrike, from the selection of the unseen target to the final revelation of its true nature. These wise whispers illuminate the purpose behind each line of code, ensuring that the path to mastery is clear and well understood by all who seek to replicate this martial art. Behold, fellow practitioners, the very number-guessing form in action, now etched before your eyes upon this illuminated parchment, a practical demonstration of the Python techniques we have discussed. Here, we observe the precise execution of our strategy, generating a concealed number, granting 5 attempts for discernment, and providing immediate feedback through conditional statements on each guess. Notice how the elder's whispers, our comments, clarify the intent behind each command, particularly the revelation of the secret number if all attempts are exhausted, ensuring absolute clarity in our martial art. This snippet, while seemingly simple, robustly demonstrates the power of iterative control flow and structured problem-solving in our pursuit of programmatic mastery. Having just beheld the repeated trials within our number-guessing form, we now unveil the while technique, a powerful method for sustained action in our Python scrolls. This discipline continuously subjects a test expression to scrutiny. If its truth holds, the body of the while executes its sequence of moves. Only when this crucial assessment yields a falsehood shall the cycle cease, guiding our progression forth, as this illuminated diagram of inner workings clearly illustrates. Thus, we gain mastery over ceaseless repetition, turning persistent effort into decisive outcome. Having just comprehended the while technique for sustained action, we now reveal a potent countermeasure, the break command. When this decisive maneuver is unleashed within the very heart of a loop's execution, it acts as a sudden, undeniable force, instantly severing the continuous flow of the cycle. Crucially, if an else path stands prepared for eventual completion, this abrupt cessation ensures that alternative sequence remains untouched, its purpose left unfulfilled. Gaze upon the illuminated diagram, which meticulously traces the internal chi of this technique, vividly demonstrating how this powerful intervention can divert the path, granting us unparalleled mastery over the flow of action. Now, let us examine the true impact of this break command within the while loop's confines. As you behold this pseudocode on the illuminated parchment, observe that should a specific if condition be met within the loop's execution, the break statement is immediately invoked. This powerful invocation instantly severs the loop's continuous flow, bypassing any further instructions within that iteration, or indeed any subsequent iterations of the while loop entirely. The execution, as the arrow clearly depicts, is then abruptly transferred to the code lying outside the loop's dominion, demonstrating its decisive power to alter the very path of our programmatic martial art. While a break, the continue maneuver, presents a different form of tactical prowess. When this command is deployed within a loop's current engagement, it instructs our inner chi to swiftly circumvent the remaining steps of that particular bout. Instead, our focus immediately shifts to the next crucial evaluation, preparing for the subsequent trial. Gaze upon the flowing diagram, for it meticulously illustrates how this technique enables us to sidestep momentary obstacles, maintaining the relentless rhythm of our programmatic discipline. This technique, continue, reveals its unique art of adaptation within the ongoing loop of battle. Should we encounter a specific if condition within the fray, this continue command acts as a swift body technique, allowing us to instantly bypass the remaining intricate maneuvers of that round, conserving our precious inner energy. Observe closely. The pseudocode diagram and the flow of vital energy clearly illustrate how our inner force, upon encountering continue, is directly channeled to the very beginning of the loop. There, we reassess the strategic landscape and initiate the next cycle of refinement. This is a strategy to mitigate risks and secure our path, ensuring a more efficient advancement of our martial way. Having sharpened our focus with the continue maneuver, let us now confront a challenge that demands both intellect and intuition: the number guessing game. Here, one must divine a hidden digit, a secret number dwelling between 1 and 20, with but 5 chances to unveil its truth. Observe the illuminated parchment before thee. It lays bare the initiation rites, where the random spirit is invoked, and our attempt tally is set, leading us into the heart of the guessing loop. This loop, ever vigilant, will guide us until the secret is revealed or our efforts are exhausted, as shown by the else decree at its close. Behold, our initial probing strike in this number-guessing game. We cast forth the digit 12 into the realm of the unknown target. Guided by the conditional decrees, those if, elif, else rules etched upon the luminous parchment, the system responded, number too small. This immediate feedback, visually marked by the downward arrow upon our 12, illuminates a crucial insight. The secret number undeniably lies beyond this initial probe. Thus, our tactical map of green blocks now clearly reveals that the true quarry resides in the higher numerical domains, narrowing our pursuit. Having launched our initial probes, I now unleash the second trial with a strike of 18. The system's immediate decree, number too large, sharpens our understanding. The elusive secret number resides below this value. Behold the illuminated parchment, where the very conditional forms of if, else, if are etched, guiding the system's judgment of each attempt. This precise feedback, though a momentary miss, is invaluable, for it dramatically narrows our strategic landscape, drawing us closer to the heart of the enigma. 15 as our next strategic probe, and, as the sacred code on the illuminated parchment dictates, the system promptly responds, number too small. This precise feedback, a crucial tactical insight, reveals that our elusive quarry still lies in the numerical domains beyond 15. Observe how the segmented bar below us refines our strategic map, indicating the true target must now reside between the boundaries of 15 and 18, guiding our next move with clarity. Having narrowed the numerical battlefield to the confines between 15 and 18 in our prior maneuvers, we now execute our fourth strategic probe with the number 17. Observe the immediate and unequivocal affirmation as the system's wisdom declares, "Congratulations, you made it," a testament to our precise strike. This triumph, visually heralded by 17 illuminated on the number line, directly fulfills the if guess equals secret underscore number condition within our etched code, triggering the success message. Furthermore, the potent break command, a decisive maneuver, instantly terminates the guessing loop, preventing further unnecessary engagements and confirming our victory in this trial. This conclusive action exemplifies the power of targeted deduction and conditional logic in achieving mastery over numerical enigmas. Having witnessed the culmination of our previous numerical pursuit with a successful strike, we now pause to examine the foundational Python logic underpinning such strategic endeavors. This segment of code, clearly delineated on the slide, reveals the initialization of our number, the enigmatic 17, and the allocation of 5 tries for our probes. The visual flowchart meticulously maps the execution path, highlighting the iterative process of receiving a user's guess and systematically reducing the tries count. Specifically, this visual emphasizes the critical conditional evaluation, if guess greater than number. When an overestimation occurs, the system's precise feedback, number too large, is triggered, reinforcing the boundaries of our numerical battlefield and guiding subsequent attempts within the ongoing while loop. Having observed the consequence of an overzealous strike where our guess exceeded the hidden number, let us now turn our gaze to the inverse. The visual scrolls before us, with their purple pathways of decision, meticulously detailed the next phase of evaluation. Should our initial probe not be an overestimation, we then swiftly ascertain if our guess falls short of the true mark. Indeed, if our strategic attempt is found to be less than the number, the system, with its unwavering precision, will unveil the wisdom, number too small. This critical feedback, depicted by the true path's checkmark, guides our subsequent actions within the iterative cycle of the guessing game, compelling us to adjust our aim for the next calculated thrust. Having been guided by the whispers of too large or too small, we now witness the full cycle of this numerical duel. Each turn demands a new guess from the practitioner, and with every probe, our remaining tries diminish, as depicted by the unwavering purple flow. Should our chosen path, our guess, finally align perfectly with the hidden number, the digital scroll shall declare, "Congratulations." This triumph, marked by a decisive break, shatters the cycle of engagement, signaling our ultimate victory in this challenge. Having meticulously examined each individual judgment within this numerical contest, this scroll now unveils the complete core logic governing its dynamic flow. Each guess, probe, from the practitioner, a calculated strike, diminishes our store of tries, internal energy, by 1 count. The system then, with its unwavering precision, assesses the efficacy of this attempt. If the guess overshoots or falls short, the purple pathways guide us back for further refinement. Yet, when the guess achieves perfect harmony with the hidden number, the victorious declaration of congratulation resounds, and the break command swiftly concludes this challenging engagement. This scroll, titled Loop, elucidates the complete tactical blueprint for our numerical contest. Here, the hidden number, true path, and our limited tries, internal energy, are initially set, establishing the parameters of our engagement. Within this relentless loop, cycle of practice, each guess, probe, demands a portion of our tries, meticulously depleting our internal reserves. We then execute a swift assessment. If our guess overshoots or falls short of the true number, these tactical insights refine our subsequent attempts. Only when our guess achieves perfect harmony with the number does the victorious declaration of congratulation resound, bringing a decisive break to this challenging regimen. This scroll, presenting the energy circulation diagram, delineates the precise flow of inner energy for our numerical contest. It commences with the foundational stance setting, where the hidden true essence and our limited internal energy are firmly established. The repetitive circulation then guides each probe, with every guess testing the limits and diminishing our internal energy. Through careful, responsive mental technique, depicted by the diagram's branching paths, we discern if our move was too forceful or insufficient. Only when our guess achieves perfect balance with the true essence does the achieving perfect completion decree resonate, bringing the repetitive circulation to its victorious end. Behold, this very diagram, the Inner Energy Mental Technique scroll, lays bare the foundational cycle of repetitive cultivation itself. It commences with an initial stance, then moves to a crucial qi flow assessment, determining if the internal energy circulation shall continue. If the qi flow is affirmed, the skill refinement proceeds, returning once more to reassess. If denied, the practice concludes, achieving its final form. Thus, two vital questions arise. Should the cultivation proceed, and what art is refined with each rotation? Having observed the foundational cycle of repetitive cultivation and its qi flow assessment in the Inner Energy Mental Technique scroll, we now turn to a practical demonstration of this profound art. Observe these two scrolls before you. The left delineates the general principle of inner energy circulation, commencing with initial preparations, moving to a crucial qi flow assessment to determine if the circulation shall continue, and then proceeding with the skill refinement within the circulation body, finally leading to completion. The right scroll illustrates a specific set of 10 forms, where our inner essence begins at the first form. This circulation continues until we have mastered all 10 forms, progressing one form at a time and manifesting each advance, thereby concluding this cycle of cultivation. Behold, this scroll unveils a practical demonstration of the repetitive cultivation we just discussed, focusing on the mastery of 10 forms. Here, our inner essence commences with initial preparation, setting our first form at 1. The qi flow assessment, represented by the condition number less than equals 10, determines if our inner energy circulation shall continue. As we manifest each advance, incrementing our form by 1, the visual flowchart on the right illuminates the precise path of energy circulation until all 10 forms are mastered, bringing us to a decisive completion. This simple example reveals the core of many profound martial arts techniques. Following our previous discourse, this very diagram before you elucidates the precise execution of that repetitive cultivation for tenfold mastery. Observe carefully. Our inner energy, marked as number 1, begins its journey at the first form. The qi flow assessment, number less than equals 10, dictates the continuation of this circulation, while the cyan markings highlight the crucial seals of this technique: the while keyword, the loop test condition, and the colon initiating the internal flow alignment. Each printed number manifests an advance in our cultivation, incrementing our form until ultimate completion is achieved, as denoted by done. This, my disciples, is the very heart of sequential mastery. Now, disciples, turn your gaze towards these sacred scrolls, to where the true essence gleams. These azure markings precisely outline the very core of our internal cultivation method for repetitive refinement, the profound Xinhuan Ti loop structure at its heart. These meticulously indented formations of text are no mere happenstance, but a crucial seal. It precisely dictates within each cycle of true qi circulation which sequence of techniques must be executed. Without this precise alignment, internal energy will dissipate, and 10/10ths cultivation shall forever remain an elusive dream. Behold, disciples, this scroll vividly demonstrates the repetitive cultivation in motion. Our inner essence, symbolized by the number variable, initiates its journey at the first form. The qi flow assessment, here number less than equals 10, dictates the circulation of our true qi, causing us to manifest each advance by printing the current form, and then diligently incrementing our inner energy. Observe the right, where the echoes of execution confirm this sequential mastery, a clear progression from 1 to 10, culminating in the serene proclamation, done. the mark of ultimate completion. This serves as a potent visual testament to the Zhenhuan Ti's practical application, guiding our inner energy through a disciplined course.
Observe now how this indentation seal truly functions as the very breath of Python's internal martial arts. Within this while loop technique, the 4 spaces of indentation act as the precise inner alignment, clearly defining the sequence of repeated movements, like print number and number plus equals 1 for this cultivation form. The moment a line breaks formation and returns to the outer alignment with print done, it signals the completion of the current cultivation phase. Master this core law of the Python martial path, for it directs the very flow of your true qi within each block of power. Observe now this fragment, not of code, but of ancient university decree. It speaks of the myriad councils and halls of examination, their powers, and the paths of appointment, much like the intricate organizational scrolls of our own martial alliance. This legalese, a true challenge to the uninitiated, showcases how even our highest institutions craft their foundational pacts with layered complexity. Yet, even in such arcane script, one can discern the underlying structure, as vividly charted here on the right, a visual guide to its internal alignment. Having plumbed the depths of ancient decrees, let us now examine the divergent paths of repetitive cultivation practiced across various martial disciplines. Behold the while loop forms as manifest in the Shell and Si schools. Each possesses its own structural forms, the do-done of Shell and the brace-bound of Si, yet all serve to precisely define the sequence of repeated movements. The true measure lies not only in the form itself, but in the clarity with which the inner intent of these cultivation methods is revealed. Behold the true anatomy of this wild cultivation form. The test acts as a constant internal appraisal, dictating if the repetitive movements shall continue. Should this test prove true, the code block, a disciplined sequence of actions, is executed. Proper indentation is the very spine of this form, precisely demarcating the block's influence, much like the perfect posture guides a warrior's internal energy. Only when the test yields false does this cycle cease, allowing the path to lead onwards. Fellow martial artists, we have just delved into the profound mysteries of the whirlwind technique. However, the Zhanghu is ever-changing. Relying solely on gradual, step-by-step maneuvers is no longer sufficient to prevail in every conflict. Thus, we shall now open a new scroll, the formation of choice, the path of swift judgment and adaptation. This chapter will illuminate how, in moments of utmost peril, you may discern the shifting variables of the battlefield, and, with unparalleled agility, select the most refined internal cultivation method and technique. For just as a true warrior must perceive an opponent's vulnerabilities to strike with precision and seize the decisive moment, so too must you. Having mastered the revolving techniques of loops, we now turn to the art of conditional judgment. Observe this trial of duality within if-then-else.py, a foundational Python technique where the true qi is guided based on a number's yin or yang nature. If the if condition of evenness is met, as with input 8 feet, one path unfolds. Otherwise, the else path for oddness, like input 7, is instantly engaged. This demonstrates the immediate adaptability of our Python martial arts, ensuring actions are precise and flow according to the present circumstance.
Following our exploration of the art of conditional judgment, let us now master the technique of the remainder, a precise method for discerning the intrinsic even or odd nature of any numerical force. This fundamental maneuver employs the modulo operator, as visually depicted in this guiding diagram, where the condition number %2 == 0 serves as our pivotal trial of duality. Should this trial yield true, indicating a zero remainder, the path of even number unfolds, leading to one specific internal cultivation method, marked here by success. Conversely, a false outcome, revealing a non-zero remainder, guides us swiftly down the odd number path, demanding a different strike. Thus, we arm ourselves with the wisdom to choose the correct technique based on the immediate truth of the situation. Having mastered the technique of the remainder, we now examine the very architecture of the conditional judgment itself. Observe the if keyword, a foundational seal leading into the trial of duality, our precise test condition. This test is always concluded by the colon, acting as a critical gateway to the first cultivation method executed when the condition proves true. Should the trial yield a false outcome, the else declaration provides an alternative sequence of moves, a different technique to be employed. Each distinct set of actions, whether for the if or else path, is meticulously defined within its own code block, ensuring precise execution. Following the trial of duality of the previous stance, observe how a true outcome for our even number condition directly activates the print maneuver within its designated code block. This precise execution hinges entirely upon the correct indentation, a silent yet unbreakable pact that defines the very boundaries of our techniques. When the if condition is met, only its path of actions is engaged, demonstrating the immediate consequence of our conditional judgment. Once this conditional engagement concludes, the universal "that was fun" action is then executed, signifying the completion of this sequence of moves. Having unveiled the primary trial of duality through the if condition, we now turn our gaze to its indispensable counterpart, the else block. This alternative path is activated only when our initial assessment, the if condition, proves untrue, ensuring no situation leaves us without a refined response. Observe this training drill. Should the number not yield an even nature, then, without hesitation, this counter-maneuver takes hold, guiding our cultivation appropriately. Crucially, the structural discipline of indentation, as highlighted, defines the precise form of this alternative technique, marking its scope and preventing chaos in our internal methods. To having just explored the alternative path of the else block in our trial of duality, let us now grasp an even more fundamental principle of Qi flow. Observe this technique. Regardless of whether the if condition guides our cultivation or the else block necessitates a counter-maneuver, there lies an unwavering force that always follows. As the visual clearly demonstrates, the final command stands outside the conditional judgment, executing its Qi movement after either path has been traversed. This distinction between conditional strikes and unconditional maneuvers is paramount for mastering the intricate flow of combat in our Python martial arts. Having just explored the alternative path of the else block in our trial of duality, let us now grasp an even more fundamental principle of Qi flow. Observe this technique. Regardless of whether the if condition guides our cultivation or the else block necessitates a counter-maneuver,
there lies an unwavering force that always follows. As the visual clearly demonstrates, the final command stands outside the conditional judgment, executing its qi movement after either path has been traversed. This distinction between conditional strikes and unconditional maneuvers is paramount for mastering the intricate flow of combat in our Python martial arts. Having embraced the nature of our trial of duality, let us now delve into the core mechanism governing these choices. Here, a crucial test condition, much like a master's discerning gaze, dictates which sequence of key movements will unfold. Should this assessment hold true, one set of techniques is brought forth. If not, an alternative form takes precedence. Observe closely how the sacred structural discipline of indentation visually delineates these distinct combat blocks, ensuring the precise and unambiguous execution of our martial arts within the grand scroll of Python. These indentations are not merely marks on the parchment, but the very boundaries of our powerful forms. Now, let us witness how the trial of duality expands into continuous qi movements within a practical number-seeking scroll. As this diagram of qi pathways clearly lays out, we engage in mind-guessing combat to uncover an elusive hidden number, specifically 17, granted but 5 opportunities for strike. Each probing strike is met with a crucial discernment point, a rigorous evaluation to determine if our guess was an overreaching maneuver or an underpowered thrust. This iterative cycle continues, refining our approach and consuming opportunities until a masterful strike is landed, delivering a decisive blow that breaks the engagement and concludes our quest. Having spoken of mind-guessing combat, observe now the Scroll of Python's practice, which unveils its precise maneuver patterns in this hidden number trial. Here, a continuous meditation cycle is initiated, allowing but 5 opportunities for strike as we employ probing strikes to gauge the celestial randomness that conceals the hidden number. Each strike triggers immediate discernment points, guiding us with echoes of wisdom if our thrust was overreaching or underpowered. A masterful strike allows us to sever the flow with a decisive conclusion. Yet, should all opportunities be exhausted without success, the path of unfulfilled prophecy awaits, marking an unmet quest's lament. Notice the critical structural discipline of indentation, for it meticulously delineates the boundaries of form within this scroll. We have established the structural discipline that governs our forms. Now, observe the precise layers of discipline within these very chambers of technique, for they dictate the flow of qi with absolute clarity. Each initial stance, marked by 4 spaces, defines the outer chamber of a conditional form, guiding its immediate qi movements. Yet, for deeper, more intricate core discipline, an inner chamber is revealed, demarcated by 8 spaces, where our most potent techniques unfold. These precise delineations are not mere marks, but the very essence of Python's maneuver patterns, ensuring flawless execution. This visual order guarantees that each combat form strikes with its intended power and scope. Following our exploration of layers of discipline, we now turn to the critical guarding of the ingress. Just as pure qi is vital, our number-seeking scroll demands incoming energies to be pristine. Should a probing strike reveal a flawed stance, a non-positive number, a proclamation of error is issued. Then, with unwavering resolve, we unleash the severing blow, halting all qi movements immediately.
Whether a divergent path for further action is needed or the qi flow simply continues, this decisive termination preserves the integrity of the form and prevents corrupted qi from disrupting our wider techniques. Having ensured the purity of the incoming qi through guarding of the ingress, we now behold the full maneuver pattern of our number-seeking scroll. This scroll of practice details the precise flow of qi from inviting the strike, our user input, through to its core engagement zone. After the initial purification gate confirms the integrity of the form by checking for a positive incoming energy, we initiate chained discernment. This series of sequential judgments precisely gauges the opponent's intent, guiding our path to a decisive conclusion, whether the thrust was overreaching or underpowered. Having explored the abstract maneuver pattern of the number-seeking scroll, this form diagram now reveals its living application. We begin by inviting the strike, gracefully gathering the incoming energies from the external world. Next, the purification gate stands vigilant, ensuring the integrity of the form with swift validation techniques. Finally, the chained discernment unleashes a series of sequential judgments, forming a precise defensive weave that gracefully adjusts to every opponent's intent. This embodies the very essence of chained tests and streamlined techniques within our combat forms. Chained discernment and sequential judgments. Now observe this form diagram, where chained discernment comes to life. The initial probing strike first examines the incoming energies for any flawed stance. Should that not hold, we then employ a subsequent discernment, a refined technique allowing for continuous, adaptive checks without repeating the fundamental if stance. This elif is not but an elegant simplification, a fluid transition of else-if, enabling a seamless flow through various opponents' intentions until harmony is achieved, or a final recourse is taken. Such interlocking forms grant us great agility in discerning the true path. While we embrace refined movements like the elif form, it is crucial to understand the challenges they overcome. Here, in this practice scroll, we behold a chained discernment attempting to categorize incoming energy through deeply nested conditional stances. Observe closely the spiraling depths of indentation, a visual testament to how such stacked clauses become an unwieldy knot. This tangled internal combat form hinders clarity and makes mastery and adaptation nearly impossible, revealing the burden of convoluted decision paths. Having glimpsed the tangled internal combat form of yesterday, this practice scroll now unveils the true power of chained discernment with elif. Observe how incoming energies, once gathered, are swiftly guided through a series of sequential judgments using this refined movement. Each condition, like a probing strike, is met with a precise conditional stance, ensuring the integrity of the form and preventing unwieldy knots. This elegant if-elif-else structure allows us to flawlessly categorize every flow of internal qi, leading to swift and accurate declarations. Building upon our understanding of chained discernment, today we further refine our internal qi circulation by mastering the very flow of battle within our forms. Observe closely how nested structures, like forms within forms, such as the while spiral encompassing an if strike, allow for profound depth in our conditional stances. The chained tests we have practiced, particularly the if-elif-else sequence, serve as our sequential judgments, enabling us to categorize incoming energies with absolute precision. Yet, no master leaves their inner sanctuary unprotected. Thus, we learn to test incoming energies at the threshold of our forms, employing mechanisms like exit to preserve the integrity of our cultivation from any misaligned or malicious force. We have just forged a scroll, a Python combat manual. However, the path of martial arts is not merely about execution. We must look inward and reflect. What is the essence of this combat manual? Where does its intent truly lie hidden? For only by understanding its flow of energy and rhythm can one reach the highest realm. Therefore, you must meticulously annotate upon this secret manual, so that the techniques may be engraved upon your hearts, ensuring their immortal legacy. We have spoken of how secret manuals demand annotations to transcend the ages. Now the hour has come to unveil the profound secret of these very annotations. Behold, disciples, what stands before your eyes, that Jing symbol, sharp as a blade severing water, is none other than the annotation mark within the heart of our martial way. It serves to illuminate crucial points and guide the lost from their confusion. This mark is untouched by internal energy. It does not participate in the execution of any technique. Yet, it allows later generations of practitioners to grasp profound truths at a glance, engraving our intentions deep into their very bones. Only through this can we ensure that the essence of each martial art technique remains undiminished, and that the sacred flame of our legacy is passed on from generation to generation. Having unveiled the profound secret of the annotation mark, let us now witness its power in this segment of our Python Combat Manual. Observe how these marks illuminate the very purpose of this technique for calculating root energies, clarifying each intricate stance from validating incoming forces to establishing initial parameters. They even safeguard the lineage and tradition of our methods, ensuring that the wisdom encapsulated within remains crystal clear. This diligent practice of annotating the scrolls is not mere embellishment, but a sacred duty, guaranteeing that the essence of our martial arts is perfectly preserved for all who seek its mastery, enabling perfect discernment across generations. Following our understanding of how annotations reveal the true essence of a technique, we now learn to unleash its full power directly. We hold this invocation seal at the pinnacle of our combat scroll, the #USR bin Python 3 talisman. It grants the scroll the spirit of a direct strike, allowing us to unleash the root energy calculation technique without first reciting the Python incantation. This mastery enables swift and precise action within the Unix Grand Arena, making our techniques truly formidable. Within the summoning sigil just revealed, the Well-E sigil stood at its forefront. Today, we shall cast its profound meaning broadly into the martial arts manuals of our generation. This sacred mark, the #sigil, is precisely our annotation sigil, akin to the whispers of our ancestors guiding future practitioners. These guiding inscriptions are not the internal energy that operates the techniques themselves, but rather illuminate their deep purpose and the subtle intricacies of their movements. Observe the large, prominent well character on this scroll, This reminds us how paramount it is to inscribe wisdom within our battle compendiums for the sake of ultimate clarity. Having mastered the direct invocation, we now turn our attention to the foundational forms of our martial arts, the very containers that hold our techniques in order. Behold, disciples, we embark upon Chapter 7, focusing our minds and spirit on the essence of the list. This first part of our study will lay bare its fundamental structure and purpose, preparing you for its myriad applications in the grand arena of combat. Though presented as mere text, its implications are profound, guiding us to organize our arsenal with precision. Having grasped the essence of direct invocation, we now reinforce our understanding of the fundamental energies that compose our martial world. Behold, the core forms of Python Chi, the steadfast whole numbers like -127, representing unyielding force, the precise floating point numbers, such as 3.14159265, 358973, akin to fluid adaptable strikes. We also find the enigmatic complex numbers 1.0 plus 2.0J, weaving together different aspects of power, alongside the text scrolls, the cat sat on the mat, conveying ancient wisdom, and the Boolean judgments, true, false, determining the path of victory or defeat. These basic chi forms are the very foundation upon which all grand techniques are built. Having grasped the essence of direct invocation, we now reinforce our understanding of the fundamental energies that compose our martial world. Behold, the core forms of Python Chi, the steadfast whole numbers like -127 representing unyielding force, the precise floating point numbers such as 3.1415926535897993, akin to fluid adaptable strikes. We also find the enigmatic complex numbers 1.0 plus 2.0J, weaving together different aspects of power, alongside the text scrolls, the cat sat on the mat, conveying ancient wisdom, and the Boolean judgments, true, false, determining the path of victory or defeat. These basic chi forms are the very foundation upon which all grand techniques are built. Having grasped the various forms of Python's inner cultivation we previously studied, today, disciples, we shall delve into how to weave these scattered true chi values into an unbroken, continuous technique sequence. This is the profound wisdom of the list. Its very essence is a chain of true chi, meticulously ordered, where each strand of true chi holds its own fixed position within the sequence. Consider the grand scroll of cosmic elements. From hydrogen to uranium, each element settles precisely into its rightful place according to its elemental rank, without the slightest deviation. Should one seek the helium element, one need only recognize its position to know it firmly occupies the second rank. This art of sequencing is the fundamental key for constructing intricate formations and unleashing chained ultimate techniques in your future endeavors. All of you, my disciples, must internalize its essence completely. Indeed, this technique sequence, or list, is fundamentally a flowing series of individual true chi, each a potent move in itself. Observe closely. These energies are not haphazardly arranged, but rather held in a precise, unbreakable order, much like the steps of a master's form. Through this inherent order, Each singular true qi within the sequence can be unerringly identified by its unique position, its place in the grand formation. Cast your gaze upon the example before you, the sacred prime numbers less than 60. Here, the venerable 7, though potent on its own, finds its distinct identity as the fourth such prime, unequivocally defined by its placement in this ancient scroll of numbers. Now, with the wisdom of the technique sequence illuminated, let us witness its very creation. Observe as we first bind these potent true qi, the sacred prime numbers, into a unified prime sequence, primes, encapsulated within the sacred brackets. Then, with a clear command, we shall unveil the entire sequence, revealing each individual true qi in its rightful place. Finally, to truly grasp its essence, we employ our discernment insight type function, confirming this formation to be none other than a technique sequence, a list of profound order and power. These guiding inscriptions, cyan-colored boxes, highlight each critical step in forging this fundamental construct. Having witnessed the forging of our technique sequence, observe now the fundamental boundary runes that defined its very form. These boundless enclosures, the square brackets, stand as the outer seals, signifying the start and end of the sequence, much like the gates of a sacred temple. Within these confines, each individual true qi is meticulously separated by qi flow separators, the commas, ensuring distinct and ordered progression, akin to the precise channels for circulating internal energy. This precise visual structure is paramount, allowing any initiate to immediately discern a technique sequence and understand the harmonious flow of its contained energies. Behold, disciples, how these very boundless enclosures serve as the vessel to directly manifest a technique sequence, literal list. Here, with the swift stroke of intention, we gather the potent true qi of prime numbers and bind them into a complete form, bestowing upon it the revered name primes, variable. This is the essence of defining such a sequence, clear and unyielding as a freshly forged blade, ready for deployment in our practice. Each potent energy, precisely ordered within its confines, awaits our command. Having bound our potent true qi into a technique sequence, we now delve into the profound art of precisely pinpointing each individual energy within its confines. In our Pythonic martial path, this positioning insight, or sequence finger, begins not from the first, but from the very root stance, the 0. Observe the sacred diagram before you, where each ordinal mark, ranging from 0 to 7, precisely maps to its corresponding inner qi within the technique sequence. Thus, the root stance, index 0, unerringly reveals the first true qi, value 2, and the 8th position, index 7, unveils the final true qi, value 19, demonstrating this fundamental origin point of access. Having revealed the sacred origin point of our sequence finger, let us now master the art of direct retrieval. Every inner key within a technique sequence aligns with its unique ordinal mark. To draw forth its essence, we invoke the sequence's name, followed by the access point nestled within sealing brackets. Observe, primes 0 swiftly manifests the primal force of 2, while primes 6 unleashes the potent energy of 17, granting us immediate command over our gathered energies. We have indeed mastered the art of direct retrieval. Yet, these very boundless enclosures serve not only to activate the sequence finger, indexing, but bear a crucial dual responsibility.
Firstly, with the power of these enclosures, we forge and define an entire technique sequence list from various true qi elements, as exemplified by primes equals 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. This is the method of sequence creation. Secondly, once the sequence is formed, we again employ these boundless enclosures in conjunction with the ordinal mark, index, to precisely extract a specific inner qi element from within, as demonstrated by primes 3, pinpointing its essence with unerring accuracy. This dual mastery reveals the profound versatility. While our sequence finger has meticulously traversed the technique sequence from its root stance forward, there exists an equally potent reverse stance for precision. Observe the sacred diagram before you. The inner qi can also be charted by counting backward from the sequence's culmination. This mirror image mark allows us to directly access the tail end qi with unparalleled swiftness. Thus, primes -1 unfailingly unveils the ultimate core energy, 19, without the need to calculate the sequence's full span. This back sweep technique grants us absolute mastery over the outermost vital points. We have deftly employed the sequence finger technique upon the technique sequence. However, to attain the true Grand Master realm, one must discern its internal qi meridian circulation. Our qi meridian pathway, as manifested by primes, in truth does not directly house internal cultivation true qi. Observe this sutra map. Primes merely holds a single qi meridian lead line guiding towards the magnificent technique sequence. This technique sequence is akin to a qi formation, possessing a predetermined qi capacity. This diagram illustrates 8 hidden true essence acupoints. What each acupoint stores is not the true essence body itself, but rather a qi meridian lead line, directing us to the actual true essence pearls, such as integer 2 and integer 3. Therefore, when you invoke primes, you follow the qi meridian lead line of primes to the technique sequence. Then, by its ordinal marks, discover the connecting meridian leading to true essence pearl 2. This is the internal qi meridian circulation of the sequence. Last, we delved into the very essence of a technique sequence and its qi formation. Now observe the sutra nap before you, for to command a sequence, one must first gauge its meridian span. The acupoint measurement art, known as the Len function, reveals the true qi capacity of our primes sequence to be 8 true essence pearls. Yet never forget, though its full span numbers 8, the ordinal marks to access these pearls begin at the root stance of 0, culminating fiercely at the pinnacle mark of 7. Having mastered the acupoint measurement art to gauge a meridian span and pinpoint each true essence pearl by its ordinal mark, we now advance our mastery. Observe this formation of essences, initialized with 3 distinct inner qi streams. Just as one might strike an acupoint to assess its current state, we see the inner qi at ordinal mark 2 is gamma. With precise intent, we now demonstrate the transformative strike, altering the inner qi at this very acupoint, 2G. Witness how the entire formation now reflects this change. This is the power to reshape the very essence within a technique sequence.
we have witnessed the power of the transformative strike upon a formation of essences. Now, let us unveil the internal qi meridian circulation that permits such mastery. This sutra map reveals our formation, named data, holds not the true essence pearl bodies themselves, but rather qi meridian lead lines. Each lead line guides us to a distinct essence pearl, complete with its unique essence type, qi capacity, and inner script seals. This fundamental understanding of linked yet separate essence bodies is paramount for manipulating any formation, and the inverse key directional principle shown hints at deeper truths. Now, let us delve into the inner workings, the very qi meridian of how such a list manifests in our memory realm. Behold the visual on this sutra scroll. The data variable serves as a potent anchor sigil, firmly pointing to a list container object. Within this list container, we do not store the essence strings directly, but rather energy pointers, each meticulously guiding us to its own distinct string attribute block, alpha, beta, and gamma, each bearing its type seal, STR, and length imprint. The right-to-left flow illustrates the sequence of energy allocation during this initial formation. Grasp this foundational structure, for it is the bedrock upon which we shall explore the shifting essence within these containers. Now, let us turn our gaze to the command sigil data, 2 equals G, a declaration of intent to shift the essence within our list container. This reassignment art adheres strictly to the right-to-left qi flow, meaning the new essence pearl, G, must first be forged and made manifest in the memory realm. Observe the inner vision scroll. A distinct attribute block for G indeed appears, bearing its type seal as a string. The violet qi stream clearly signifies this initial creation of the new essence object. Only once this new essence pearl is prepared will the meridian conduit at data 2 then be redirected to it, severing its old connection. Let's speak the text utilizing the Gemini TTS engine. Following the right-to-left qi flow, once this new essence pearl, G, is forged, the meridian conduit at data 2 is then swiftly redirected. Observe closely on the inner vision scroll. The old energy pointer that once led to gamma is now utterly severed. Thus, the string attribute block that housed gamma is left without an anchor sigil, adrift in the memory realm, awaiting its dissolution back into the great cycle of reclamation. This demonstrates that in our path of essence manipulation, assigning a new value to an essence pearl within a list container does not alter the original essence, but rather redirects the meridian conduit to a newly forged one. Left qi flow, ensuring the new essence pearl of G is first made manifest. Now, witness the list container itself. The meridian conduit, at the second position, has been swiftly re-aimed, now steadfastly directing its energy towards the attribute block of G. The former essence string, though its form persists in the memory realm, is now disconnected from our list container, its influence at this point completely relinquished. This reassignment art thus showcases a fundamental truth. We do not transmute the essence pearls in place, but rather redirect the flow of qi to new formations. Having witnessed the redirection of a meridian conduit through reassignment art, we now face a different kind of manipulation, the art of vanishment. Here, the del command sigil is not merely to redirect, but to utterly sever a connection within the list container. Observe how del data 1 acts as a decisive strike, directly targeting the meridian conduit at the second position. The crimson X on our inner vision scroll marks the beta essence pearl for complete removal, a profound act of relinquishing its influence. Following that decisive strike of del data 1, our inner vision scroll reveals the profound consequences within the list container. The meridian conduit that once pointed to beta at index 1 is now utterly severed, rendering beta an essence pearl that is no longer referenced within our active flow of qi. Observe how the meridian conduit for gamma, previously at index 2, swiftly shifts to occupy the newly vacant index 1 position, ensuring the list container remains contiguous. Meanwhile, alpha steadfastly holds its ground at the 0 index, unaffected by this alteration. This visual transformation precisely illustrates the memory and indexing changes, where deletion not only unreferences an element but also triggers the realignment of subsequent elements to maintain structural integrity. We have pondered the after effects of a decisive strike upon the list container. Now let us cast our inner vision scroll upon the precise moment before such a strike occurs. Behold, our spirit root, data, grasps a list container of two essence strings, alpha at the 0 meridian conduit and gamma at the first. This diagram illuminates the delicate balance of the container's current structure, poised for the del data command. Having witnessed the manipulation of the list container with a decisive strike, we must now guard against a different form of peril. Behold, our primes scroll, though containing 8 essence pearls from 0 to 7, faces an errant hand seeking primes 8. This attempt to traverse beyond the veiled barrier of the list container's established meridian conduits finds no valid essence pearl. Such a void step will inevitably lead to a qi deviation or technique failure, halting the flow of qi in our program. Behold the very qi deviation our inner vision scroll foretold when an errant hand attempts to traverse beyond the veiled barrier of our list container. Though our prime scroll holds 8 essence pearls from conduit 0 to 7, accessing conduit 7 properly yields the 19 pearl. However, this scroll now clearly demonstrates that seeking the 9th essence pearl at conduit 8, which truly lies outside its bounds, ignites the index error, a direct technique failure manifesting as list index out of range. The inner vision scroll then illuminates this transgression, pinpointing the exact meridian conduit of our misguided attempt and detailing the nature of this qi deviation. Disciples, we have just witnessed the chaotic sight of qi channel reversal brought about by merely taking a void step across a forbidden barrier. Now, the inner vision technique reveals yet another form of qi channel reversal. This one stems from the folly of attempting to forcefully inject an essence orb into a path without channels. Observe the prime number scroll. It possesses but meridians from 0 to 7. Yet some misguided soul seeks to infuse the essence orb of 23 into the 8th meridian, a path beyond its ordained structure. Such an act, defying the very laws of the cosmos, shall invariably trigger an index out of bounds error, list assignment index out of bounds.
This clearly indicates the grave mistake of forcibly assigning a value where one should only seek. We have just witnessed the perils of traversing beyond the veiled barrier of our list containers and the ensuing chi deviation. Now, let us return to the fundamental meridian techniques for their proper manipulation. Observe this prime number scroll, a list container holding its essence pearls 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, where each essence pearl is found at a specific meridian conduit, with the first always at conduit 0. To draw the essence pearl at the 5th meridian conduit, one invokes primes 4, while to ascertain the total number of essence pearls, we employ the Len technique. Should a particular essence pearl, such as the one at conduit 6, need to be dispelled from the scroll, the del command serves this purpose. But always remember the dangers of a void step when attempting to access a conduit like primes 8 that lies beyond the known path. Having witnessed the dangers of exceeding our scroll's established boundaries, let us now contemplate the expansion of its very essence. Observe how a scroll that once contained 8 essence pearls now thoughtfully accommodates a 9th, the essence orb of 23, without losing its prior wisdom. How then might one achieve such a precise chi infusion, expanding our list container to embrace new knowledge gracefully? This precise chi infusion is achieved through the essence appending art, a natural discipline granted to all scroll containers. Observe how primes.append 23, like a guided internal energy flow, seamlessly adds the essence orb of 23 to the prime number scroll. This innate technique, woven into the scroll's very essence, ensures the list container is gracefully updated, embracing new knowledge without disruption. Observe the visual representation of this essence appending art in action, revealing its precise form. The primes represents our prime number scroll, the very vessel destined to hold accumulated wisdom. The connecting sigil, that subtle dot, serves as the vital conduit, linking the scroll container to its inherent essence appending art, the append technique itself. This potent method then takes the essence orb of 23, seamlessly infusing it into the scroll's very end. Understand that this fundamental chi infusion is not a secret art. All scroll containers are born with this innate capacity to expand their knowledge. Having witnessed the essence appending art in action, we now delve into the true nature of such potent techniques. Observe the diagram, where an object, our scroll container, invokes a specific skill or method via the connecting sigil, the dot. Though akin to a function in its execution, a method possesses a unique strength. It has intimate, direct access to the internal essence and stored wisdom of the object to which it is bound. This intrinsic connection grants it unparalleled power to manipulate its very core's vessel. Witness now the full prowess of this essence appending art as it continues to expand our prime number scroll. See how the essence orbs 23, 29, 31, and 37 are directly infused, not yielding a new scroll, but profoundly reshaping the original. This technique's true might lies in its ability to modify the scroll container itself, gracefully extending its stored wisdom by adding to its very end. This in-place transformation is the inherent power granted to methods over their vessels. Following our lessons on appending new insights, we now turn our gaze to a profound internal reordering art for our numerical scrolls.
Observe the reverse method, which, when applied to a scroll of numbers like 4, 7, 5, 1, meticulously rearranges its inherent sequence to 1, 5, 7, 4. Mark well, disciples, this flow reversal technique directly refines the scroll's inner essence, altering its very fabric. Its mastery is manifest in this internal transformation alone. It yields no separate artifact, for its true power is the direct reshaping of the original. Having mastered the flow reversal technique, we now turn our gaze to another potent internal reordering art, the sort method. Observe these mystic runes, showing how this order sculpting technique transforms a chaotic numerical scroll like 4, 7, 5, 1 into a state of pure ascending numerical harmony. As with its brethren, this art directly refines the original vessel, modifying its inner essence into a perfectly ordered sequence. Mark well, disciples, no new scroll is forged. Its true power lies in the direct, in-place reshaping of the existing one, yielding no separate artifact in its wake. This is the essence of true internal mastery. At this juncture, we shall cultivate another subtle art for adjusting the essence pearls within a scroll repository. This is the discipline of orderly return. Let us take the Greek note scroll as our exemplar, for it harbors within its confines 4 distinct note pearls: alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. Upon unleashing the sort technique, you shall perceive how this art, akin to a divine transmutation, directly upon the scroll's very being, rearranges its contents. It transforms scattered fragments into a cohesive whole, guiding them unerringly to the righteous path of alphabetical sequence. This unfolding spectacle reveals how this discipline masterfully reforms a chaotic scroll into a state of impeccable order, each element gleaming like a polished gem, as lucid and pristine as the very moment the heavens and earth first separated. Following our mastery of the ordered positioning technique on the scroll of Greek notes, we shall now grasp the even more refined internal force insertion method. This technique involves precisely embedding a new essence pearl, such as Bea, with unmatched precision into any designated meridian channel, index, within the scroll repository, for instance into the second channel, which corresponds to index 1. As shown on this slide, this move differs from a mere appendix. It demands that all existing essence pearls respectfully yield their positions, shifting orderly to the right to make space for the newcomer. This diagram clearly unveils the profound secret of internal force flow, demonstrating how it subtly reshapes the internal arrangement of the scroll of Greek notes, making its string of pearls completely new. Such a mastery allows us not only to add at the periphery, but also to penetrate its very core, gaining delicate control over the fundamental structure of the scroll repository. Having learned to precisely place essence pearls with the internal force insertion method, we now turn our gaze to the art of removal. Behold the essence vanishing palm, a subtle technique that seeks out and dissipates the first instance of a specific essence pearl value within a scroll repository. Observe the profound contrast, for unlike the meridian rupture, del by index, which tears away a pearl based solely on its positional mark, the essence vanishing palm concerns itself only with the inherent nature of the pearl itself. Thus, one technique demands a precise location, the other a specific identity.
观此秘籍图谱，诸位弟子，其详尽演示了精华消散掌的运作玄机。在此功法施展之前，吾等之卷轴宝库中藏有数枚精华珠，其中4珠赫然呈现2次。当吾等对4珠施展精华消散掌之时，其变幻如图所示。唯有最先出现之4珠，方得轻盈消散，自宝库中遁去无踪。此乃精华消散掌的核心奥义，其针对初次相遇之目标，而非一概而论，务求精准，不致误伤。Behold this secret manual diagram, my disciples. It meticulously demonstrates the profound workings of the essence dissipation palm. Before this technique is unleashed, within our scroll treasury, several essence orbs are stored. Among them, the 4 orb appears conspicuously twice. When we strike the 4 orb with the essence dissipation palm, its transformation is as depicted in the diagram. Only the very first 4 orb to appear will gracefully dissipate, vanishing without a trace from the treasury. This is the core profound principle of the essence dissipation palm. It targets only the first encountered objective, not indiscriminately. It demands precision, lest it strike unintended targets. Disciples, just now we delved into the profound meaning of the essence scattering palm and understood its way of acquiring objects. However, a true Grand Master must not only be proficient in techniques, but also comprehend the true meaning behind each one. Slide analysis. At this juncture, we must employ the guiding lamp incantation, what we call the help mental cultivation method. Slide analysis. This incantation allows us to deeply examine the essence of every technique, much like what is shown in the diagram, where we inquire about the treasure in gathering divine art, append within the digital treasury. Slide analysis. Its true meaning of the secret manual is immediately revealed. This cultivation method aims to cleverly ingather a spiritual object into any structure resembling a sequential treasury, akin to the incantation L.append object. Slide analysis. Only by mastering this incantation can one truly understand its principles, strategize effectively, and ensure victory with every move. Disciples, having mastered the art of adding items to our scrolls, we now turn our attention to the equally crucial skill of organizing them. Observe this scroll, initially bearing inscriptions in a certain sequence. By invoking the sort method, a precise rearrangement technique, we directly command the scroll to organize itself in place, as the recall box profoundly emphasizes. Hence, upon re-examination, you will find its inscriptions rearranged according to their intrinsic alphabetical order, with gamma settling after delta. This in-place transformation is a powerful yet subtle maneuver. It alters the original scroll without generating a new one, a point that demands keen awareness from all disciples. While the professional sorted function, this profound art, as depicted in these illuminated diagrams, conjures forth a new scroll, perfectly ordered according to our will, yet leaves the original scroll utterly pristine and untouched. Observe how the ancestral Greek scroll, bearing alpha, beta, gamma, delta, remains inviolate, even as a newly ordered shadow scroll emerges. This mastery of creating order without defiling the original source is a crucial distinction in our scroll-keeping discipline. Having mastered the art of creating new scrolls from the essence of others, let us now unveil the scroll-weaving art. This profound technique, guided by the essence-binding rune, our plus operator,
allows us to merge the contents of two distinct scrolls. Witness how our primes scroll is harmoniously joined with an annexed essence array. The result is not an alteration of the originals, but the birth of a magnificent, unified knowledge scroll, containing all inscriptions in their new sequential order. This powerful visual demonstrates the forging of new chronicles from existing wisdom. Building upon the scroll-weaving art we just unveiled, observe now the subtle yet profound distinctions in how we merge ancient wisdom. The first method, new list equals primes plus 23, 29, 31, as shown, births a fresh chronicle named new list, drawing essence from primes without altering the original tome. Yet the second and third incantations, primes equals primes plus 23, 29, 31, and its swifter counterpart, primes plus equals 23, 29, exemplified the resculpting of an existing lineage. Both directly infuse new essence into the primes scroll, altering its very fabric and destiny, effectively becoming the expanded version under the same revered name. To discern whether you forge a new parchment or imbue an old one with renewed power is a critical insight for any master weaver of knowledge. Having explored the weaving of scrolls, let us now turn our gaze to the art of cipher dissection. Observe this sacred diagram. A single word talisman, such as hello, though appearing as one unbroken entity, holds 5 distinct character essences within its form. Through the essence extraction method, our list incantation, we can unravel this unbroken line, transforming it into a formation of tokens. Each token, a single character, then stands ready for further manipulation within its own scroll container, yet the original span remains unchanged. This is a fundamental technique for understanding the constituent parts of any textual inscription. Disciples, having mastered the essence extraction method to unravel a word talisman into its constituent character essences, we now advance to the art of word severing. Observe this sacred diagram, which reveals the potency of the essence severing art, our split incantation. A word talisman, like Hello World, a unified inscription of 13 characters, is transformed into a formation of tokens, hello, comma, world. This innate method, by default, discerns the whispers of emptiness, the spaces, within the inscription, precisely cleaving it into distinct word fragments that now reside within a new scroll array. This profound technique unveils the deeper, segmented truths hidden within our textual scriptures. Having mastered the art of word severing to dissect our textual inscriptions, we now turn our focus to the very scroll arrays themselves, the formations holding these fragments of wisdom. Behold the martial forms of list manipulation. Techniques such as append to add a new verse, insert to place a hidden message, remove to excise a flawed passage, and reverse to invert the flow of elements. Furthermore, disciples must grasp the twin disciplines of ordering, list.sort, which directly rearranges the scrolls within your grasp, and sorted, which forges a new, harmonized chronicle, leaving the original untouched. Should uncertainty cloud your path, remember to consult the whispers of the elders through the help incantation, revealing the profound secrets of each method. Having mastered the foundational chaoshi of the list arsenal, we now turn the page to Chapter 8, The List, Part 2.
This next scroll within our grand curriculum is dedicated to unveiling the deeper inner techniques and profound wisdom that elevate mere understanding to true mastery of these sequences. Brace your spirit, for the insights revealed herein shall forge an unyielding command over this versatile martial art, equipping you for any challenge within the Code River. Speaking, concisely eliminate the element of 2 from the odds array. However, as the visuals plainly depict, with code and a stark red X, this element does not reside within the array. Such a misstep leads to a value error, an inner demon's backlash warning us that the target element must first exist to be expunged. A true master knows not only how to wield their techniques, but also their inherent vulnerabilities. Continuing our journey into the list arsenal, we now master the discernment technique, swiftly checking if an element resides within a sequence or has departed its ranks. Python offers elegant combat moves for this, the in and not in operators, which act as our vigilant scouts. As the code examples illustrate, 2 in odds reveals false, signifying the element's absence, while 3 in odds returns true, confirming its presence with undeniable clarity. Conversely, 2 not in odds yields true, affirming that our scouts found no trace of 2 within the odds formation. This ability to precisely gauge membership is a fundamental skill for effective Code River navigation. Having mastered individual combat moves, such as the in and not in operators, we now face the true strategy of their combination. This illuminated scroll unveils the operator precedence, the immutable hierarchy of power determining which strike takes immediate effect within any complex sequence of actions. From the first and most potent techniques like exponentiation down to the last logical operations, this order is absolute for our curriculum. Comprehending this sacred order of operations is akin to understanding the flow of qi in battle, crucial for precision in every script we forge. Having mastered individual combat moves, such as the in and not in operators, we now face the true strategy of their combination. This illuminated scroll unveils the operator precedence, the immutable hierarchy of power determining which strike takes immediate effect within any complex sequence of actions. From the first and most potent techniques, like exponentiation, down to the last logical operations, this order is absolute for our curriculum. Comprehending this sacred order of operations is akin to understanding the flow of qi in battle, crucial for precision in every script we forge. Building upon the scroll-weaving art we just unveiled, observe now the subtle yet profound distinctions in how we merge ancient wisdom. The first method, newList equals primes plus 23, 29, 31, as shown, births a fresh chronicle named newList, drawing essence from primes without altering the original tome. Yet the second and third incantations, primes equals primes plus 23, 29, 31, and its swifter counterpart, primes plus equals 23, 29, 31, exemplify the re-sculpting of an existing lineage. Both directly infuse new essence into the primes scroll, altering its very fabric and destiny, effectively becoming the expanded version under the same revered name. To discern whether you forge a new parchment or imbue an old one with renewed power is a critical insight for any master weaver of knowledge. Building upon our discourse on the art of imbuing ancient scriptures, today we shall direct our focus to the technique of imbuing elements within a list with power. Noble allies, observe.
when the true essences of these numbers, 45, 76, minus 23, 90, 15, are gathered, their combined power culminates in 203. This is a truth easily grasped. Yet, in the arduous path of martial cultivation, one often encounters situations of extreme peculiarity, which we term edge cases. Therefore, I pose a question requiring your deepest contemplation. Should we face a list entirely devoid of content, merely empty parentheses, to what then should its sum of true essence amount? This inquiry, my disciples, touches upon the very bedrock of crafting unyielding and robust manuals. Having grasped the art of combining essences, let us now witness another profound technique for imbuing elements with power. Observe how this martial sequence refines each individual number within our initial scroll: 4, 7, -2, 9, 1. Each element, instead of merely being summed, now has its inner energy squared, manifesting its amplified might in the transformed scroll: 16, 49, 4, 81, 1. This downward arrow of transformation visually guides us through the meticulous application of a single potent operation to every component. Such systematic iteration and refinement is a cornerstone for mastering the very fabric of our knowledge scrolls. Following our discussion on the methodical application of power to individual elements, we now unveil a foundational martial form known as the for loop, a precise sequence for systematically traversing a collection. Observe this scroll before you. Words represents our collection of string essences, as indicated by the name of list annotation. The construct for word in words introduces a potent new looping mechanism, meticulously designed to address each individual essence or word within that list. With each passage through this sequence, the print word incantation executes our desired action, revealing the nature of each essence in turn. This iteration is paramount for ensuring every component within our knowledge scrolls is properly examined and utilized. Having unveiled this foundational martial form, let us now dissect the intricate architecture of the for loop itself, revealing its inner workings. Observe closely the scroll before you. The venerable characters for and in stand as the guiding keywords, initiating this iterative sequence. A singular colon acts as the precise portal delineating the loop's command. This then leads to the indented block below, which contains the core movements and actions to be executed upon each essence, ensuring every element within our collection receives its due attention and processing. Having grasped the form, we now turn our gaze to the very heart of its motion, the loop variable itself. Observe this scroll, where word is appointed as the temporary envoy, tasked with embodying each essence from the word's collection in sequence. This appointment, marked by 4 word in words, is the moment the envoy is defined, ready to undertake its mission. Then, as illuminated by the cyan arrow, this word envoy is wielded in the print word, allowing its unique essence to be revealed with each passage. It is through this diligent process of defining and employing the loop variable that our iterative martial arts gain their potent efficacy. Now, behold the very first stride in this meticulous traversal of essences. As the for loop begins its noble journey, the temporary envoy, word, is immediately imbued with the spirit of the initial wisdom tablet from our words collection, the powerful utterance, the.
This foundational assignment ensures each truth in our scroll is meticulously addressed, preparing for its subsequent revelation. Thus, the path of systematic mastery unfolds, one essence at a time. Having witnessed the first inscription, the, taking its place, let us now, guided by the 4 cultivation method, step into the second cycle of our journey. As the scroll reveals, this variable, word, now carries the true essence of the second inscription from the word's secret manual, which is cat. Every inscription, whether by its form or its length, is now revealed in its entirety, awaiting our careful examination. Following this, we shall execute the print word technique, grandly proclaiming the true essence of cat to all present. This serves as a practice demonstration, meticulously revealing how the 4 cultivation method, step by step, entrusts the profound wisdom of the secret manual. Having meticulously processed the initial 2 essences, our 4 cultivation method now gracefully advances to its 3rd cycle. The temporary envoy, word, is thereby imbued with the potent spirit of the 3rd inscription from our word's secret manual, the concise and powerful utterance, sat. Observe closely as this pivotal moment is highlighted, signifying the continuous flow of inner energy and the unwavering precision of our iterative martial art. Through this systematic unveiling, the true essence of each wisdom tablet is brought forth for all to witness and comprehend. Having assimilated the profound insights from the first 3 cycles, our 4th cultivation method now flows into its 4th decisive movement. Here, the temporary envoy, word, is thereby imbued with the potent spirit of the 4th wisdom tablet within our word's secret manual, the concise and powerful utterance, on. Observe the detailed scrolls before you. They meticulously unveil how word now points to this very essence, marking the current iteration. This unwavering precision in traversing each component one by one is the true hallmark of iterative martial arts mastery. This depiction before you brings into sharp focus the 5th cycle of our for cultivation. Here, the temporary envoy, word, is now imbued with the potent essence of the from our word's secret manual. Observe how the pictorial scrolls unveil its STR type, its precise length, and each constituent character, demonstrating the methodical assignment in this iterative martial art. This continuous unveiling showcases the unwavering precision in traversing each wisdom tablet one by one. Our for cultivation now arrives at its ultimate culmination, marking the 6th and final movement in this sequence. The temporary envoy, word, is thereby profoundly imbued with the potent essence of Mat, the last wisdom tablet enshrined within our word's secret manual. Observe how this final, precise assignment completes the methodical traversal of our entire collection of insights. This concluding iteration powerfully demonstrates the unwavering precision and comprehensive unveiling inherent in this iterative martial art, bringing the entire cycle to a just and insightful close. Having meticulously observed each individual cycle of for cultivation, we now behold its full and potent manifestation. This scroll before you unveils the complete execution of this iterative martial art, having diligently traversed every wisdom tablet within our word's secret manual. With each print word, the profound essence of each element is brought forth, causing it to manifest upon its own distinct scroll, revealing the collected wisdom of the entire sequence.
This elegant display demonstrates the unwavering power of the for loop to systematically extract and present each hidden truth. Having mastered the individual traverses of the for loop, we now ascend to a higher application, the accumulation of vital energies. This parchment illustrates how to gather scattered numerical essences into a singular, potent total, by first preparing an empty vessel, then sequentially absorbing each essence from the list of numbers. Observe the clearly defined stages, the foundational setup, the relentless processing within the loops cycle, and finally, the unveiling of the ultimate accumulated power. This precise technique transforms disparate fragments into a formidable, unified force. Having forged singular accumulations, we now unveil a technique to transmute an entire scroll of numbers into a new, potent list. Observe this scroll, detailing how to craft a squares list using our iterative martial art. First, we establish an empty squares vessel. Then, within the loops cycle, each number from the original numbers list undergoes a squaring transformation, its essence meticulously appended to our new vessel. The final printed squares list, once the cultivation is complete, showcases the full power of this systematic creation. Having meticulously crafted the scroll of squared essences, a subtle yet profound truth regarding our iterative martial art now unfolds. The cipher number, though wielded within the confines of its cyclical cultivation, inexplicably preserves its final imprint even after the loop's domain is traversed. Many a novice believes its essence dissipates once the primary combat stance concludes, yet a direct invocation swiftly reveals its enduring presence. This observation underscores a vital principle within Python scrolls. Not all energies are strictly confined to their immediate battleground, offering a nuanced understanding of their persistence. Continuing our exploration of iterative martial arts, while the number cipher served diligently within the loop's cultivation, many a new practitioner might assume its essence vanishes upon completion. Yet, as this scroll clearly illustrates, highlighted by the Scion box, number inexplicably retains its final imprint, persisting even after the loop's domain is traversed. Many a novice believes its essence dissipates once the primary combat stance concludes, yet a direct invocation swiftly reveals its enduring presence. This observation underscores a vital principle within Python scrolls. Not all energies are strictly confined to their immediate battleground, offering a nuanced understanding of their persistence. Having mastered the subtle persistence of ciphers within the loop's cycle, we now unveil further vital maneuvers for managing our scroll formations. First, behold the swift in technique, allowing us to instantly ascertain if a particular essence dwells within a list's confines. Then, the rhythmic for loop cultivation unfolds, enabling us to meticulously traverse each element, gathering their collective strength to forge a grand total. Finally, we witness the art of completely disbanding a loop's temporary cipher, ensuring no lingering shadows remain. Having observed the explicit discipline of our scroll formations, we now turn our gaze to a more enigmatic aspect of Python's martial arts. Here, the very fabric of Python itself seems to weave a subtle spell, a magic where the essence of a scroll formation can manifest in unexpected ways. Indeed, if one treats an entity as if it were a list, wielding the same techniques and intents, it shall often reveal list-like capabilities, serving its purpose with equal prowess. But what hidden forms, What veiled manifestations might these sort of lists truly be? Ponder this mystery, my disciples. Behold, the very string scroll, disciples, is one such hidden form, a sort of list in its true essence. We may, with a deliberate stroke, transform a string into a list of its individual character sigils, as this first example clearly demonstrates, much like disassembling a complete weapon into its components. Yet a deeper truth lies in its implicit power. When traversing a string with the for loop, Python's internal energy field, the very spirit of its design, treats it as a list for that fleeting moment, allowing us to interact with each character sigil as though it were part of a mighty formation. This dual nature, both explicit transformation and implicit recognition, is a fundamental lesson in understanding the fluid forms within our Python martial arts. Having unveiled the fluid forms and implicit power of our scroll-like string formations, we now turn our gaze to a crucial art for forging numerical sequences within our Python martial path. Behold the range technique, a swift method to conjure a series of numbers, much like marking out paces for a precise drill. Observe its form: range, initiation _ point, ultimate _ barrier. It begins its count from the initiation point, moving forward with each step. Yet heed this vital secret: the ultimate _ barrier is never breached. The sequence halts its advance precisely before reaching that final threshold, never including it within its ranks, as seen in the example where range 3, 8 yields 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Behold, while the range technique swiftly outlines a numerical path, its inherent form is but a blueprint, a latent declaration of sequence, not yet a tangible formation, as evidenced by its raw output. However, with but a flick of the wrist, by employing the list transformation art, we can unveil its true, concrete form, converting that potential into a fully manifested list, ready for all list-like manipulations. Observe how the arcane incantation of list range 05, calls forth the array 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, much like a conjurer drawing forth wonders from a hat. This demonstrates a fundamental truth of our Python martial path. When one treats an entity with the unwavering intent of a list, wielding the same techniques, it shall indeed manifest and serve as one. Thus, even a mere range can be elevated to a powerful formation through disciplined application of our arts. Allies, we have just learned how to transform the range technique into a tangible manifest list array. However, if we face a sequence as vast and boundless as 100,000 mighty warriors, such as the range 0-10,000 in this demonstration, stubbornly insisting on materializing all of it into a list would be akin to exhausting our internal energy, drastically reducing our efficiency, and even making every step arduous. At this moment, we must grasp the profound utility of the iterator. An iterator is a formless flow, revealing only one technique, element, at a time, only when needed, rather than displaying all its moves at once. This way, we conserve internal energy and operate with seamless ease. Though it is not a fully materialized list, it can nonetheless perform the functions of one. When the need arises, we can also employ the list iterator technique to fully manifest it into a complete list array. Having grasped the fundamental blueprint of the range technique, we now unveil its myriad applications, akin to mastering different combat forms. Observe how this path marking technique allows us to forge numerical sequences with varied intentions, from a default zero stance initiation to setting a precise starting point of attack, or even executing a stepped advance by taking every nth number. Its versatility is profound. Furthermore, its mastery extends to retreating steps, enabling us to traverse paths in reverse, each demonstration clearly illustrating its unique numerical formations before your very eyes. Building upon our understanding of the range function, we now apply its power to a fundamental aspect of list manipulation. Python lists, as you see with our primes example, are universally zero-indexed, meaning the first element resides at index 0. Observe that for a list of 8 elements, len primes dutifully returns 8, and the valid indices corresponding span from 0 up to but not including 8, which is precisely what list of range 8 provides. The visual representation meticulously maps each element to its unique zero-based position, clearly illustrating this critical relationship between a list's length and its accessible index range. Having understood the battlefield positions through precise indexing, we now unveil the traversal techniques to engage each warrior within. Observe, disciples, 2 paths to inspect our prime number scroll. 1. The direct inner vision method allows us to grasp each prime's essence immediately, akin to focusing purely on the warrior himself. The other, a marked step technique, relies on navigating by their numbered positions, a more circuitous route, yet equally effective. While both martial arts forms achieve full understanding, the direct path is often the simplest blade, aligning with the flow of true Pythonic mastery, conserving our chi and achieving enlightenment with greater ease. Following our exploration of modifying data sequences, we now turn our attention to an essential operation that combines the elements within such sequences to yield a singular result. Observe how we systematically pair elements from list 1 and list 2, multiplying each corresponding pair, such as 0.3 with 0.2 or 0.0 with 0.5, as clearly depicted by the colored text and directional arrows. These individual products, 0.06, 0, and 0.24, are then meticulously summed. This summation of element-wise products, yielding 0.3, is precisely the dot product, a fundamental calculation in many computational disciplines. Building upon our previous discussion of combining elements from data sequences, this slide illuminates the fundamental technique of working with multiple lists concurrently through their numerical indices. As highlighted in cyan, we initialize a sum variable and then employ a for loop coupled with range len list 1 to generate the precise indices 0, 1, and 2 in this example, necessary for simultaneous access. Within each iteration, we meticulously retrieve corresponding elements from both list 1 and list 2 using these indices, perform the desired operation, and accumulate the result. This method ensures that we accurately pair and process values from distinct data sequences, a cornerstone for many computational tasks. Now, shifting our gaze from the manipulation of lists themselves, let us delve into a powerful method of combining their numerical essence, the dot product. As illustrated on this slide, for 2 lists like list 1 and list 2, we perform an element-wise multiplication, pairing each corresponding value. Observe the visual tracing of 0.3 with 0.2, 0.0 with 0.5, and 0.4 with 0.6, yielding their respective products. These individual results are then rigorously summed together, culminating in a single scalar value, the dot product, 0.3 in this instance. This fundamental operation is crucial in many computational algorithms. Picking up from our previous discourse on the intricate dance of list value combinations, today we shall advance further, delving into the very heart of the iterative path. Behold this visual scroll and observe, when we invoke the next secret technique upon the Greek _I iterator, its elements are revealed in precise sequence from gamma to delta. Yet, once the inner essence of the iterator is fully drawn, should we attempt to invoke next once more, a stop iteration warning will erupt, as depicted. This is but the natural law within the Python martial arts, declaring the wellspring depleted. This visual presentation, with its red X marking the end, is a vital technique for us to master the flow of sequential knowledge. Having discerned the terminus of iterative flow, let us now recognize that even a seemingly simple string of characters possesses its own inherent sequence, each character a distinct step in a precise internal journey. The range technique, akin to charting a cultivation path, allows us to meticulously define our traversal, whether by a sheer limit or by explicit start, end, and stride, as evidenced by the example guiding us from 3 to 6 with unwavering precision. Furthermore, we can imbue any suitable construct with the essence of an iterator, drawing forth its vital elements one by one with a mere next invocation. This wisdom allows us to wield the indices of sequences to pinpoint the exact position of every element within a grand formation. These fundamental practices of sequential mastery are but the bedrock upon which we shall one day erect the advanced technique of parallel formations, uniting disparate streams of power. Having just explored the deep wisdom of sequential flow, I now present the fundamental art of manipulating these hidden arrays of power. Behold this primes formation, a collection of primal numbers meticulously arranged. To pinpoint a single element within this array, we employ the technique of indexing, striking a precise numerical acupoint, such as primes 3, to reveal the very essence of 7. Furthermore, for those who seek to extract a segment of this continuous power, the slicing maneuver allows us to deftly cut a range, where primes 3 to 9 yields a potent series of numbers. These methods of indexing and slicing are foundational to mastering the intricate patterns of data, crucial for any martial artist of code. Having unveiled the fundamental slicing maneuver for our formations, let us now grasp its true precision. Behold this primes formation, depicting how a deft cut from acupoint 3, containing the essence 7, reaches forth to acupoint 9. Yet this visual scroll clearly instructs that our grasp extends up to, but not including, the element at acupoint 9, the formidable 29. This crucial principle, that the end acupoint marks the boundary but not the capture, is paramount for all aspiring masters of array manipulation. Having grasped the precise slicing maneuver from specific acupoints, like primes 3 to 9, behold the versatility of this severing technique. When the extraction begins from the very root of the formation, we may omit the initial acupoint, as demonstrated by primes 9. Conversely, should our intent be to extend the cut to the formation's ultimate reach, the terminal acupoint is similarly unstated, as seen in primes 3. Furthermore, the enigmatic primes // allows us to forge a perfect duplicate, a complete and independent martial array. Master these nuanced forms of slicing, and the true power of array manipulation shall be yours. While our previous lessons focused on the direct cut from one acupoint to another, true mastery of the slicing maneuver demands even greater precision. Behold the stride parameter, a method to selectively harvest the essence from a formation. When we invoke primes 3:9 to 2, we command a deft cut from acupoint 3 to just before 9, yet with a step of 2, yielding a potent 7:13:19. Observe also primes 3:9 to 3, a wider stride that extracts elements at every third interval, resulting in the formidable 17. This sophisticated pattern of slicing allows for an unparalleled control over the martial array. Having just honed our slicing maneuvers, we now turn to how our formations are linked and named. When we assign one vessel, alphabet, to another, letters, we are not crafting a separate martial array. Instead, both vessels become pathways to the identical core formation in the spiritual realm of memory. Understand this binding. Alter one, and the other shall reflect the change, for their essence is one. Following our understanding of bindings, observe how letters and alphabet are merely two pathways to the identical core formation in memory. When we execute letters 0 equals A, we are not changing a separate entity, but directly altering the formation itself. Thus, accessing the formation through the alphabet vessel now clearly shows the updated A as its first element. This profound shared essence is the hallmark of mutable formations, like Python lists. Modification through one pathway is instantly reflected through all others. We have seen that simple assignment binds two names to one formation, but observe this slicing maneuver. Letters creates a new vessel, alphabet, a distinct formation in memory. This new vessel holds pathways to the same immutable elements as the original. Thus, we achieve a shallow copy, a separate container, yet still connected to the shared essence of its contents. Thus, our slicing maneuver crafts a new vessel, a true replica of the original formation. Its independence is fully revealed when we attempt to reforge its elements. Observe how letters 0 equals A alters only the first essence within the letter's formation. The alphabet vessel remains untouched, its initial A undisturbed, proving these formations possess distinct energy cores. This holds true even when pathways to immutable essences, like B and C, are shared between them, for the vessels themselves are distinct. Having witnessed the distinct energy cores of replicated formations, let us now turn our focus to a new technique for forging formations with unparalleled efficiency, the essence forging chant, known as list comprehension. This potent mantra allows us to weave complex formations from simple expressions and cyclical flows in a single elegant stroke. Its internal alchemy is simple yet profound, an expression to manifest the essence, followed by a channeling flow for iteration, and optionally a discerning filter to select elements. For instance, to conjure numeric essences from 1 to 5, one simply declares X for X in range 1, 6, which manifests the formation 1, 2, 3, 4. Having mastered the basic invocation of the essence forging chant, let us now delve into its more intricate applications. Observe example 4 in our martial arts script.
Here, we do not merely manifest essences, we refine them. The expression 2*x ensures each essence from our channeling flow range 1, 6 is doubled, yielding a new formation of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now, consider example 5, where the chant reveals its true discerning power. We begin with the same doubling expression, but crucially, we introduce a discerning filter. If x%3 equals 0. This potent principle ensures only those doubled essences that uphold the threefold truth, being perfectly divisible by 3, are allowed to join the final formation, thus forging 6. These techniques showcase the unparalleled efficiency and elegant power of the essence-forging chant in crafting precise formations. While the essence-forging chant empowers us to forge formations with swift grace, let us now refine our mastery over the fundamental slicing maneuver. This ancient technique allows us to precisely carve out portions of a formation, creating a new vessel that is an independent replica of the chosen essences. Crucially, remember that the 2 parameter in our slicing maneuver signifies the boundary before which the cut is made, never including the essence at that very boundary itself. Observe the myriad ways we can wield this blade, adjusting its from, to, and stride to extract precisely the essences our technique demands. Having just honed our slicing maneuvers, we now turn to how our formations are linked and named. When we assign one vessel, alphabet, to another, letters, we are not crafting a separate martial array. Instead, both vessels become pathways to the identical core formation in the spiritual realm of memory. Understand this binding. Alter one, and the other shall reflect the change, for their essence is one. Having honed our skills in formation forging and the precise slicing maneuver, our main discourse on the foundational disciplines draws to a close. Yet, the path to mastery is boundless, and thus we now unveil the secret scrolls of ancillary knowledge. These scrolls serve as a profound repository of supplementary techniques, deeper insights, and additional wisdom, offering further avenues for cultivation. For those eager to transcend the basic teachings and explore the arcane secrets of the way, these pages hold many truths. Within these secret scrolls of ancillary knowledge, we unearth potent techniques for manipulating the very essence of linguistic threads, our strings. First, simple indexing grants us the ability to pinpoint any single character within a string, much like isolating a specific symbol on an ancient tapestry. Then, the slicing technique offers a broader stroke, allowing us to carve out entire segments, or substrings, by precisely defining the boundaries of our cut, remembering the boundary itself is never included in the yield. Observe these code examples. They lay bare the intricate dance of these arts, demonstrating how to wield this power with finesse. While our previous lessons granted us the ability to pinpoint individual characters and carve out segments from our linguistic threads, a profound truth must now be unveiled. These threads, once forged, possess an immutable essence. Their core formation cannot be directly reshaped or altered in place. As demonstrated in this code example, any attempt to forcefully recarve a character within an established thread will be met with a type error, a clear rebuttal from the system, signifying that the str object does not permit such direct item assignment. This reveals a fundamental law governing the way of strings. Having understood the fundamental law governing the way of strings and their immutable essence, we now turn our attention to Chapter 9, Functions.
This marks a pivotal moment in our cultivation, for functions represent the art of encapsulating specific actions or operations. Through this discipline, we shall learn to forge reusable techniques that allow us to perform complex maneuvers with precision, organizing our code with unparalleled clarity and power. Prepare yourselves, for this chapter unlocks new avenues of mastery. Having embraced the art of encapsulating specific actions through functions, let us now delve into their fundamental execution. Behold this code example, a technique named F, crafted to receive and echo a particular essence, our val. Observe the initial transmission, the raw power of 10 directly imparted. Then, witness how essence can first be contained within a vessel called X before F channels that val with equal potency. This reveals the two core methods of passing arguments to our disciplined forms. Having disciplined our forms for argument transmission, let us now survey the fundamental stances and innate techniques provided by the Tao of Python itself. Behold this scroll detailing a potent yet concise arsenal of core arts: input, len, open, print, type, ord, chr, bool, float, int, iter, list, range, and str, ever ready for your command. Though seemingly few, this brevity, as highlighted on your current scroll, embodies a profound wisdom, a central tenet of the Python way. For it is decreed that if a technique is intrinsically bound to an object's very essence, it shall be forged as a method of that object, directly accessible and potent in its application, ensuring mastery and clarity in our cultivation.
我等既已探究报之内院招式，今当进一步悟习自创绝学之深远益处。此技法之研发，能使吾辈之秘籍更易明阅，更迅落笔，更准试炼，更简修复，更深精进，更广添补，乃至更远拓展。此非仅为一时之便利，更是结构化修炼之根本，使吾辈武道根基稳固，招式连贯，终至化境。
My disciples, having already delved into the intrinsic techniques of our great way, it is now time to advance further and grasp the profound benefits of forging our own ultimate secret arts. The cultivation of this methodology shall render our scrolls of knowledge more readily understood, swifter to inscribe, more precise in trial, simpler to mend, deeper in refinement, broader in augmentation, and boundless in future expansion. This is not merely a transient convenience, but truly the very bedrock of structured cultivation. It ensures our martial foundation remains unshaken, our techniques flow seamlessly, and ultimately leads us to a state of ultimate mastery. My disciples, having just pondered the forging of your own ultimate secret arts, observe now the stark contrast before you. On the left, a verbose display of individual shouts, each demanding its own breath, a scattered expenditure of internal energy. Yet, on the right, behold the elegance of the four-loop, a single potent mantra that orchestrates a harmonious cyclical practice. This is the essence of refining your moves, transforming 36 fragmented actions into a mere 9, demonstrating not only conciseness, but the true mastery of inner force. Embrace this wisdom, for brevity in your scrolls is power. Having spoken of the forging of our ultimate secret arts and the structured cultivation they demand, let us now witness a key technique in practice. Behold the upper scroll, rife with repetitive print statements, like a warrior's wasted movements in a stance. The illuminated extract out points to the refined lower scroll, where we condense this repetition into a singular potent core function. This act of essence extraction simplifies our forms, making them more direct, more modular, and ultimately more powerful. Having just spoken of forging our ultimate secret arts through essence extraction, let us now behold a practical demonstration of this powerful technique. Here, our core function meticulously encapsulates the repetitive lyrics, much like a precisely choreographed sequence within a martial form. The subsequent for loop then effortlessly orchestrates its repeated performance, showcasing the efficiency of structured iteration. And for those eager to truly test their mettle, the challenge presented is to adapt this very script to HK lyrics and execute it a formidable 200 times, ensuring your command over loops is absolute. Having just spoken of forging our ultimate secret arts through essence extraction, let us now behold a practical demonstration of this powerful technique. Observe, my disciples, how this core function meticulously encapsulates the repetitive chant of Hong Kong Bridge is broken down and My Fair Lady, much like a precisely choreographed sequence within a martial form. The subsequent for loop then effortlessly orchestrates its repeated performance 200 times, showcasing the unparalleled efficiency of structured iteration. Indeed, this method allows us to sing with unwavering precision while saving what would be 1,000 lines of manual exertion, a true testament to conserving inner energy and mastering our forms. This is the very essence of true mastery, achieving immense output with minimal expenditure. Observe, my disciples, how this core function, distilled to its very essence, can be bound within an unyielding while-true loop. With but 8 lines of meticulously crafted script, we unleash a torrent of perpetual output, a continuous chant that sings forever. This, young warriors, is a true demonstration of generating infinite power from finite commands, a boundless display born from focused efficiency. My esteemed disciples, having just mastered the art of harnessing the power of endless loops, let us now turn our gaze to a precise martial art technique. Here, we shall unveil the technique of total, a precise martial art that gathers the essence of numbers. Whether applied to a simple scroll, like 1, 2, 3, which yields 6, or to a scroll containing both positive and negative inner energies, such as 7, -4, 1, 1, 6, 0, all can be aggregated to 10. Furthermore, one must carefully observe its edge cases. Even an empty scroll, empty devoid of all contents, should have its aggregated effect correctly resolved to 0. In the vast domain of our code, only through such clearly defined techniques can we ensure its operation flows like water and clouds, exhibiting remarkable stability. To forge such a potent technique as total, one must first lay down its fundamental syntax. Observe closely. The sacred word def marks the commencement of a new martial form, followed by its chosen name, such as total. The parentheses, etc., stand as placeholders for the vital inner energies or arguments this technique shall receive to perform its task. Finally, the colon heralds the precise moment when the technique's intricate sequence of commands shall unfold within its hollowed body. This meticulous charting ensures each secret art is crafted with unwavering precision. Having laid the syntax for our total technique, let us now refine the arguments it shall receive. Observe the inner energies within the parentheses. Numbers, list, int. This is where we bring forth type hints, scrolls of clarity that not only name the incoming offering, numbers, but also precisely define its nature, a list of integers. To invoke such precise guidance, one must first import the ancient script. From typing, import list. Remember, my disciples, the name numbers itself dwells only within the inner sanctum of this technique. It is its own unique scope. Having meticulously defined the inner energies our total technique shall receive, our gaze now falls upon the crucial colon. This mark, precisely highlighted, serves as the unyielding sentinel, signifying the immediate advent of the technique's true power, its body of commands. Observe the visual guidance. Each subsequent line, forming the very essence of its execution, must be precisely indented. This unwavering alignment, more than mere aesthetics, delineates the exact code block that belongs to our technique, ensuring its internal structure remains robust and its martial art flows with perfect discipline. That critical comma was the gateway to the technique's true essence, its very body of commands. Now, observe closely this highlighted section, presented within the light purple and blue confines, which we aptly label the body of function. Herein lies the sequence of maneuvers. The sum underscore so far is meticulously initialized, and then, with disciplined precision, a for loop iterates through each number in our list int, accumulating strength with every pass. This code block represents the core logic of our total technique, where the declared intent is brought to life through action. Now, as we observe the very execution of this total technique, pay close heed to the inner energies that manifest within. The incoming chi, numbers, the accumulated strength, sum underscore so underscore far, and the flowing energy of each number during the iteration are all marked with the cyan glow. These manifestations, disciples, are bound strictly by the inner sanctum boundaries of our total technique itself. They are but transient energies, born from the technique's invocation and fading with its completion, serving only within its designated domain of influence. While these inner energies flow and transmute within the technique's domain of influence, their true purpose culminates in the unleashing of a specific distilled outcome. I dictate precisely which accumulated vital energy is discharged from our total technique, completing its cycle and yielding its final effect, as clearly illustrated by the return sum underscore so underscore far statement and its visual explanation. This discipline of declaring the return type, as shown by toInt in striking red, is akin to specifying the form of the chi that our technique must produce, ensuring clarity and predictability in its application. Thus, from receiving incoming chi to accumulating strength and finally unleashing the result, we define the complete, potent cycle of a martial art technique. This return command, as indicated by the blue arrow, is the ultimate strike of our total technique, signifying the moment the accumulated ki within is precisely unleashed. Observe its indentation. It still belongs within the realm of the technique. However, the unindented sections beyond it reveal the vast world that lies beyond the technique's direct influence. This precise formulation ensures that the unleashed chi represents the final operation of the technique, outlining its complete and exquisite form. Though a simple phrase, and that's it, perfectly encapsulates the profound essence of martial arts, from their initiation to their conclusion, achieving ultimate perfection. As we master a technique, fear not the naming of its inner energies or temporary stances. These internal designations are strictly confined to the technique's domain of influence, never clashing with those of other forms or the outer world. Once the technique is complete and its qi unleashed, these internal currents naturally dissipate, requiring no further manual expulsion or cleansing from the practitioner. This inherent wisdom of the Pythonic way ensures clarity and simplicity, allowing us to focus our martial spirit on the form's true essence. Esteemed martial brethren, we have already witnessed the conclusion of the technique, its internal energy returning to nothingness. Now we shall emulate heaven and earth, giving birth to something from nothing, thereby establishing a new cultivation method named total. The essence of this method lies in its ability to gather a torrent of internal energy, which we refer to as an integer list. This is the crucial starting mind technique, clearly indicating our path of practice. Within the domain of application of this cultivation method, we first establish a qi-gathering dantian named sum_so_far, commencing with 0. Subsequently, through repeated qi circulation and exhalation, each incoming internal energy current is sequentially incorporated into this dantian, allowing it to continuously grow stronger. This act of accumulation will ultimately, through the return technique, fully release the colossal internal energy it has gathered, presenting it in the form of an integer. In the martial arts demonstration scroll I present to you, it is clearly visible how this cultivation method is activated and verified with the concrete internal energy of a specific input. The guiding radiance within the visual display precisely indicates that this torrent of internal energy is the very essence that this cultivation method aims to refine. I have meticulously forged the profound total technique, and now we shall witness its activation. The highlighted seal on this scroll indicates the precise invocation of the mind method I have just established. This is the crucial step to guide the torrent of internal energy into its proper pathway, allowing our skill to manifest and operate within this world. Only through such initiation can the qi I have cultivated burst forth, revealing its full summation power. Observe this, for it teaches us that defining and deploying are two sides of the same blade, inseparable. Behold, on this scroll, the very essence of the total technique is laid bare before your eyes, etched in the ancient script of Python. Observe the clear inscriptions delineating its inner currents, ensuring the purity of the internal energy it transmutes. Here, the dantian is grounded, and through rhythmic qi circulation, each incoming energy current is meticulously gathered. Finally, the direct command is given, unleashing this cultivated force. The illuminating aura then confirms its powerful effect upon the martial realm. Having laid bare the intricate total technique on our scroll, we now proceed to its direct activation within the domain of the commanding scroll. Observe the precise invocation chant, $Python3 total1.py, which channels a specific torrent of internal energies, the integers 1, 2, and 3, into our crafted method. As the method completes its cycle, the illuminating aura on the scroll confirms the release of its accumulated power, the Magnificent Six, a testament to the technique's efficacy. I have just now imparted the profound mysteries of this summation technique. Now I shall personally demonstrate how this very art, in the heat of battle, can undergo myriad transformations and repeatedly achieve extraordinary feats. Observe this scroll with utmost care. I have activated this internal formula repeatedly, channeling into it various streams of vital energy. For example, a stream of 1, 2, 3, once refined by this technique, gathers into a total force of 6. Even disparate energies like 7, -4, 1, 6, 0 can be precisely unified into a mighty power of 10. Furthermore, should it encounter an empty stream of vital energy, the technique remains utterly unperturbed, returning a 0 as its final outcome. This, my disciples, reveals that a truly exquisite martial art must be able to adapt to all changes, cycling endlessly, for only then does it embody the grand way. Having witnessed the boundless adaptability of our summation technique, let us now peer deeper into its inner workings. Observe these twin scrolls. One meticulously details the total technique itself, while the other decrees its activation. Within the total technique, we find internal energy conduits like sum_so_far, whose power is confined solely to its inner sanctum, a private domain known only to the technique itself. This sacred principle ensures the purity and independence of each martial art, guarding against external interference from the outer command scroll. As we continue our journey into the essence of the total technique, we uncover the profound wisdom of its private names and spirit realms. Each technique scroll, Def Total, inherently establishes its own domain of power, a separate spirit realm for its internal workings, distinct from the Grand Scroll's overarching authority. This mystic diagram clearly illustrates how the total technique within the main script commands its own inner function realm, ensuring its internal energies remain uncorrupted. Such compartmentalization is the very foundation of modularity, preventing conflicts and fostering the purity of each martial art. Observe this diagram closely, for it reveals the profound mystery of how Qi vein directives within the Grand Scroll of Main Teachings link to the very essence of internal cultivation. You can perceive how the Qi vein named data, much like a guiding hand, points directly to a data flow path, holding 3 pure Qi flows, 1, 2, and 3. Simultaneously, the total Qi vein steadfastly indicates a complete technique scroll, its profound secrets fully contained within. This clear illustration is fundamental to unlocking the enigma of a technique's private nomenclature, ensuring every Qi vein is precisely channeled, devoid of error. Now, let us unveil the profound mechanism of this private nomenclature. When the Grand Scroll of Main Teachings invokes the total technique with its data Qi vein, a new internal energy conduit, termed numbers, is meticulously established within the total technique's sacred spirit realm. Crucially, this numbers conduit binds not to a copy, but to the very same data flow path of 1, 2, and 3 that the data Qi vein from the main scroll indicated. Thus, the total technique wields its power through its own distinct name scroll, yet it acts directly upon the shared essence, a testament to coordinated martial prowess. Observe this scroll of revelation before you, detailing the very heart of the total technique's internal mechanics. Within the Grand Scroll of Main Teachings,
total represents our formidable skill, while data is a qi vein pointing to a singular data flow path holding. Upon the total technique's invocation, an internal manifestation named sum_so far emerges within its private spirit realm. Crucially, the channeled conduit known as numbers, though distinct in name, binds directly to that same data flow path from the main script. This profound shared essence allows the technique's inner workings to operate directly upon the very same energy flow, achieving seamless harmony between realms. Having established the shared essence through the numbers conduit, the total technique then initiates a vital process, a new internal manifestation named sum_so far is brought forth within its sacred spirit realm. This sum_so far then diligently accumulates the collective power from each qi flow within the numbers conduit, 1, 2, and 3, resulting in the precise value of 6. Finally, with its task complete, the total technique releases this potent sum_so far as its definitive output, sending its gathered strength back to the grand scroll of main teachings. This intricate dance highlights the localized power and precise yielding of our techniques. Within the total technique's sacred spirit realm, the names it utilizes, such as numbers and sum_so far, are its own private doctrines, distinct from those in the grand scroll of main teachings. Observe the Scroll of Revelation. The green name scrolls clearly demarcate the spirit realms of the main script and the total technique, guiding our understanding of their separate existences. As the total technique completes its internal workings, the accumulated qi within sum_so far is then channeled back as the definitive output to the grand scroll of main teachings, where it imbues the data sum qi vein with its newly gathered strength. Having witnessed the internal workings of the total technique, let us now behold its profound outcome within the grand scroll of main teachings. Here, the qi vein total still points to the revered technique scroll itself, while data steadfastly guards its connection to the data scroll of numbers. Crucially, the newly formed qi vein data_sum has now bound itself to the singular essence fragment of 6, the sum's true power. Observe closely this diagram, for it plainly reveals how each name within our scroll establishes its unique link to the very essence of the data it represents. Having observed the fundamental connections of our qi veins to their technique scrolls, we now turn to a more refined art, the guiding inscriptions of essence. These inscriptions, seen in our Refine the Scroll technique, serve to mark the very nature of the inward flows, be it a scroll of gathered elements or a whisper of the word, yielding a seal of truth or falsehood upon completion. Cite visual. While these essence signatures act as a profound guide, aiding fellow cultivators in understanding the flow of qi, remember they are but a suggestion of form, not a rigid decree from the heavens. They do not prevent a misguided practitioner from channeling unsuitable qi, yet they illuminate the intended path for those who seek true mastery. Having observed the fundamental connections of our qi veins to their technique scrolls, we now turn to a more refined art, the guiding inscriptions of essence.
These inscriptions, seen in our Refine the Scroll technique, serve to mark the very nature of the inward flows, be it a scroll of gathered elements or a whisper of the word, yielding a seal of truth or falsehood upon completion. While these essence signatures act as a profound guide, aiding fellow cultivators in understanding the flow of qi, remember, they are but a suggestion of form, not a rigid decree from the heavens. They do not prevent a misguided practitioner from channeling unsuitable qi, yet they illuminate the intended path for those who seek true mastery. Having explored the guiding inscriptions of essence for our technique scrolls, we now delve into the art of preset qi flows. These allow our inward flows to possess a standard essence configuration, akin to a master having a default stance. As you see in the code scroll before you, our greet technique can offer a good morning as a standard whisper of the word, yet remains flexible enough for a practitioner to override this with a new essence channeling when the technique scroll is invoked. This grants our techniques both consistency and adaptability. Having mastered the preset qi flows for adaptability, we now unlock the secret of named qi channels. These powerful channels, unlike their fixed-path brethren, permit the rearrangement of essence labels when invoking a technique. As demonstrated with our greet technique, the name scroll and message whisper can be designated in any order, yet the outcome remains steadfast. This reveals that with named qi channels, the clarity of the essence label transcends the strictness of its position. Having mastered the precision of named qi channels, we now ascend to a higher realm, the unbounded essence ingress. Here, our techniques can embrace an arbitrary number of inward flows, adapting to whatever challenges the battlefield presents. Behold the gathered essence scrolls for variable positional flows, where the sheer volume of qi matters, and the categorized essence scrolls, a true secret compendium of essence for named variable flows, each precisely labeled for mastery. These two pathways grant our techniques unmatched adaptability on the battlefield. Having embraced the precision of named qi channels, we now journey into the realm of unbounded essence ingress, where our technique scrolls can accept a multitude of inward flows, adapting to whatever challenges the battlefield presents. Behold, by inscribing a star mark before an essence channel name within a technique scroll's definition, we signify these gathered essence scrolls, star args, capable of receiving an unknown number of whispers of the word. This ARGS convention, though not strictly mandatory, treats these incoming flows as a cohesive gathered scroll, tuple. Thus, as seen in the greet technique, one may offer blessings to a varied assembly, adapting to each warrior present with a personalized message. Having harnessed the raw, unnamed power of gathered essence scrolls, ARGs, we now advance our understanding of unbounded essence ingress to embrace categorized essence scrolls. This profound technique permits our technique scrolls to accept an ever-varying multitude of named inward flows. The secret sigil, asterisk, preceding an essence channel name, traditionally asterisk keywords, signifies that these essence whispers will be meticulously collected into a secret compendium of essence, a dictionary of key value pairs. As the scroll inscriptions reveal, this allows us to define a function capable of processing an arbitrary number of labeled arguments, providing unparalleled adaptability in our techniques. Behold its manifestation, a dynamic compendium of all such named energies, ready for deployment. Having mastered the dynamic essence ingress through categorized essence scrolls, we now turn our gaze to a profound technique known as the ephemeral form, the lambda expression. This is a swift, unnamed maneuver, a one-stroke art designed for direct and instantaneous execution, much like a singular potent strike. Observe the shadow sigil, lambda. It enables us to craft a nimble discernment of the tripartite flow, lambda x colon x %3 = 0. Yet let none be mistaken. This ephemeral form is but a concise manifestation of the very same established technique, def by _3 x int return x %3 = 0. Building upon our grasp of the ephemeral form, we now delve into its precise application in the field of combat. This one-stroke art is perfectly suited for swift, immediate maneuvers, such as employing a discernment technique to filter out the tripartite flow from a stream of energies. The displayed scroll inscription demonstrates how the shadow sigil, lambda, can be wielded with the filter scroll to achieve such focused combat. Yet, remember this vital counsel. For techniques destined for sustained combat and continuous deployment, it is wiser to inscribe them as an established technique using the named technique scroll, def. Thus, we discern when to unleash a transient strike and when to forge an enduring discipline. We now unveil the filter scroll, a potent martial art designed to refine a stream of essence, retaining only those energies aligned with our desired path. This scroll demands two primary components for its invocation: a discernment technique and the stream of essence. The discernment technique will act upon each individual essence node within the stream, yielding either a retention sigil or a discard sigil. As the scroll inscription reveals, when applied to an array of numerical energies from 0 to 15 and discerning for the tripartite flow, only those aligned essence nodes are preserved, yielding a purified array. Having explored the specialized discernment techniques of the filter scroll, we now ascend to a more fundamental teaching, the very nature of technique scrolls' functions. These technique scrolls are the bedrock of our disciplined combat forms, structured programming, allowing us to inscribe techniques with precision, detailing their essence yields, return types, and manifest outcomes, returning values. Each technique scroll possesses its own inner sanctum of qi to safeguard its internal flow, and accepts various input energies, arguments, to guide its execution. Indeed, the ephemeral forms we wielded with the filter scroll are but a concise manifestation of these profound principles. Having mastered the crafting of technique scrolls, we now turn our gaze to the internal dynamics of an array of numerical energies. When seeking to gather the accumulated essence within such an array, our martial arts offer two distinct yet equally potent forms of circulation. One involves the direct absorption of each essence node as the energy flows, an unimpeded path of cultivation. The other meticulously traces the energy meridians, guided by precise positional sigils, ensuring no node is overlooked. As you perceive, both combat forms, despite their differing approaches, yield identical outcomes in accumulating the total qi. Building on our understanding of individual arrays, we now unveil how a single technique scroll can adeptly harmonize input energies drawn from multiple sources. Specifically, we seek a technique scroll capable of receiving two distinct arrays of numerical energies, provided they possess identical lengths, and fuse them through term-by-term addition. The visual demonstrations here vividly portray this elemental merging technique. Each essence node from the blue input arrays combines with its counterpart, culminating in a unified red output array. This ability to process multiple inputs simultaneously is a cornerstone of crafting highly adaptable and efficient disciplined combat forms, ensuring precise manipulation of diverse numerical energies. As we have just discussed, for a scroll of techniques to unleash its full potential, it often requires drawing upon diverse essence streams. Before us lies this scroll of harmonization, known as add_lists, precisely forged for this purpose, to merge the distinct numerical array essences from two separate streams into one cohesive force. Observe closely the inscribed lines within this scroll, and you shall discern numerous essence channels clearly delineated, each demarcated by a guiding rune, indeed, the humble comma. This precise methodology aims to ensure that each individual essence within these arrays can be independently recognized, thus allowing for their seamless aggregation, culminating in the forging of a unified, perfected result array. Having forged the scroll of harmonization, add_lists to combine distinct numerical arrays, let us now decipher its internal script. As depicted, this function adeptly receives two lists of integers, _list and _list, ready for processing. To perform the term-by-term addition we discussed, where each corresponding element is merged, we must precisely apply the art of indexing. Observe how we meticulously iterate through each index of the first list, _list, to access and sum its element with the element at the identical index in B_list. This methodical approach ensures a new list is constructed, holding the unified sums, while the type hinting employed serves as a testament to our commitment to clarity and robust code. While our previous discourse illuminated the crafting of technique scrolls that masterfully ingests various arrays of numerical energies, let us now delve into a more intricate maneuver, the art of a single combat form yielding multiple distinct manifestations. Behold this illustrative scroll before you, detailing a function that upon receiving an array of energies proficiently discerns and manifests both its lowest echelon and its highest echelon. Observe the mystic flow diagram. Each input array transmutes into a pair of definitive results, precisely delineated. The cyan aura highlights this very essence, the capability to bring forth two outputs from a singular exertion of technique. This demonstrates a profound truth. A well-honed combat form need not be confined to a single outcome, but can unveil a spectrum of valuable insights from its processing. While our previous discourse illuminated the crafting of technique scrolls that masterfully ingest various arrays of numerical energies, let us now delve into the intricate maneuver of discerning a singular, vital essence within them. Behold this scroll of lesser echelon, or min list, a potent combat form forged to unearth the absolute lowest echelon from any given array. Its strategy is clear. Establish an initial echelon as the benchmark, then diligently iterate through the array, refining our understanding of the true lowest as we encounter each new element. Yet a vital precept governs this technique. The array of numerical energies must never be empty, for its very first strike depends on an initial echelon being present. Thus, this scroll ultimately manifests a single, definitive lowest echelon.
方才吾等论己，寻觅最低境界，今日则转向其对应之术，巅峰寻宗诀。观此巅峰寻宗宗卷，吾首先以阵列之首为乾隆，继而审视每一道真元。 若遇更胜之势，则立马更迭潜龙，直至阵列尽头，最终仅回报那一道至高境界。此乃一击定音之术，只在从繁杂中辨识唯一之强。
Having perfected the peak tracing art to discern the singular supreme realm, we now face a greater martial puzzle. This combat form, displayed on the scroll, endeavors to unearth both the hidden abyss and the supreme realm from an array of energies simultaneously. Observe the initial key channels being set, then progressively refined through tireless examination of each essence. Yet the profound question, highlighted by the very cyan aura, remains. What form shall the ultimate manifestation take to encapsulate these dual truths? This combat form, etched upon this scroll before you, reveals the answer to our profound query regarding the hidden abyss and the supreme realm. Behold how it skillfully establishes the initial chi channels for both the deepest current and the highest peak, using the array of energies' first essence. Through diligent traverse and examination, these chi channels are constantly refined, adapting to each new challenge within the array. Ultimately, this martial art culminates in the simultaneous manifestation of these dual truths, delivering both the hidden abyss and the supreme realm as a singular, yet paired seal of knowledge. Having mastered the seal of knowledge for dual truths, we now forge a new combat form, the conjoined essence, or tuple. This technique allows us to bind multiple distinct essences, whether it be a dual manifestation, like the hidden abyss and supreme realm as a pair, or even a triple harmony of values. Crucially, these essences are meticulously separated by key meridians, the humble comma, defining their individual presence within the whole. Furthermore, this entire conjoined essence is often encased within a protective aura of parentheses, signifying its immutable, unified nature. Now that we have grasped the essence of the combined essence, disciples, observe how the internal energy cultivation method function can generate not just one, but paired manifestations of essences. For instance, the deepest flow and the highest peak, which are skillfully bound within a single combined essence. Through the martial arts diagram, illuminated by the azure glow of invoking the function, the precise profundity of essence unsealing becomes visible. This purple chi current clearly depicts how these manifested essences are swiftly guided into different chi meridian vessels, variables, for immediate command and control, a clear testament to an efficient combat posture. This technique grants the internal energy cultivation method the power to transmit multiple truths in one fluid motion, truly a profound martial art. Following our mastery of generating paired manifestations as a combined essence, we now explore the art of essence unsealing. Observe how the named chi meridians, alpha, beta, are simultaneously imbued with the flows of inner strength, 1256, much like channeling energy into specific vessels. The chi flow lines, highlighted by the double-headed arrow, reveal that this multi-channeling is entirely equivalent to individually guiding alpha to 12 and beta to 56. This profound technique allows us to efficiently attach precise designations to multiple manifested essences, streamlining our command and control. Now, having explored the binding and unbinding of combined essences, we confront a common challenge in our martial arts, the essence exchange technique. Observe this secret manual incantation, detailing how we can effortlessly swap the true ki between two named ki meridians, alpha and beta, without the need for a temporary vessel. Focus upon the highlighted dual circulation method, alpha, beta equals beta, alpha, which elegantly orchestrates this simultaneous transfer. As the subsequent manifestation confirms, the true key originally held by alpha now resides in beta and vice versa, a swift and efficient maneuver for managing our flows of inner strength. This highlights the profound utility of combined essences beyond simple unsealing.
Having observed the essence exchange technique, let us now delve into its profound mechanics. This secret manual incantation orchestrates the swap by first meticulously discerning the flows of inner strength on the right, gathering them into a temporary combined essence of 5612. Only then, this newly formed essence swiftly imbue the chi meridian vessels on the left, assigning 56 to alpha and 12 to beta. Observe the key flow lines on the martial arts diagram, vividly depicting this right-to-left evaluation, ensuring absolute precision in every exchange of vital energy. Having witnessed the efficacy of the essence exchange technique, we shall now unveil the foundational martial arts doctrines that underpin such mastery. Our secret incantations, Dief, Thing, in 1, in 2, in 3, are capable of receiving a multitude of key flows as input, just as they can project a bundled manifestation, return, out 1, out 2, out 3. These bundled manifestations, or combined essences, open parenthesis, A, B, C, are integral to conveying multiple pieces of vital information as a single immutable unit. Through concurrent imbuement, open parenthesis, A, B equals, open parenthesis, A plus B, A minus B, close parenthesis, we can elegantly and simultaneously assign these channeled energies, solidifying our command over complex internal operations. Having thoroughly analyzed the essence exchange technique, we now observe the fundamental martial arts doctrines shared by various chi flow structures. These secret manual incantations vividly demonstrate that both immutable chi bundles, tuples, and mutable chi channels possess common strengths. As illuminated by the highlighted targeted meridian indexing, both allow precise access to individual chi meridians. Furthermore, their essence capacity measurement reveals the total chi flow within each structure. Finally, the powerful concurrent imbuement technique previously discussed applies equally, enabling the swift allocation of chi flows. These shared principles underscore their versatile utility in managing our inner energies. While both immutable chi bundles and mutable chi channels share common strengths, their most crucial divergence lies in their very nature, dictating how their internal chi meridians can be manipulated. Observe the left side of this martial arts diagram. A mutable chi channel, represented by X, permits its inner chi meridians to be reattuned at will. Changing X1 to B proves a seamless alteration, confirming these channels are adaptable. Conversely, on the right, attempting to alter an immutable chi bundle, Y, triggers a severe meridian blockage or type error, for its essence is eternally sealed. Remember this crucial distinction. Mutable chi channels flow with change, while immutable chi bundles remain steadfast, their inner truth unyielding. Having pondered the distinct manipulative natures of immutable chi bundles and mutable chi channels, we now delve into their foundational philosophical tenets. Observe this martial arts diagram. The mutable chi channel on the left epitomizes a sequential qi flow, where each key meridian follows the next in a serial progression, often housing homogeneous qi of the same elemental nature. Consider the primal number sequence as an example of this linear transmission. Conversely, the immutable qi bundle on the right embodies a simultaneous qi convergence, where diverse qi manifestations are apprehended all at once, akin to a parallel network of interconnected energies. This bundle, like the user data quintessence, masterfully unites distinct essence types into a singular, unified force. Thus, their very essence dictates their application, one for ordered sequences, the other for harmonized, multifaceted data. Fellow practitioners, just now we meticulously explored the essence of immutable true qi bundles and mutable true qi paths. Now our gaze shall turn to the martial arts techniques performed upon them. As this scroll reveals, these are several refined cultivation techniques we have already mastered. The first is the True Qi Survey Technique, Total List. This technique allows one to inspect the total true qi contained within a true qi path. The second is the True Qi Confluence Technique, Add_lists, List 1, List 2. This move can seamlessly merge two true qi paths, causing them to become one. Finally, Min-Max_List is the True Qi Extremity Detection Technique. It can precisely detect the highest and lowest extreme values within the true qi meridians of a true qi path, thus laying the foundation for us to further refine our internal cultivation. Fellow practitioners, having just unveiled the refined cultivation techniques for our true qi, we now turn our gaze to a most fundamental principle, the art of reapplying martial techniques. Observe this ancient scroll. A single square technique, Fengyuan Shoot, is forged with meticulous care, its essence defined but once, like a perfected stance. Yet its power is not bound to a singular use. Rather, it can be unleashed countless times within the same battle scroll, applying its precise force to myriad tasks and varied quantities. This single forging, multiple applications, is not merely convenient, it is the path to supreme efficiency and effortless mastery, enabling us to conserve vital qi and focus on grand strategy. This ease, my disciples, is truly effortless indeed. We have indeed witnessed the efficacy of a single square technique definition yielding manifold applications within the confines of a singular battle scroll. Yet, a more profound challenge emerges. How shall we unleash this perfected technique, this square skill, not merely within one scroll, but across an entire compendium of distinct combat manuals and varied teachings? Observe these three parchment fragments. One meticulously charts the square technique's essence, while the others demonstrate its independent unleashing within separate passages far removed from its original forging. By what secret art do we permit these disparate sections to invoke and utilize the very same singular definition, thus maintaining the purity and power of our martial knowledge? This, my disciples, is the profound query before us, the art of sharing our most potent techniques across the entire domain of our wisdom. Behold, disciples, the very essence of a sect compendium, what we shall henceforth term a module. Just as these ancient parchment fragments illustrate, a module serves as a hollowed repository, safeguarding a collection of perfected martial techniques, each a meticulously defined form or function. Observe the natural progression, visually depicted by the flow of inner qi,
from the rigorous forging of a technique to its immediate and practical deployment in the arena, as demonstrated by the square technique and cube stance examples. This systematic approach ensures that once a technique is mastered and enshrined within a module, it stands ready to be invoked and wielded across countless battle scrolls, granting unparalleled agility in our martial endeavors. Grandmaster's Decree. Now that we have grasped the true essence of the Sex Secret Scrolls module, let us observe this scroll of battle merits, named sum_squares.py. Within it, two ultimate techniques, the art of square and circle, and accumulating grains to form a pagoda, are intertwined, harmoniously integrated within this single scroll, and directly demonstrated. You can also behold a blank scroll beside it, utils.py, which stands ready to bear the crucial task of housing our sex-specialized techniques. This initial layout of a solitary grand compendium is but the starting point for our martial arts advancement. Later, I shall demonstrate how to dissect it, categorizing its components so that each technique returns to its own Sex Secret Scroll module, allowing us to reach an even higher realm of mastery. Now let us gaze upon the very workings of this sum_squares.py battle scroll, witnessing how its intertwined techniques manifest in action. When we channel the chi of 5 into its core, it swiftly calculates the accumulated squared energy from 0 to 4, yielding a potent 30. Should we guide the force of 7, it then deftly sums the squared essence from 0 to 6, culminating in a formidable 91. Thus, we observe how this scroll precisely computes the total squared energy up to 1 less than the input chi, revealing its consistent and unwavering internal method. Having witnessed the current form of our sum_squares.py battle scroll, we now turn our attention to refining its internal structure, a strategic maneuver to achieve greater discipline in our martial arts. Observe how the techniques for squaring and totaling, once embedded, are now being strategically relocated to the yellow highlighted utils.py scroll on the left, a dedicated sect compendium for foundational skills. This action, guided by the blue-boxed instruction, ensures clearer organization and readies these perfected forms for invocation from any future battle scroll with utmost ease, as the purple arrow visually indicates. Such modularization is key to forging a more adaptable and potent arsenal. Yet, as you can now perceive on this scroll, merely relocating a technique does not instantly grant it power in its former domain. The name error, a martial artist's dread of a forgotten or undefined move, clearly manifests, for the very blueprint of the squares technique has been removed from this sum_squares.py scroll. The traceback, akin to a detailed post-battle report, pinpoints the exact moment of confusion, where the scroll attempts to invoke a power no longer present within its pages, as the highlighted explanation confirms. This serves as a potent reminder. Every scroll must be properly reattuned to its techniques after such a strategic relocation, lest chaos ensue. To rectify the name_squares.py battle scroll now wisely seeks out its lost techniques. By inscribing import utils upon its pages, our main battle scroll correctly invokes the wisdom enshrined within the utils.py compendium, allowing the squares and total techniques to flow unimpeded. However, one must not err by attempting import utils.py, for a true master understands the essence lies in calling upon the module's name, not its physical scroll.
These vivid purple currents on the scroll visually illustrate the seamless transmission of these foundational forms, demonstrating how the main battle scroll now correctly channels and utilizes the techniques from its allied compendium. Through we have, in our previous lesson, inscribed the wisdom of import utils upon our battle scroll, a discerning eye will note that the name error persists unyielding. This scroll, as the illuminated traceback reveals, still struggles to invoke the squares technique directly. While import utils grants access to the utils compendium itself, it does not instantly weave every technique within it into the main scroll's immediate lexicon. Thus, the call to squares number remains a puzzle to our sum_squares.py scroll, for it lacks the full context of its origin. This serves as a vital lesson. Knowing where a technique resides is but the first step. One must also correctly address its lineage. To overcome the lingering name error we faced, the sum_squares.py must explicitly declare the lineage of the techniques it wishes to invoke. As this scroll now illuminates, we employ utils.squares number and utils.total sequence to precisely call upon the squares and total techniques from within the utils compendium. The highlighted code snippet, akin to a precise martial arts form, demonstrates this crucial module_name, function_name convention. Observe how the purple currents now flow unimpeded, directly channeling power from the utils compendium, for a true master knows not just where a technique resides, but also how to properly address its origin. Having precisely adjusted our sum_squares.py scroll to declare the true lineage of its techniques, behold the fruits of our diligence. This demonstration scroll now executes with flawless internal energy. An input of 5 yields 30, a clear testament to its restored power. Furthermore, when challenged with 7, it effortlessly computes 91, confirming the complete mastery of its assigned tasks, a triumphant declaration echoing, "Working again." Truly, the wisdom of proper invocation brings unparalleled efficacy. Having mastered the delicate art of declaring lineage, we now ascend to a grander concept, the sharing of martial wisdom across the entire Jianghu. Behold, disciples, the module, a potent scroll encapsulating a set of specialized techniques designed for universal application and seamless integration into any battle strategy. To invoke such a scroll and harness its power within your own script, one merely utters the incantation, import module name. Once imported, the module's profound techniques, such as a specific function, are readily available through the respectful address of modulename.function. This sharing of codified knowledge ensures efficiency and prevents the reinvention of foundational martial arts, much like different sects drawing from common ancestral teachings. Thus, commence a new chapter in our martial journey, disciples. This 11th scroll, boldly titled Modules, shall meticulously unveil the profound art of sharing and integrating potent techniques across the vast Jianghu of our digital realm. It is through modules that we elevate our martial prowess, preventing redundant effort and fostering a collective wisdom, much like the great sects sharing their codified knowledge. Prepare yourselves, for the insights within this chapter will empower your scripts with unprecedented structure and efficiency. Having grasped the essence of individual modules, let us now turn our gaze to the very foundational doctrine of our Pythonic way.
Behold, disciples, the strength of our sect lies in its purity, a lean, potent core of internal cultivation, as depicted by our emblem. This core, however, is not solitary. It is magnificently bolstered by a vast arsenal of specialized external forms and techniques, such as the math, SYS, and string scrolls. This ingenious philosophy, a minimalist essence enriched by a comprehensive treasury of modules, is what we term the Batteries Included Creed, ensuring every warrior is fully armed for the digital Zhang Hu. This having just extolled the virtue of specialized modules, behold how we bring forth their might into our script. First, with the sacred command, import math, we awaken the math scroll, making its profound techniques accessible. Next, to deploy a specific technique, such as finding the square root, we simply invoke math.sqrt of 2.0, and, like a perfectly executed kung fu move, it precisely yields its numerical essence. These visual demonstrations, guided by the flow of qi in the arrows, illustrate this seamless transition from learning a scroll to applying its secret art. Yet, even the mightiest scrolls can possess names that, while grand, demand much from our fingers with every invocation, as seen with math, SQRT 2.0. To streamline our movements and conserve our energy, we may, through the ancient art of aliasing, grant a module a new, concise battle name. Behold, with import math as M, we transform a long declaration into a swift M.SQRT 2.0, retaining full power with increased agility. This subtle yet potent technique reduces the burden of repetitive typing, as the visuals with their guiding cyan arrows clearly demonstrate, labeling the new efficient alias for all to master. While we seek to conserve our energy in invocations, some shortcuts can lead to hidden pitfalls in our Pythonic journey. Behold, the path of importing specific techniques directly, as with from math import SQRT, initially seems swift, yet it obscures the scroll's origin, making it harder to discern its true lineage, as the single warning indicates. Even more perilous is the wildcard invocation, from math import asterisk, a practice akin to throwing caution to the wind, as denoted by the double warning sign. This indiscriminate act can unleash chaos upon our codebase, leading to unforeseen name clashes and rendering the provenance of our techniques utterly opaque. Having just cautioned against reckless invocations, let us now gaze upon the sheer expanse of the foundational scrolls within our discipline. For even in Python 3.2.3, over 250 such treatises are enshrined, each containing unique secret arts to aid our journey. Observe the visuals before you, presenting but a glimpse of this vast library, from Glob for pathfinding, Math for numerical precision, to JSON for data transmutation, and Unit Test for rigorous validation. These readily available scrolls are the very sinews of our martial art, empowering us to wield an unparalleled array of techniques with mastery and efficiency. Following our discussion on cautious invocations, we now turn our gaze to the comprehensive foundational scrolls embedded within our Python discipline. As this command line visualization demonstrates, a formidable collection of 263 modules is readily available, showcasing Python's batteries included philosophy. From CD-ROM to ImportLib, these treatises offer a vast array of techniques, though, as the highlighted annotation suggests, their effective discovery and mastery present their own intricate considerations. While our internal foundational scrolls offer formidable power, the true mastery of our discipline extends to myriad external treatises that expand our reach. Behold, these supplemental scrolls provide advanced arts beyond our core teachings. For numerical mastery, NumPy and SciPy stand as peerless alchemical formulae, capable of computations beyond imagining. To delve into the secret data vaults of various sects, we wield specialized conduits like PyPedo-DC or PsychoPedo-2, granting access to their profound knowledge from SQL Server or Postgres alike. For those who wish to unveil hidden patterns, Matplotlib acts as the painter's spirit brush, transforming raw data into exquisite pictorial enchantments. Embrace these out-of-sect arts, for they shall elevate your prowess to new heights. Having explored the vast foundational scrolls and the potent external treatises that expand our discipline, let us now turn our attention to the direct interaction between our scripts and the command line. This next scroll reveals the mechanics of SYS-ARGV, a fundamental technique for receiving command line arguments directly into our Python programs. As the visuals illustrate, SYS-ARGV is structured as a list, where SYS-ARGV0 invariably holds the script's name, and all subsequent elements are the arguments passed during invocation. It is crucial to internalize that all such arguments are received as strings, even if their appearance suggests numerical data, a detail clearly highlighted by the visual annotations. Having just explored the vast realm of supplemental scrolls, let us now turn our attention to the precise conclusion of our Python combat sequences. Many, in their haste, resort to a crude exit, akin to a warrior simply vanishing from the battlefield without a word. Yet, true mastery dictates a more articulate withdrawal. sys.exit_rc. This return code, or RC, is a vital message to the system. A 0 signifies victory, or flawless execution, while any other numeric value communicates a specific setback or error. This meticulous signaling is a cornerstone of robust application development and clear communication within the larger system environment. Having mastered the precise art of graceful withdrawal with sys.exit, let us now delve into the deeper secrets of the SYS module, a profound foundational scroll revealing Python's inherent attributes. Observe. SYS.modules unveils the treatises currently invoked within our discipline, and SYS path delineates the pathways for discovering further knowledge. Furthermore, SYS version chronicles the lineage of our Python discipline, while SYS stdi, SYS stdout, and SYS stder serve as the inviolable channels for input, output, and critical pronouncements within our system environment. Finally, SYS float_info expounds upon the precision and limits of our floating point calculations. Having comprehended the SYS module's foundational scroll that charts our discipline's invoked treatises and pathways for knowledge, let us now chart the very thought process of a seeking disciple. Behold this parchment detailing the threefold inquiry a warrior makes. First, the fundamental question: how is this feat accomplished within our Python dojo? This naturally leads to discerning the specific secret scripture or module required. Which ancient treatise holds the key to this skill? And finally, the pilgrimage to unearth its sanctuary. Where within our grand library does this sacred text reside? This logical progression illuminates how we discern and master the myriad arts hidden within Python's boundless lore. Having unveiled the threefold inquiry into the location of sacred texts, let us now journey to the very sources from which these ancient treatises may be drawn. Observe, young disciples, that some fundamental forms are innate, woven into the very fabric of our Python dojo.
For those who seek to master the scientific arts, the SciPi scrolls offer profound secret techniques within their specialized disciplines. Yet, the grandest repository of independent martial arts lies within the Python Package Index, a boundless archive where every master contributes their unique style. And should a specific scroll remain elusive, one may always consult the Ethereal Network, seeking the guidance of Google's ancient wisdom to light the path to hidden knowledge.
Behold, young apprentices, the help command, a powerful invocation that allows us to directly interrogate the secret scripture itself. By first invoking the math module, as shown, and then consulting its help scroll, we swiftly unveil its purpose, a ready compendium of mathematical functions essential for our dojo's rigorous calculations. Having used the help command to grasp the broader teachings of an ancient treatise, our focus now sharpens to a particular secret technique it contains. Observe, disciples, how we direct our sacred inquiry to math.acos, revealing the very essence of the arc cosine skill. This unveiling grants us the hidden scrolls detailing its precise workings, from its measurement in radians to the exemplary execution of math.acos 1.0, yielding a clear result of 0.0. This path illuminates how to master every individual stance within a module, ensuring no skill remains a mystery. Having sharpened our focus on understanding the broader teachings of an ancient treatise, we now delve deeper into its innermost secrets. Behold, the scroll reveals not just techniques, but also fundamental truths, such as the sacred numbers E and pi, displayed here with their unwavering precision. To draw forth these primordial energies from the math module, one merely needs to utter the precise invocation, math.pi, and its power is instantly at your command. This simple act allows us to seamlessly weave these established constants into our own martial arts forms. Having plumbed the depths of ancient treatises, let us now turn our gaze upon the secret scrolls born from our own hands. Here, our Utils compendium is unveiled. Through a simple invocation of help Utils, the Grand Tao itself illuminates the compendium's name, each technique within, with its precise requisite postures, and the hidden chamber of its origin. This divination technique ensures that even the wisdom we forge can be readily understood and mastered. Disciples, heed this secret scroll, and you shall comprehend. The very essence of this compendium's main chronicle originates from the three guiding truths etched at its very beginning. This secretly transmitted teaching, known as a docstring, is the very key to infusing a module with its vital spirit. Its records serve as the description to guide all disciples in their study. When one executes the help divination technique, the core profound principles of this module are then revealed without reservation through this ancient yet exquisite art of inscription. Just as internal cultivation and external techniques both spring forth from the very same mental cultivation method. This, my disciples, is the essential path for any true cultivator who seeks to pass down the martial arts lineage. Disciples, we have apprehended the grand Tao of how secretly transmitted teachings imbue a module with its vital spirit. Now, this very scroll further unveils its profound mysteries. Observe the secret scroll on the left, our utils.py compendium, wherein both the compendium itself and the intricate squares technique within are inscribed with their inner whispers. When the help divination technique is invoked upon our utils compendium, these inner whispers manifest like thunderclaps on the cultivation platform to the right, illuminating the purpose and requisite postures of each technique for all who seek the truth. This is the righteous path of transmitting knowledge, ensuring every secret scroll speaks for itself, its wisdom flowing directly from within the compendium, for all future cultivators to comprehend. Building upon our previous martial discussion, we have already grasped the main chronicle of the compendium. However, each technique also requires its unique inner whispers to unveil its true essence. Gazing upon this secret scroll, the squares technique within utils.py has been endowed with its secretly transmitted teaching, detailing its requisite postures and objectives, such as how to refine the power of the square. Through the divination technique of help, directly examining this square's technique, its profound principles will be clearly revealed, complementing the grand Tao of the compendium. Such an inscription ensures that every cultivator can master the essence of the martial art they practice, thus achieving complete mastery. While Python is a potent fundamental internal cultivation technique, its extensive capabilities blossom through a myriad of secret scrolls, our modules. These modules are either foundational disciplines of our own making or external sext compendiums, each infusing new martial essence. As depicted in our vision scroll, this martial essence flows directly into each module, defining its purpose. To master these various compendiums, we must consult their inner whispers, the docstrings, and employ our help divination technique upon the module itself or specific techniques within. This continuous learning is the path to truly wielding Python's vast power. Having journeyed through the myriad secret scrolls that empower our Pythonic arts, we now turn to the 12th scroll of our rigorous training. This pivotal chapter unveils the intricate wisdom of dictionaries, a fundamental internal cultivation technique distinct from the sequential lists and immutable tuples we have previously mastered. Herein lies the potent martial art of forging associations, enabling us to map unique keys to their corresponding values. This allows us to organize our martial essence with unparalleled precision and access, a true testament to ordered knowledge. Having explored the potent art of dictionaries, we now revisit the scrolls of sequential arrangement, specifically lists, to fortify our understanding. Observe the vision scroll. A list scroll named Greek holds 3 character sequence scrolls, alpha, beta, gamma. Each of these character sequence scrolls possesses a positional mark, starting from the initial stance of 0, and is itself a lineage of characters with its length defined. Mastering positional marking allows us to precisely access these elements using methods like Greek 0, Greek 1, Greek 2, a fundamental principle for manipulating any sequential arrangement. Now, let us delve deeper into the very heart of sequential arrangement mastery, the technique of positional retrieval, or indexing. Observe the vision scroll. To draw a specific essence from a lineage scroll, one must present a numerical glyph as a positional mark, commencing from the initial stance of 0, with no empty intervals in its progression. Thus, to unveil the essence at the second position of the Greek scroll, we apply the positional mark of 1, as seen with Greek 1, revealing beta. This fundamental principle underpins our ability to precisely command and extract martial essence from any sequential scroll. While sequential scrolls yield their essence through numerical glyphs as positional marks, some treasuries of wisdom demand a different access rune. Observe the vision scroll. Just as a worldly lexicon of tongues transmutes one verbal glyph to its counterpart in another tongue, like cat to gato, our Pythonic dictionaries wield a similar correlation art. Here, the identifying sigil for retrieval is not a numerical glyph, but often another character sequence scroll itself. This profound principle liberates us from mere sequential order, enabling direct access to hidden lore via its unique designation, thus answering the call for other designation marks, character sequence scrolls. The correlation art of dictionaries is not limited to mere character sequence scrolls as identifying sigils. Observe the vision scroll. Here, immutable sequence scrolls, specifically these paired glyphs representing spatial coordinates, serve as powerful access runes. Behold the ancient cartography scroll before you, where each unique positional pairing, such as 2-5, directly reveals an ancient relic, or 4-5 unveils an impenetrable bastion. This illustrates how dictionaries can map complex, multi-part identifying sigils to their corresponding treasuries of wisdom, guiding us to precise locations of hidden lore. Behold, while the correlation art allows for diverse identifying sigils, the fundamental forging of a treasury of wisdom often begins with straightforward character sequence scrolls. Observe the vision scroll. We craft such a dictionary by linking an identifying sigil, like cat, to its hidden lore, gato. To unveil this lore, one need only present the chosen identifying sigil. The treasury swiftly yields its corresponding essence. Thus, seeking cat unfurls gato, a testament to the direct and potent nature of this correlation art. Having witnessed the profound correlation art where immutable sequence scrolls serve as identifying sigils, let us now solidify our grasp on the foundational principles of correlation scrolls. Observe the vision scroll and the martial script presented. Here, we forge a lexicon scroll named N_2_S. Each paired rune within, a designation sigil, like cat, bound to its essence rune, gato, creates a direct pathway to hidden lore. To invoke an essence from this treasury, one need only present its precise designation sigil, as seen with N_2_cat, which instantly unveils the corresponding essence rune, gato. This potent principle grants us swift access to wisdom by its unique designation, bypassing arduous sequential deciphering. As we forge deeper into the correlation art, let us scrutinize the very essence of a paired rune, the key value pair itself. Observe the vision scroll. Each identifying sigil, such as cat, is meticulously bound to its essence rune, gato, by a crucial binding glyph, the colon. This foundational structure, a designation sigil linked directly to its hidden lore, forms the building blocks of any lexicon scroll being forged. It is through these precisely crafted paired runes that our treasuries of wisdom gain their unparalleled power to reveal truth with but a single invocation. Having discerned the nature of paired runes and their identifying sigils, let us now perceive how such a treasury of wisdom is forged. As depicted in the vision scroll, we cast a lexicon scroll named N_2 by assembling designation sigils like cat with their essence runes, gato. To summon the hidden lore once forged, one need only present the precise designation sigil within the lexicon scroll's gaze, as shown with N_2 cat, which instantly unveils gato. This direct method allows for swift and unerring retrieval of wisdom from our correlation scrolls.
Observe the martial script upon this vision scroll, explicitly partitioned into the Creating the Dictionary and Using the Dictionary sections. In the forging of a lexicon scroll, or Treasury of Wisdom, we first establish its paired runes, as seen with in_to_s, binding designation sigils like cat to their essence runes such as gato and dog to pero. Once forged, the treasury reveals its power. To unlock its essence, one need only present the precise designation sigil, as demonstrated by in_to_s, cat, swiftly yielding gato. This intuitive and direct method ensures swift access to hidden lore, bypassing the need for sequential deciphering, a fundamental tenet of correlation art. When we present a true designation sigil, such as dog, to our lexicon scroll, the essence rune pero is swiftly unveiled, as marked by the green seal of success. Yet, should one present an unfound sigil, a mouse in this instance, seeking an essence not held within the treasury, a void of essence is swiftly declared. This void manifests as a sigil mismatch rebuke, clearly highlighting the absent designation and emblazoned with the red mark of failure. Thus, the key error emerges, a vital lesson in the precise nature of correlation art. When we present a true designation sigil, the essence rune is swiftly unveiled, as marked by the green seal of success we just observed. However, ponder this deep truth of the correlation art. A lexicon scroll maps designation sigils to essence runes in but one direction, like an arrow of knowledge. Should one attempt to use an essence rune itself, such as pero, as a designation sigil to unlock its source, the scroll declares a sigil mismatch rebuke, as indicated by the stark red X. This key error is a potent reminder, emphasized by the warning triangle, that the essence cannot serve as the designation for direct lookup in our treasury. Having pondered the profound nature of correlation art, know that a lexicon scroll is not immutable. Its wisdom can be expanded. Behold this martial script. We forge new paired runes by simply inscribing a fresh designation sigil, mouse, and assigning its corresponding essence rune, raton, to our treasury of wisdom. The turquoise annotations guide your eye through this act of expansion, showcasing each step of this potent modification. With this divine inscription, the lexicon scroll now holds this new lore, ready to yield its essence upon request, marked by a vivid seal of success. Having explored the correlation art's querying principles, let us now unveil the technique for forging new wisdom within our lexicon scroll. Though our treasury initially lacks the designation sigil for mouse, observe how Wa can inscribe this new paired rune. By uttering the precise command, we bind mouse as a designation sigil to its essence rune, raton, within the N_2S lexicon scroll. Upon this inscription, our treasury of wisdom is enriched, and the essence raton is now readily unveiled when mouse is presented as a designation sigil. This demonstrates the potent flexibility of our correlation art to expand its very fabric. Disciples, having witnessed the profound might and adaptable grace of inscribing new paired runes upon our lexicon scroll, thus enriching its wisdom, I shall now reveal the very heart, the core principles of this correlation art itself. Observe them, the fundamental design. Our lexicon scroll masterfully links each singular designation sigil to its rightful essence rune, forging a deep and potent paired rune, just as you perceive.
To retrieve an essence rune, one simply presents the precise designation sigil to the scroll's watchful presence. Moreover, I possess the power to forge new paired runes or to reattune an existing designation sigil to a new essence rune at my command. And when a paired rune has served its purpose, I can swiftly erase it from the treasury.
Now, having understood the profound linkage of paired runes within our lexicon scroll, let us master the art of discerning its components. Observe these inscriptions of command, disciples. By invoking the .keys technique, we can meticulously extract all the designation sigils, mouse, dog, cat, and present them as a scroll of sigils. Similarly, the .values invocation unveils the corresponding essence runes, Raton, Pero, Gato, laid bare in a scroll of essences. Mark this well. There is an inherent alignment, a perfect synchronicity between these extracted sigils and essences, maintaining the original paired rune order in Python versions 3.7 and later. Furthermore, these scrolls possess the flexible nature of formations, allowing us to treat them as such, or indeed to transmute them into precise sequences for further study and manipulation.
Disciples, having mastered the separate extraction of designation sigils and essence runes, let us now ascend to a higher technique, seizing them as one complete paired rune. Behold the divining insight, the items technique, for it unveils these paired runes. Each designation sigil and its essence rune are thus revealed, bound irrevocably as immutable formations, tuples. I declare this among the most potent maneuvers within our correlation art, for it grants direct, unhindered access to the very essence of our lexicon scroll's wisdom. Observe closely, for by employing the circle of revelation, the for loop, one can traverse each paired rune with effortless grace. This peerless technique allows you to seize both the designation sigil, the English word, and its essence rune, the Spanish word, arranging their proclamation in any order your grand strategy demands. Disciples, having grasped the divining insight to unveil the paired runes from our lexicon scroll, we now learn a swift means to manifest their full array. Observe this direct alignment technique, the command list listen_to_es.items, which efficiently transforms the raw insight into a complete sequence of immutable formations. This sequence grants immediate clarity, laying bare every designation sigil and its essence rune for your immediate study. It is a common yet potent method for concise review of our lexicon scroll's intricate contents. Master this practical maneuver to enhance your command over the correlation art. Disciples, while the previous direct alignment technique unveiled the paired runes as a complete sequence, a more refined form-shifting technique allows us to extract merely the designation sigils themselves. By applying the list command directly to any lexicon scroll, we transmute its very essence, compelling it to unveil solely its designation sigils, sight, visual. Witness this transformation. A lexicon scroll of profound wisdom becomes a swift sequence of names, as shown before your eyes, sight, visual. This potent maneuver grants immediate access to the raw identities contained within our knowledge repositories. Having mastered the extraction of designation sigils, we must now consider the perilous forbidden maneuver, attempting to seize a sigil not present within our lexicon scroll. As the displayed code reveals, such an endeavor results in a sigil absence backlash, a key error in our correlation art that we must diligently avoid. To prevent this, our lexicon scroll discipline mandates a probing technique, utilizing the in operator. This allows us to first verify the sigil's presence before any attempt at extraction, ensuring the smooth and uninterrupted flow of our knowledge manipulation. Such foresight in ascertaining a sigil's presence is a cornerstone of robust correlation art. Having honed our ability to discern the very presence of lexicon fragments, our focus now shifts to understanding their collective power. Behold this scroll of whispers, a raw sequence of fragments. Sight visual. Through the essence refinement art, guided by the violet cascade, sight visual, these fragments undergo a profound transmutation. This process yields a codex of attunement, which meticulously records the tally of each distinct fragment's manifestation. Sight visual. Master this technique, for knowing the true frequency of each fragment reveals its influence within the grand lexicon. Having glimpsed the ultimate goal of fragment tallying, we now commence the very first movements of the essence refinement art, sight visual. Observe this scroll of whispers, a raw sequence of fragments awaiting our discipline. Our initial step is to prepare an empty codex of attunement, a void ready to meticulously record the tally of each distinct fragment's manifestation as we proceed. Sight visual. Then, we initiate the violet cascade, a systematic iteration through each fragment within our scroll, preparing for the deeper transmutation that follows. Sight visual. This foundational setup is critical for unlocking the collective power of these lexicon fragments. We are diligently following the tenets of the art of condensing essence, scrutinizing each scattered fragment from the whispering scrolls, sight visual. Yet this reckless endeavor before us to directly empower with spirit talismans not yet fully integrated into the secret canon of harmonization, this, indeed, is a grave taboo in our Zhenghu. Its direct result is the unleashing of the empty talisman's backlash, for within the canon itself, no such spirit talisman had yet been chronicled. This very situation mirrors the forbidden maneuver I once warned against. Without discerning its true presence, rash action will assuredly lead to grave harm. Therefore, it is paramount to engrave this truth upon your hearts. The true path of refinement is first and foremost one of unwavering caution, for only by treading carefully can one escape calamity. As we continue our essence refinement art, having prepared our empty codex of attunement and commenced the violet cascade through the sequence of fragments from our scroll of whispers, many disciples, in their haste to tally each fragment's manifestation, attempt a direct augmentation as depicted on this technique scroll. However, this swift path reveals a critical vulnerability. Directly seeking to augment the tally of a fragment not yet established in the codex results in codex instability, manifesting as a sigil absence backlash, sight visual. Such an attempt to modify an unrecorded fragment is a common misstep, reminding us that before any augmentation, the fragment's presence must first be verified to ensure the harmonious flow of our essence refinement art. Having observed the sigil absence backlash that arises from an unprepared codex, let us now turn our gaze to this technique scroll, sight visual. Our violet cascade presses onward, iterating through the sequence of fragments from our scroll of whispers, sight visual. When a fragment's presence is already established within our codex of attunement, we readily augment its tally, increasing its power. Yet, when a fragment makes its first appearance, this command block stands empty, awaiting the precise command to initiate a new attunement with a foundational tally of 1. How shall we complete this crucial form, disciples, and avert codex instability? To avert the dreaded sigil absence backlash, this technique scroll from counter2.py unveils the proper essence refinement art. We must first probe our codex of attunement for the fragment's presence, cite visual. Should the lexicon fragment already reside within, we augment its tally with disciplined precision, increasing its power, cite visual. If it presents itself for the first time, we initiate a new attunement, securing its place with a foundational tally of 1, cite visual. This ensures the harmonious flow of our violet cascade and prevents any instability in our codex. Behold, disciples, the manifestation of our essence refinement art applied through this technique scroll, cite visual. We see here the tally of each lexicon fragment as meticulously recorded within our codex of attunement, cite visual. Yet let your gaze not stray from the crimson warning sigil and its accompanying admonition. It reveals a crucial characteristic of the codex. The order of presentation of its fragments is beyond our command, for its sequence is inherently unpredictable. This truth, that the codex offers no guarantees on fragment arrangement when unveiled, must be etched into your understanding. Previously established that the Codex of Attunement does not guarantee the order of presentation of its lexicon fragments. Behold this technique scroll. The first unveiling is raw and without refinement, a displeasing sight to the seasoned eye. However, by first orchestrating the inner chi of these fragments into a harmonious sequence, we can then embark upon a violet cascade that presents the tally with utmost clarity and elegance, a method worthy of the counter 3.p lineage. This path demonstrates how true mastery lies not just in gathering knowledge, but in its orderly and comprehensible presentation. Behold, disciples, the very essence refinement art of counter 3.py in practice, as we invoke the scroll. Through this chant of the mystic serpent's tongue, we command the violet cascade to manifest its wisdom. Observe the unveiling of the tally. Each lexicon fragment now appears with its rightful attunement, presented not in chaotic disarray, but in a clear and ordered sequence. This demonstrates the power of disciplined presentation. Fellow disciples, we have just discussed the exquisite nature of sequences. Now, our gaze turns to the art of branching judgment. While other sects, such as the JavaScript clan, are accustomed to direct branching open-close techniques, our Pythonic lineage does not follow this path. We must skillfully operate with internal energy. We rely on the profound secret scroll of dictionaries combined with finger techniques of exploration to discern the true path and perfectly restore its vital essence, cite visual. Furthermore, to execute complex martial skill activations, we can integrate the instant chi condensation technique, i.e., lambda functions, into the secret scroll of dictionaries, allowing it to operate dynamically and even achieve a dual stream branching posture, as shown in the diagram, cite visual. This is the realm of true martial arts, finding the supreme method within formless techniques. With our wisdom, we have forged a branching judgment flow that is both elegant and powerful. This is the essence of the Pythonic martial way. Having employed the secret scroll of dictionaries for our art of branching judgment, Let us now master its fundamental maneuvers for wielding. We can perform finger techniques of exploration to reveal the scroll's key sigils using dictionary.keys, essence patterns using dictionary.values, or bonded pairs using dictionary.items, as these foundational formulations show. To swiftly confirm the presence of a specific piece of hidden lore, a direct probe, if key in dictionary, is available. Moreover, should the need arise to catalog the scroll's very foundation, its key sigils can be fluidly transcribed into an ordered index. Keys equals list dictionary. These techniques are paramount to wielding the full power of the secret scroll. Having mastered the maneuvers for wielding the secret scroll of dictionaries and performing our finger techniques of exploration, we now turn our focus to the next vital discipline in our cultivation, the 12th scroll of attunement. This pivotal teaching reveals the profound art of rectification of qi deviations and external interferences. As depicted in the ancient Pythonic texts, this chapter will guide us in understanding how to mend the flow and avert catastrophe when our martial arts encounter unforeseen disruptions. We shall learn to anticipate and counter these challenges, ensuring the purity and strength of our inner energy. Having mastered the maneuvers for wielding the secret scroll of dictionaries and performing our finger techniques of exploration, we now turn our focus to the next vital discipline in our cultivation, the 12th scroll of attunement. This pivotal teaching reveals the profound art of rectification of qi deviations and external interferences. Just as a warrior must guard against internal wounds and sudden ambushes, our Pythonic journey demands mastery over these disruptions. This chapter, drawn from the Grandmaster's Tome on Aberrations, will reveal the profound techniques for identifying, understanding, and skillfully mending any discord that arises in our martial arts. Having attuned ourselves to the concept of rectification of qi deviations, our journey begins with the most fundamental discord, the misaligned stance of syntax. These parsing errors are akin to faulty incantations, preventing the very breath of our Pythonic energy from flowing into the scroll. Consider this flawed technique. While true, print "Hello World," a seemingly simple sequence, yet its incorrect posture within the print declaration immediately triggers a syntax error. Such fundamental deviations must be recognized and corrected with absolute precision, for without a pure form, no advanced technique can truly take hold. When a misaligned stance of syntax disrupts our flow, the grand censor swiftly points to the precise deviation. It repeats the troubled sequence and places a warning sigil, an arrow, at the very point where the qi first faltered. Cite slide details. Often, this sigil unveils a crucial missing ingredient, a foundational hand seal that should have preceded it. Cite slide details. Observe how the absence of a simple colon before the voice projection technique, print, can bring an entire martial chant to a standstill, for without this unformed nexus, the intent is lost. Cite slide details, visuals. Having confronted the misaligned stance of syntax, those outward flaws in our martial script, we must now turn our focus to more subtle internal disharmonies. For even when our incantation, code, is perfectly formed, qi deviations can arise during its very execution, disrupting the flow of our inner energy. These internal discords are not always fatal wounds, like a severed limb. Many can be skillfully mended, their impact contained, and the flow of qi restored. Indeed, within the Pythonic arts, we possess profound attunement techniques specifically designed to identify, confront, and rectify these aberrations as they manifest. Having confronted the misaligned stance of syntax and understood how aberrations manifest, we must now master the art of deciphering their pronouncements. When our incantations unleash turbulent qi, the system provides a scroll of ancestral traces, a detailed chronicle of the faltering qi within our martial script. Cite slide details. Observe this example, where an attempt to blend incompatible essences, like a string and an integer, results in a type error. Cite slide details. This scroll offers vital context through its ancestral traces, but it is the final wisdom seal that truly illuminates the root of the malady, the precise type of form deviation and its underlying cause, guiding us to restore harmony. Mastering this interpretation is crucial for every practitioner seeking true mastery.
When our incantations unleash turbulent qi, these internal deviations arise, each bearing a distinct origin of the flux that is clearly inscribed within the scroll of ancestral traces itself. Cite slide details. This origin precisely identifies the category of discord, such as the whisper of the unnamed, name error, or the perilous void division error. Cite slide details. These printed origins unveil the precise martial script aberration encountered, guiding us towards its resolution, as vividly demonstrated by the accompanying paths of descent through the provided code examples. Cite slide details, visuals. While the scroll of ancestral traces reveals the origin of the flux, merely identifying the deviation is insufficient for true mastery. A seasoned practitioner knows that the most perilous internal deviations can be anticipated and their force deftly managed. We forge our incantations with precise counter-maneuvers, allowing our martial script to specifically intercept and contain selected forms of turbulent qi before they unleash chaos. This art of graceful redirection ensures our practice endures, maintaining its purpose and harmony even amidst unexpected disturbances. Having learned to anticipate and manage internal disturbances, we must also master the art of discerning and purifying the unpredictable external qi that seeks entry into our martial script. This example demonstrates a persistent stance, a continuous meditation cycle, wherein we establish a protective barrier to intercept and neutralize any turbulent qi that deviates from the pure qi essence. Should the incoming flow be impure, a firm reprimand guides the practitioner to refocus their energy and re-attempt the infusion, ensuring our script only absorbs harmonious forms before the cycle concludes. Having learned of purifying external qi and managing disturbances, we now unveil the foundational technique for this mastery, the discipline of flow, governed by the try-accept doctrine. Within the try clause lies our primary sequence of forms, the core of our martial script, and it is here we define the protocols for handling disruptive energies. This try clause, encompassing the forms between the try and accept tenets, allows us to set our protective barriers. If our sequence completes with perfect harmony, if no turbulent qi manifests, then the accept clause, our contingency maneuver, remains dormant, its power held in reserve for when true discord arises. However, should a sudden surge of turbulent qi manifest within our try sequence, the remaining forms within that very sequence are immediately halted. Our inner discipline then seeks a matching counter-maneuver from our carefully prepared accept scrolls. When a specific disharmony, such as the value discord illustrated here, is recognized, its designated contingency maneuver is swiftly executed. With the disruption neutralized, our Marshall script then flows onward, unhindered beyond the entire discipline of flow block. Should the turbulent qi surging within our try sequence fail to find a matching counter-maneuver amongst the immediate accept scrolls, this unaddressed disruptive energy will propagate outwards, seeking resolution in any higher-level discipline of flow sequences. However, if this untamed internal discord finds no matching countermaneuver throughout our entire Marshall script, it becomes an unhandled qi anomaly. In such dire circumstances, our entire program will suffer a catastrophic qi deviation, and the script's execution shall be halted abruptly, its journey unfinished. Fellow disciples, we have just deliberated upon the peril of uncontrolled qi anomalies. Today, I shall impart a profound technique to ensure we need not devise an individual internal breath response for every single type of turbulent qi. Instead, we can gather various forms of qi anomalies and unite them with a bracket formation, bringing them into a single countering move, thereby forging a united qi wall. This stance can simultaneously neutralize multiple turbid qi invasions without requiring us to disarm each one individually. As revealed upon this scroll, a single united qi wall is employed to address three common qi anomaly types: runtime qi chaos, form disruption, and name disorientation. Beyond the defensive united qi wall that anticipates qi anomalies, our discipline of flow offers a potent completion stance. This completion stance takes effect only if the try-sequence concludes without a single turbulent qi surging forth, executing supplemental forms upon a serene internal landscape. It is an optional, yet powerful affirmation of undisturbed flow, positioned strictly after all countermaneuvers are declared. Observe this scroll, disciples, as we unveil the completion stance in practice. Should the try-sequence flow unimpeded by turbulent qi, our else block, the completion stance itself, executes the supplemental forms of reading and closing the scroll of data. This precise placement prevents the accidental qi deviation of catching unrelated qi anomalies, upholding the purity of our countermaneuvers and enhancing the clarity of our discipline. Today, my disciples, we shall delve into the profound essence of the art of adaptation. Should any dark qi manifestation go unneutralized in due course, its root essence will lay bare, revealing its true nature for our scrutiny. What is even more marvelous is that our dispelling technique possesses a vast sensory reach. It not only counters the errant qi that directly manifests within the trial array, but can also, by tracing the flow of internal energy, detect and neutralize dark qi manifestations that arise from the cascading techniques triggered by the array itself. This, my disciples, is an advanced internal cultivation art for mastering the circulation of vital energy. I urge each of you to comprehend it with utmost diligence, for only then can you attain the realm of spontaneous adaptation and face any inner wound without fear. Following our discussion on dispelling internal turbulences, it is equally vital to understand how to intentionally provoke such forces.
The initiate backlash technique allows us to deliberately summon a forceful qi manifestation when circumstance demands. Here, we attempt inner circulation, intentionally invoking a mismatched naming anomaly. Even if momentarily neutralized, this technique permits us to reinitiate the disturbance, thereby revealing its manifested effect and path of retribution for all to discern. This wisdom is crucial, disciples, for true mastery lies not just in defense, but in understanding the very genesis and propagation of inner turmoil.
Having discussed the intentional summoning of inner turmoil, we now turn our gaze to the various forms these qi deviations can assume and the precise discipline of rectification. Our journey through this critical chapter of crisis management begins with the very foundation, recognizing form deviations, the fundamental flaws within the martial script itself. Following this, we shall master the broader art of adaptation, delving into the sacred forms of attempt inner circulation coupled with its immediate counter-maneuver. We will then explore the nuanced completion stance for when serenity prevails, and finally, the advanced technique of forced qi corruption when a specific imbalance must be brought forth. Having meticulously dissected the subtle qi deviations within and mastered their rectification disciplines, our journey now turns outward. We shall embark upon the 13th treatise, focusing on the profound art of chronicle weaving. This sacred practice involves both ingesting ancient records and imparting new lore, for true mastery demands not only internal cultivation, but also the diligent preservation and propagation of knowledge. Following our discourse on the art of chronicle weaving, we now unveil the grand cycle of knowledge flux. Behold the ancient scrolls before you, diverse text leaves, data tablets, and cipher ledgers, representing the ingestion of raw lore. These varied forms are drawn into the central alchemical hearth for essence refinement, where their truths are transmuted. Through this sacred path of transformation, we then impart new lore into manifested chronicles, ensuring the propagation of refined wisdom. This cycle of receive, refine, and release is the very foundation of our digital enlightenment, disciples. My disciples, having discussed the ingestion of raw lore from ancient scrolls, let us now unravel the discipline of decipherment for a singular chronicle. Observe the path of revelation laid bare before you, guided by the mystic thread of procedure shown on this diagram. It begins by naming the scroll's title, an inscription like treasure.txt, which allows us to unseal the scroll into an activated chronicle. From this living text leaf, we then extract the essence to reveal its inscribed wisdom before finally sealing the scroll. Once our task of lore assimilation is complete, this precise sequence is vital for every practitioner. My disciples, having discussed the ingestion of lore from ancient scrolls, let us now unravel the discipline of decipherment for a singular chronicle. Observe the path of revelation laid bare before you, guided by the mystic thread of procedure shown on this diagram. It begins by naming the scroll's title, an inscription like treasure.txt, which allows us to unseal the scroll into an activated chronicle. From this living text leaf, we then extract the essence to reveal its inscribed wisdom, before finally sealing the scroll once our task of lore assimilation is complete. This precise sequence is vital for every practitioner. Having unveiled the path of revelation and the activated chronicle, we now demonstrate the immediate extraction of a single vine of wisdom. With the guiding hand of the next technique, we command the text leaf to yield its first inscription, which is then secured into our line 1 variable. Observe closely that this captured wisdom fragment fully retains its verse terminator, the hidden newline character, as clearly shown by Treasure Island. This precise method allows us to systematically decipher the scroll, line by line. Having unveiled the path of revelation and the activated chronicle, we now demonstrate the immediate extraction of a single line of wisdom. With the guiding hand of the next technique, we command the text leaf to yield its first inscription, which is then secured into our line 1 variable. Observe closely that this captured wisdom fragment fully retains its verse terminator, the hidden newline character, as clearly shown by Treasure Island. This precise method allows us to systematically decipher the scroll, line by line. My disciples, having witnessed the initial unfurling of our activated chronicle, behold now its intrinsic quality, iterability. This means our guiding hand, employing the next technique, can sequentially draw forth each inscription, moving our gaze through the text leaf. Observe the visual evidence. A first invocation reveals an empty scroll line, denoted by N Arn, signifying a blank inscription in the grand text. A subsequent command then unveils a more potent declaration, Part 1, end quote, moving our deciphering gaze deeper into the chronicle, line by line. Thus, we continue to extract wisdom piece by piece from the living text. My esteemed disciples, now that we have absorbed the engraved wisdom from the activated manual, it is time to execute the sealing technique. Observe this precise incantation, book.close, which is paramount to closing the text leaves. As revealed on the Jade Scroll, this act is more than a mere ritual. It is the vital technique to release the manual's essence, allowing it to be accessed and annotated by other masters. Such unwavering discipline is the very foundation for safeguarding the integrity and order of our sacred scrolls. Having demonstrated the vital sealing technique and the importance of safeguarding our chronicles, let us now turn our gaze to the very intrinsic nature of these text leaf conduits. This illuminated scroll before you dissects our book, revealing its fundamental attributes, its identity as an I/O text I/O wrapper, an inscribed text flow mechanism to manage the wisdom stream. We clearly see its scroll's designation as treasure.txt and understand its glyph imprint matrix, the UTF-8 discipline, which is the arcane method by which symbols are transformed into their numeric chi flow. A true master must comprehend these inner workings to wield the scrolls effectively. My disciples, this very conduit, this text leaf vessel, is more than a mere container. It is a living entity within the scroll realm. This illuminated diagram, akin to an inner realm's blueprint, reveals its fundamental composition and dynamic state. Behold its scroll's designation, treasure.txt, its glyph imprint matrix of UTF-8, and, crucially, its wisdom current marker, an offset of 29. This offset dictates precisely how far our discerning gaze has traversed the chronicle, guiding our every subsequent stroke. These elements, together with its deep roots connection to the physical archives, define the complete stance of our open scroll.
Having just perceived the text leaf vessel as a living entity within the scroll realm, let us now uncover a profound transformation it is capable of. This scroll conduit, though seemingly a continuous stream, possesses an intrinsic ability to manifest its entire content as an ordered lineage chronicle. By employing the list incantation, a most elegant arrangement formation technique, we can instantly distill every individual strand of wisdom from the text leaf vessel into a robust chapter sentence array. Observe the clarity of the Pythonic demonstration. List book performs this subtle alchemy, proving that when you perceive it as an array, its array nature shall reveal itself. It is a simple yet powerful technique akin to conjuring a fully organized scroll from the very air.
Having just observed the lineage chronicle manifest in its entirety, we must now comprehend a critical truth regarding the perusal of these text leaf vessels. For as one extracts wisdom, the wisdom current marker within the scroll conduit irrevocably advances, moving our gaze to the very end of the chronicle. Observe this auspicious warning sigil. Once the current has flowed fully, any immediate attempt to extract further wisdom from the same scroll conduit will inevitably yield a barren scroll, a void, as depicted in the examples before you. This fundamental principle dictates that to re-peruse, one must consciously reset the wisdom current marker to the desired starting point. Behold, disciples, the precise manifestation of what was just spoken concerning the wisdom current marker within our scroll conduit. Upon the initial opening of a text leaf vessel, the wisdom current marker, our file offset, invariably commences its journey at the very first character, anticipating the flow of knowledge. Yet, as we meticulously extract the entire lineage chronicle, as demonstrated by the list book incantation, this marker swiftly advances, coming to rest at the chronicle's absolute conclusion. Consequently, any immediate subsequent attempt to glean further wisdom from that identical scroll conduit will yield naught but a barren scroll, precisely as our Pythonic glyph imprints unveil, culminating in an empty parentheses. This visual chronicle, guided by the luminous scion arrows, serves as an undeniable testament to the immutable progression of the wisdom current marker during a full traversal. Having just witnessed the barren scroll that befalls us when the wisdom current marker has journeyed to its end, we now unveil the technique to restore the flow. To re-peruse a text leaf vessel from its genesis, one must consciously initiate the return to origin maneuver. Observe the glyph imprints before you. The book.seek 0 incantation serves as this potent countermeasure, explicitly realigning the wisdom current marker to the first principle position. This deliberate act allows us to draw forth the entire lineage chronicle anew, as lines _B will then perfectly mirror lines _A, confirming the scroll's wisdom is once more accessible from its very source. Now that the wisdom current marker is poised at the genesis of our text leaf vessel, let us master the most direct method of extracting its contents. Behold, the with open incantation unveils the scroll of hidden treasures for perusal, yet its true power lies in the for loop that follows. This allows us to sequentially draw forth each lineage chronicle with unwavering precision. Understand that the scroll conduit itself, once opened, behaves as if it were a pre-prepared compendium, granting direct access to each stroke of wisdom. This is a foundational technique, elegant and potent for traversing any chronicle. Having unveiled the scroll of hidden treasures through the with open incantation, our next lesson is to ascertain its precise breadth and depth. Behold, the glyph imprints before you demonstrate the elegant technique for determining the total lineage chronicles held within any text leaf vessel. We commence by establishing a lineage chronicle counter initialized to 0, then embark upon an iterative traversal, augmenting this counter with each lineage chronicle encountered, guided by the luminous cyan markers. This methodical succession, culminating in the proclamation of the final tally, is a foundational drill for mastering the manipulation of external knowledge.
Professional. Chanban, Wadum Isigda Tansa Wundup Panjang Shuliang Chifa. Jinrid, Wuzhang in Lind Ardung, Kung Jin Ibu, Shinru Dan Sha, Qinei, Bihua Zifu Cha Ao Mi. Quan Su Mi Shoot Fu 1, Wadung Chu Shi, She Ya, Bihua Zong Gung, N_chars equals 0. Qianai Zhang Liang Che Ji She. Sui Ho, Zhu Li Zhen Yet Mei Pan Zhang, Yun Yang, Zhang Liang Pan Fu Che Shoot, Len of Line, Ben Nun Jing Cha Tan Chi, Qi Suo Huan Che Bi Hua, Ben Zhang Qi Lei Jia Che Bi Hua Zi Zhong, Zuban Zhucun Shen Do, Fang Nan Jin Cha Zhang Bao Wen Dap, Che Zhen She Men Mao, Zuizhong Iksu Jin Qi, Feng Cun Wan Dap, Yi Shi Jing Zhong Yu Wan Bei.
Having assessed the wisdom contained within, we now delve into the very scroll manipulation arts themselves. Observe these glyph imprints before you. To first engage with a text leaf vessel for scrutiny, one must execute the unveiling chronicle command. Then, to draw forth its individual lineage chronicles, the perusal cadence loop is employed, much like drawing water from a well. Once the wisdom is extracted, remember to seal the scroll to preserve its integrity. Should one wish to revisit the genesis of the Tome of Lore, the Wisdom Current Reset command will swiftly return your gaze to the very first character. Disciples. Having learned to draw forth the ancient wisdom, we now embark upon the revered art of chronicle forging, to inscribe our own truths into the very fabric of the martial world. Observe the sequence of this profound art. First, we designate the treasury scroll by its title, treasure.txt in this instance, then performed the unsealing chronicle to ready it for our hand. Next, the wisdom to imprint, our very words, like Treasure Island, is passed to the chronicle master's quill, known as the book object, which meticulously etches it upon the scroll. Finally, with our words secured, we enact the sealing ritual, ensuring the integrity of our newly recorded knowledge, and thus the task of inscription is brought to its righteous conclusion. Disciples. Continuing our mastery of the art of chronicle forging, we now learn to prepare a scroll of records for new inscriptions. Behold the glyph of preparation. Output equals open output.txt, W. This open scroll incantation, with the writing hand stance, W, readies our chosen output.txt for the imprinting of new truths. However, let this crimson omen burn into your memory. This writing hand stance harbors a severing strike. If output.txt already contains ancestral wisdom, this act will, without mercy, obliterate its lineage and clear the scroll entirely. Therefore, wield this potent technique with unwavering awareness, understanding its power to both create and erase the records of our martial world. Having understood the writing hand stance, we now unveil another crucial glyph of preparation. Behold, output equals open output.txt.a. Here, the append hand stance, denoted by A, is explicitly invoked. Unlike the severing strike of other stances, this append hand ensures that new inscriptions are added respectfully at the conclusion of the scroll of records, preserving all existing ancestral wisdom within the output.txt chronicle. It is a precise art for extending our knowledge rather than replacing it.
承接以增补之手，开启书卷之势。吾等今将施展铭刻之术于其上，细观 output.write line 1这一式，其中 output 乃吾等预备之记事墨池 ，.write 则为其内运之运笔法门，而 line 1便是吾等欲铭记之字句真言。观其回馈之六，此非随意之术，乃精准无比之应记字数，正与无言之长度相符。此等精确，方显吾等对编纂宗卷之道的掌控，确保每言皆镌刻不朽。
My disciples, continuing our exploration of the art of imprinting, observe how the brushstroke method handles the very shape of our chronicles. When you command output.write alpha, the alpha is etched, but the crucial N is not merely a phantom notion of a new scroll edge. Nay, it is a tangible scroll segment marker, occupying its own space, its own thread in the tapestry of our records. Thus, the returned count of imprinted characters, the 6 you witness, meticulously includes this lineage break, confirming that every stroke, even the unseen, holds weight in the way of compiling ancient annals. Thus, this potent technique allows us to inscribe not only whole lines, but also partial phrases, or even cascades of wisdom across multiple segments, all within a single verbal edict, by simply weaving these new scroll edges into our command. Output.close. This seal of completion is more than a mere formality, for when our scribe's hand inscribes, the verbal edicts first gather within a temporary chamber of essence, the file object, before reaching the enduring scroll repository. Only with the precise invocation of output.close is this gathered essence truly flushed, transferred with finality onto the immutable file system, where it is etched for eternity. Fail to execute this crucial seal, and the wisdom held within that temporary chamber may vanish, forever lost to the winds of forgetfulness, leaving our annals incomplete and our efforts in vain. Therefore, always remember, the closing command is the final guardian of truth, ensuring the persistence of our sacred records. Sealing the scroll is not solely for the final persistence of wisdom, my disciples. It also prevents grave access conflicts that can arise when a scroll of records remains unbound. If a scroll is left open for inscription, W, its essence flow may obstruct another's attempt to contemplate, R, it, resulting in a conflict mark. This sign of peril, emphasized by the warning, is a far more common challenge in the lands of the Western Winds, Windows environments, than in the realms of the Northern Star, Unix-like systems. Thus, prompt sealing the scroll is paramount, not only for integrity, but for the unhindered flow of knowledge throughout our archives. Having ensured our scroll of records is prepared and conflict-free, let us now examine the very essence permitted to be inscribed upon it. The art of inscribing edicts, our write command, is attuned solely to the flowing glyphs of text, akin to a master calligrapher, accepting only the finest ink and recognizing 5 successful strokes. Attempting to impress upon it mere calculations of the mind,
A raw numeral, such as 42, will provoke a type error, a clear mismatch of qi that the parchment rejects, as indicated by the crimson X. Thus, know that this inscription method demands not but verbal edicts, preserving the purity of our chronicles. My disciples, as we learned that the art of inscribing edicts demands only glyphs of text, we must master the transformation technique for other essences. Observe how the STR incantation transmutes calculations of the mind into acceptable verbal edicts, making them fit for the scroll. Furthermore, the stroke of separation, the explicit N character, is vital to ensure each inscription finds its own distinct line, preventing a chaotic jumble of wisdom. These fundamental maneuvers shown in our examples are the bedrock upon which more refined styling arts will be built. Having grasped the essences into verbal edicts and perfecting the stroke of separation, we now unveil the complete sequence of inscription maneuvers for a scroll of records. First, one must unbind the scroll using the Open command in Inscription Mode W, preparing it to receive our wisdom. Thereafter, the Write command allows us to lay down glyphs of text directly or through the transformation technique to inscribe other essences made legible by STR. Remember to employ the stroke of separation with N for clarity, ensuring each piece of wisdom stands distinct. Finally, and critically, the scroll must be diligently sealed with close to preserve its integrity and prevent lingering qi deviations.
My disciples, having now mastered the fundamental inscription maneuvers for our scroll of records, how to properly commit verbal edicts and essences onto the parchment, we must now turn our attention to the presentation of these chronicles. As you behold this displayed edict from our counterskill, you witness a common ailment, a disordered array, where the numerals of count wander without discipline, creating an unseemly sight. This lack of alignment is unacceptable in the true art of chronicle keeping. Our next endeavor, Chapter 14, The Art of Elegant Display, shall guide us in restoring harmonious arrangement to all our displayed edicts, ensuring every numeral finds its rightful place.
为此，缺乏整齐的顽疾，吾等将揭示卷轴段落中蕴藏的精华塑形术。观此古老秘籍与下方玄妙图谱，这些如空无窍穴般的气脉通道，正静待吾等注入指定的精华。透过这有序的灌输，言辞谕令便能精准地获得其应有的组成，确保每个元素各归其位，从而为吾等之展示谕令，重塑和谐布局。
My disciples, the essence sculpting art demands precision. Behold this qi channeling seal, an inscription mark that commands our verbal essence to expand to a prescribed length. Observe how a single A drawn into this seal manifests as A followed by 4 spaces. A perfect alignment through the default stance of left padding. This is but the first maneuver to bring true harmony and elegant display to our displayed edicts. This variable essence, the less than 5s within our qi channeling seal, is the precise command rune dictating our verbal essence's behavior. The less than symbol signifies the leftward concentration stance, ensuring our essence anchors firmly to the left boundary of its 5-unit qi field, where S designates its aura type as verbal essence itself.
Observe the ancient scriptures maneuver demonstration, how a solitary A essence, when infused via this inner formula, secures its position at the fore, allowing residual qi to naturally fill the remainder of the designated length. This deep understanding of qi flow trajectories is crucial for mastering the delicate art of essence sculpting. Having mastered the leftward concentration stance, let us now pivot to its counterpart, the rightward concentration stance, for our verbal essence. Observe this new inscription mark, greater than 5s, within our qi channeling seal. Here, the greater than symbol issues a fresh command rune, directing our essence to anchor firmly to the right boundary of its 5-unit qi field. As depicted in this ancient scriptures maneuver demonstration, a single A essence, when infused, now positions itself at the far right, allowing the residual qi to accumulate gracefully on the left. This technique ensures our displayed edicts achieve perfect balance and presentation. Having seen the rightward concentration stance for our verbal essence, let us now apply a similar principle to the qi of numbers. Behold this new numeric essence seal, 5. This seal directs our digit type qi to expand into a 5-unit qi field, naturally adopting the rightward concentration stance by default. Observe how the numeric essence of 1, 2, 3 fills its space, with the void qi settling gracefully to its left, as demonstrated in the ancient scriptures visual breakdown. This mastery allows us to sculpt the very presentation of our numerical truths with elegant precision. We have observed the numeric essence's natural tendency towards rightward flow. Now, behold this specific numeric essence seal, greater than 5. The explicit greater than symbol within this command rune serves as an undeniable decree mandating the rightward concentration stance for our digit type qi within its 5-unit qi field. As depicted in the ancient scriptures maneuver demonstration, the number 1, 2, 3, when channeled through this inner formula, is meticulously positioned to the right, with the void qi filling precisely the 2 preceding spaces. This precise control over numerical presentation is crucial for forging clear and powerful edicts. The previous slide detailed the explicit right alignment for integers. Now, we expand our control over numerical presentation by examining both right and left alignment within a specified field width. Observe the syntax. 8 greater than 5D utilizes the greater than character to enforce right alignment, padding the number with spaces on the left to achieve a total width of 5 characters, as visually indicated by the red underscores. Conversely, 8 less than 5D employs the less than character, explicitly directing left alignment, filling the remaining space with padding on the right. These format specifiers, commonly used with Python's string format method, provide precise control over how integer values are displayed within strings, ensuring consistency and readability in our output. Having mastered the stances of alignment, we now unveil a deeper technique, the zero cloak infusion. Observe this 5-unit zero cloak seal, O5. The zero key modifier within ensures that any empty spaces in our 5-unit key field are filled not with void key, but with the silent power of zeros, as the ancient scripture reveals. This allows us to perfectly shape our numeric essence, transforming 1, 2, 3 into a zero-cloaked form of 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, a testament to our profound control.
Having explored the art of aligning and infusing our numeric essence with the zero cloak, we now delve into the mastery of its very identity, the sign manifestation scroll. Observe this potent command rune, plus 5D. The explicit plus symbol within this seal is a decree, commanding the perpetual display of the numeric essence's inherent positive or negative charge, even for those values previously deemed self-evident. When channeled upon the numeric essence 1, 2, 3, this inner formula, combined with its 5-unit chi field, yields the profound manifestation of plus 1, 2, 3, showcasing how the sign manifestation scroll works in concert with the controlled width, artfully leaving a single void key for precise alignment. This advanced technique grants us unwavering clarity in presenting the true nature of our numeric forces, a crucial step in maintaining the purity of our scrolls.
Previously honed the sign manifestation scroll, revealing the inherent charge of our numeric essence. Now, we shall unite this power with the Zero Cloak infusion, forging a truly formidable command rune. Behold the sign manifestation Zero Cloak seal, plus 05D. This potent formula commands the perpetual display of the numeric essence's charge, plus, while the zero key modifier, 0 feet, ensures that any remaining key field, 5D, is filled not with void key, but with the silent strength of zeros. Thus, when channeled upon the numeric essence, 1, 2, 3, this seal transforms it into plus 1, 2, 3, perfectly manifesting both its identity and its robust form. Such mastery ensures absolute clarity in our numerical proclamations, leaving no doubt regarding their true nature.
Having mastered the manifestation of sign and the Zero Cloak infusion, we now introduce a further refinement for the grand enumeration of numeric essence. Behold the 1000-marked essence seal, activated by the subtle 1000-unit mark, the comma within our command rune. This potent 1000-unit chi field seal, 5D, commands not only a 5-unit chi field for our decimal essence decree, but also inserts the 1000-unit mark for perfect clarity in larger numbers. Thus, the numeric essence 1, 2, 3, 4 under this seal manifests as 1234, elegantly separated as our visual scrolls illuminate the precise interplay of each component. This ensures our numerical proclamations are both disciplined in form and crystal clear in their magnitude. Having mastered the fixed forms of decimal essence and its 1000-marked essence seal, we now turn our gaze to the more elusive floating point essence. Behold the fluidity rune, designated by F, within our command rune. It dictates the crafting of these ever-shifting numbers. The 5-unit chi field here decrees the total expanse for the number, while the 2-mark precision after the nexus point ensures unwavering accuracy in its flow. As our demonstration scroll reveals, this inner formula allows us to perfectly sculpt the floating point essence into a predictable and aligned form, complete with necessary void chi for harmonious presentation. Such precision is paramount for clarity in all our numerical proclamations. Disciples, having unveiled the fluidity rune for floating point essence, observe its inherent decree. When wielded as a command rune with the simple F specifier, as shown in our demonstration scroll, it naturally manifests numeric essence with 6 precision marks after the nexus point. Thus, 1.2 transforms into 1.2000000, filled with void chi to achieve this standard precision.
Know that explicitly invoking 6 precision marks with 0.6f yields the identical, unwavering manifestation. This understanding solidifies our control over even the most fluid numerical proclamations.
从流动符文的精确掌握中，吾辈之目光转向经文编织术中精华的排列之道。细观吾之言武卷轴，两种武学路径跃然眼前。其一为自然流动分配，精华之平依其内在序列寻得法形卷轴。其二为号位架势，每一道精华流皆精准导向其气脉标记，如同演武卷轴上清晰所示之气脉标记。此两种法门皆引领至同一显化之境，此乃双境汇聚所昭示之真理。弟子们当知，无论是以无言之令，亦或精确编号，皆能达至同等完美排布之精华之流。
Disciples, having grasped the essence of designated stance with qi channel markers, let us now delve into its true versatility. Behold upon this training scroll how positional runes empower us to command our vials of essence to manifest not in their initial sequence, but in a rearranged flow reversal, as seen in the first demonstration. Beyond mere reordering, this profound essence flow art also permits the echoing flow, where a single essence core may be summoned repeatedly, reinforcing its presence within the final manifestation, as exemplified by the second replication stance. These techniques, clearly illuminated by the key channel tracing, grant the practitioner unparalleled mastery over the precise arrangement and resonance of all essences within the scripture weaving technique. My disciples, having achieved precise mastery of the flowing runes, our discerning eyes shall now pivot to the very arrangement of essences within the scripture weaving technique. Observe closely my training scroll, and 2 distinct martial paths shall manifest before you. The first is the natural flow allocation, where each vial of essence intuitively finds its place within the pattern scroll according to its innate sequence. The second is the designated stance, where every essence flow is precisely guided to its respective qi channel marker. As clearly depicted by the qi channel markers upon the training scroll, both of these profound methods ultimately lead to the identical realm of manifestation. This, my disciples, is the profound truth illuminated by the convergence of dual paths. Know this, my disciples, whether by an unspoken command or through precise numbering, so long as the original intent remains unblemished, you shall achieve the same flawlessly arranged essence flow. Now, proceeding to slide 473 to 1. Call _analyst for image ID equals slide _473.
Behold, then, how these positional runes find further utility through the pattern infusion method, the dot format technique. Observe on this training scroll the alignment mantra: space, 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 comma, space, 1. A precise channel marker that first reserves a field of 3 paces for the word essence, then a single pace chamber for the numeric essence. Through a flow repetition cycle over our paired elements, you see the words like cat and mat align with steadfast purpose, their corresponding numbers following suit. This manifestation tablet thus clearly illustrates the power of scripture weaving to bestow order and clarity upon our assembled essences. Now, proceeding to slide 474 to 1. call_analyst for image ID equals slide_474.
Having grasped the basic principles of the dot format pattern infusion method, let us now delve deeper into the nuanced refinement mantras that grant us unparalleled control over our essence manifestations. Observe upon the training scroll how the general string dot format args invocation lays the groundwork, and how positional runes like 0, 1, 2 guide the specific essence flows, their significance further illuminated by the qi channel tracing in varied hues. For word essences, the late >6 alignment mantra ensures a rightward flow, occupying a field of 6 paces within our manifestation tablet. When dealing with numeric essences of the decimal rune type, the late O6D padding seal ensures that even fleeting numbers extend to a field of 6 paces, their vacant chambers filled with null essence for perfect order. And for our floating essences, the late +0.7F precision seal not only guarantees the display of their inherent polarity sign, but also binds their decimal flow to precisely 7 stages of refinement. Now, proceeding to slide 475-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide_475 inches. Having mastered essence manifestation and its refining arts, our path of cultivation now turns to a doctrine of paramount importance. This, the grand scroll of trial and rectification. This volume, serving as the 15th chapter of our sacred teachings, shall unveil to you the profound martial art of essence validation, a technique to ensure our qi meridians remain pure and flawless, and the exquisite maneuvers of deviation correction, designed to purge all potentially hidden impurities. Within this cultivation blueprint, you shall not only glimpse its core profound mysteries, but also receive guidance towards deeper training, including the revered Unified Trial Secret Manual, the Unit Combat Scrutiny Record, and the Trial Protocol Forjun Handbook. These teachings are of paramount importance, for without rigorous self-reflection, even the most powerful essence manifestation may conceal undetected flaws. Now, proceeding to slide 476-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide_476. Now, why is this trial and rectification of such paramount importance? Observe. Even the most skilled practitioner may suffer momentary lapses in focus, leading to imperfections in their essence manifestation technique, which can consume nearly half of our entire cultivation journey to resolve. For those life-sustaining formations and critical infrastructure arrays, the dire price of oversight can outweigh all other cultivation efforts 3 to 5-fold. Recall the grievous failure of the Celestial Gateway's navigational arrays in the Year of the Tiger, causing widespread disruption to aetherial transit and loss of precious offerings. Such a catastrophic unraveling underscores the absolute necessity of rigorous essence validation to purge all hidden impurities before they wreak havoc. Now, proceeding to slide 477-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide_477. Call_essence validation. Let us now define this crucial art. It is the meticulous process of scrutinizing our essence manifestations, our crafted techniques, to discern any discrepancies between their current state and the intended path of harmony. Indeed, the core objective, as highlighted in red, is to deliberately provoke failures, compelling latent flaws to reveal themselves. Only by exposing these imperfections can we rectify them fully, ensuring the purity and strength of our arts before they are unleashed upon the world. Now, proceeding to slide 478. Call_analyst for image ID equals slide _478. Now that we have grasped the essence of essence verification, know this: it is not a technique mastered in a single breath, but rather a progressive refinement cultivation through which one must pass. At its heart lie three grand trials. Allies, cast your gaze upon the scrolls, for the crimson characters clearly mark their path. The first is component forging, to test the very roots of our unique techniques, ensuring each segment of our cultivation operates independently and without flaw. Next, we engage in united maneuver drills to uncover any hidden flaws that might emerge when our internal energies converge. Only by doing so can we quell potential threats before they manifest. Finally, we have the true battle assessment. Here, we cross-reference our teachings with the wisdom our allies impart, to expose any misinterpretations of the true doctrine and, in so doing, achieve complete mastery. Now, proceeding to slide 479-1. Call_analyst for image _ID equals slide _479. Call_analyst for image _ID equals slide _481. Having detailed the assessment scrolls themselves, we must now delve into the foundational precepts governing their creation. Our ultimate aim, marked by crimson on these scrolls, is not merely to confirm a technique's apparent strength, but to rigorously seek out its hidden frailties. A truly insightful challenge scroll is one meticulously crafted to provoke and reveal every dormant error. For only by exposing these chinks in our cultivation can we forge true invincibility. Indeed, a successful trial is not one easily overcome, but one that unearths a previously unknown weakness, transforming it into a path for greater mastery. Now, proceeding to slide 481-1. Call_analyst for image ID equals slide _481. Having grasped the essence of uncovering hidden flaws through our assessment scrolls, a disciple might envision the ultimate, perfect trial, exhaustive verification. This grand endeavor demands we meticulously test every conceivable input, leaving no stone unturned in our quest to scrutinize a technique's every nuance. Yet, in the practical realm, this all-encompassing approach often proves impracticable, for the domains of internal energy we navigate can be vast and boundless. Consider even a simple score evaluation, where converting a mark from 0 to 100 necessitates 101 verifications, quickly revealing the sheer scale of such an exhaustive method. Now, proceeding to slide 482-1. Call_analyst for image _ID equals slide _482. As we have learned that exhaustive verification is often impractical, a crucial understanding dawns upon us. Not every subtle internal derangement can be unearthed, for some are beyond the reach of our immediate assessments. Thus, a true master focuses not on endless trials, but on strategic precision. The fundamental goal of our scrutiny array design is to expose the maximum number of hidden weaknesses while expending the minimum possible effort in our chosen trials. This judicious selection is the path to both power and efficiency in our martial arts. Now, proceeding to slide 483-1. call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 483. Building upon our scrutiny array design, which emphasizes judicious selection, we now turn our gaze to the two fundamental approaches for testing any martial art or skill. The first, the black box examination, is akin to observing a challenger's technique solely by its visible effects, the force of the blow, the swiftness of the footwork, without understanding their internal cultivation or the intricate flow of their qi. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to understand the very internal structure and algorithms of the technique, allowing us to formulate precise challenges that penetrate its core mechanisms. Each method offers a distinct path to uncovering weaknesses, one through external observation, the other through internal comprehension. Now, proceeding to slide 484 to 1. Call analyst for image ID equals slide underscore 484. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two martial examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 485 to 1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 485. Esteemed allies, I have just detailed the profound intricacies of black box auditing. This martial art, brethren, does not delve into the internal cultivation methods, inner workings, but focuses solely on its striking forms, external behavior, and the capture of victory. To precisely verify these mysterious palm techniques, we must grasp the four grand paths to forging its testing formations. The first path is partitioning and demarcation, to clearly define the tiers of our trials. The second is boundary probing, specifically aimed at vulnerabilities at critical thresholds. The third is intuitive deduction, where we anticipate the adversary's maneuvers based on seasoned experience. And the final path, random variation, unleashes unpredictable chaos to truly test its resilience. Now proceeding to slide 486 to 1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 486. Having named partitioning and demarcation as our first grand path in black box auditing, we now uncover its inner workings, equivalence partitioning. This sagacious method bids us divide the entire realm of input values for any martial technique or its output energies into distinct tiers of trials, even those realms deemed forbidden. For instance, an employee's cultivation age from 16 to 65 yinters can be segmented into four critical tiers: too young, invalid; youthful, valid; seasoned, and overly aged. From each of these testing tiers, we must judiciously choose at least one probing value, ensuring our testing formations are comprehensive and efficient, as all inputs within a partition are expected to behave similarly. Thus, by deploying values such as 13, 45, 62, and 72, we expose any weak points across the entire spectrum, both valid and invalid, reducing redundant tests while maintaining broad coverage.
Now, proceeding to slide 487 to 1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 487. Having named partitioning and demarcation as our first grand path in black box auditing, we now uncover its inner workings, equivalence partitioning. This sagacious method bids us divide the entire realm of input values for any Marshall technique or its output energies into distinct tiers of trials, even those realms deemed forbidden. For instance, an employee's cultivation age from 16 to 65 winters can be segmented into 4 critical tiers: too young, invalid, youthful, valid, seasoned, and overly aged, invalid. From each of these testing tiers, we must judiciously choose at least one probing value, ensuring our testing formations are comprehensive and efficient, as all inputs within a partition are expected to behave similarly. Thus, by deploying values such as 13, 45, 62, and 72, we expose any weak points across the entire spectrum, both valid and invalid, reducing redundant tests while maintaining broad coverage. Now, proceeding to slide 488 to 1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 488. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two Marshall examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 489 to 1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 489. Having named partitioning and demarcation as our first grand path in black box auditing, we now uncover its inner workings, equivalence partitioning. This sagacious method bids us divide the entire realm of input values for any Marshall technique or its output energies into distinct tiers of trials, even those realms deemed forbidden. For instance, an employee's cultivation age from 16 to 65 winters can be segmented into 4 critical tiers: too young, invalid, youthful, valid, seasoned, and overly aged, invalid. From each of these testing tiers, we must judiciously choose at least one probing value, ensuring our testing formations are comprehensive and efficient, as all inputs within a partition are expected to behave similarly. Thus, by deploying values such as 13, 45, 62, and 72, we expose any weak points across the entire spectrum, both valid and invalid, reducing redundant tests while maintaining broad coverage. Now, proceeding to slide 491. Call underscore analyst for image ID equals slide underscore 490. Having named partitioning and demarcation as our first grand path in black box auditing, we now uncover its inner workings, equivalence partitioning. This sagacious method bids us divide the entire realm of input values for any Marshall technique or its output energies into distinct tiers of trials, even those realms deemed forbidden. For instance, an employee's cultivation age from 16 to 65 winters can be segmented into 4 critical tiers: too young, invalid, youthful, valid, seasoned, and overly aged. From each of these testing tiers, we must judiciously choose at least one probing value, ensuring our testing formations are comprehensive and efficient, as all inputs within a partition are expected to behave similarly. Thus, by deploying values such as 13, 45, 62, and 72, we expose any weak points across the entire spectrum, both valid and invalid, reducing redundant tests while maintaining broad coverage. Now, proceeding to slide 491-1. Call _analyst for image_ID equals slide _491.
Having named partitioning and demarcation as our first grand path in black box auditing, we now uncover its inner workings, equivalence partitioning. This sagacious method bids us divide the entire realm of input values for any Marshall technique or its output energies into distinct tiers of trials, even those realms deemed forbidden. For instance, an employee's cultivation age from 16 to 65 winters can be segmented into 4 critical tiers: too young, invalid, youthful, valid, seasoned, and overly aged, invalid. From each of these testing tiers, we must judiciously choose at least one probing value, ensuring our testing formations are comprehensive and efficient, as all inputs within a partition are expected to behave similarly. Thus, by deploying values such as 13, 45, 62, and 72, we expose any weak points across the entire spectrum, both valid and invalid, reducing redundant tests while maintaining broad coverage. Now, proceeding to slide 492-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide _492. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two Marshall examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 493-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide _493. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two Marshall examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 494-1. Call_analyst for image_ID equals slide _494. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two Marshall examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields.
Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 495-1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 495.
Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two martial examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 496-1. Call underscore analyst for image ID equals slide underscore 496. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two martial examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 497-1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 497. Our visual scrolls before you illuminate the distinct natures of these two martial examination philosophies. The black box examination, cloaked in opacity, treats a technique as a mysterious palm, where we only gauge its effectiveness by the strategic maneuvers we employ and the demonstrated power it yields. Conversely, the white box scrutiny demands a deeper insight, requiring us to comprehend the very inner alchemy of the technique, scrutinizing its meridian pathways and cultivation methods. Through this deeper insight, we can formulate precise challenges that assess the thoroughness of our internal inspection against its crucial decision points and sequence of movements. Now, proceeding to slide 498-1. Call underscore analyst for image underscore ID equals slide underscore 498. Having learned of the necessity to provoke failures and reveal latent flaws, let us now observe these cultivations deviations firsthand within our essence manifestations. Even the slightest misstep in our scripted sequences, a mere inadvertent gesture, can lead to significant inner demons. Witness the form misalignment, where a misplaced stance can wholly disrupt the meridian pathways of our technique fragment. Furthermore, observe the type error as an essence mismatch, where attempting to blend incompatible elemental flows results in immediate disharmony, as clearly marked in these martial scrolls. These illustrative technique fragments serve as stern warnings, demonstrating the profound impact of minute aberrations on the purity and strength of our arts.
Having learned of the necessity to provoke failures and reveal latent flaws, let us now observe these cultivation deviations firsthand within our essence manifestations. Even the slightest misstep in our scripted sequences, a mere inadvertent gesture, can lead to significant inner demons. Witness the form misalignment, that is, the indentation error, where a misplaced stance can wholly disrupt the meridian pathways of our technique fragment. Furthermore, observe the type error as an essence mismatch, where attempting to blend incompatible elemental flows results in immediate disharmony, as clearly marked in these Marshall Scrolls. These illustrative technique fragments serve as stern warnings, demonstrating the profound impact of minute aberrations on the purity and strength of our arts. Now, proceeding to slide 500-1, call _analyst for image ID equals slide 500. Having learned of the necessity to provoke failures and reveal latent flaws, let us now observe these cultivation deviations firsthand within our essence manifestations. Even the slightest misstep in our scripted sequences, a mere inadvertent gesture, can lead to significant inner demons. Witness the form misalignment, that is, the indentation error, where a misplaced stance can wholly disrupt the meridian pathways of our technique fragment. Furthermore, observe the type error as an essence mismatch, where attempting to blend incompatible elemental flows results in immediate disharmony, as clearly marked in these Marshall Scrolls. These illustrative technique fragments serve as stern warnings, demonstrating the profound impact of minute aberrations on the purity and strength of our arts. Now, proceeding to slide 501-501. Call _analyst for image ID equals slide 501. Having learned of the necessity to provoke failures and reveal latent flaws, let us now observe these cultivation deviations firsthand within our essence manifestations. Even the slightest misstep in our scripted sequences, a mere inadvertent gesture, can lead to significant inner demons. Witness the form misalignment, that is, the indentation error, where a misplaced stance can wholly disrupt the meridian pathways of our technique fragment. Furthermore, observe the type error as an essence mismatch, where attempting to blend incompatible elemental flows results in immediate disharmony, as clearly marked in these Marshall Scrolls. These illustrative technique fragments serve as stern warnings, demonstrating the profound impact of minute aberrations on the purity and strength of our arts. Now, proceeding to slide 502-1, call _analyst for image ID equals slide 502. Having learned of the necessity to provoke failures and reveal latent flaws, let us now observe these cultivation deviations firsthand within our essence manifestations. Even the slightest misstep in our scripted sequences, a mere inadvertent gesture, can lead to significant inner demons. Witness the form misalignment, that is, the indentation error, where a misplaced stance can wholly disrupt the meridian pathways of our technique fragment. Furthermore, observe the type error as an essence mismatch, where attempting to blend incompatible elemental flows results in immediate disharmony, as clearly marked in these Marshall Scrolls.
These illustrative technique fragments serve as stern warnings, demonstrating the profound impact of minute aberrations on the purity and strength of our arts. Now, proceeding to slide 502.1, call_analyst for image ID equals slide_502, system error, analyst, unable to analyze slide content, details, error, image not found, action required. Check slide image quality and retry processing.
Having diligently examined the cultivation deviations and essence mismatches in our scripted sequences, it is now paramount to establish verification drills to safeguard the purity of our essence manifestations. Behold the Untest Scroll, a vital validation technique manual that enables the forging of robust assessment forms. Here, we demonstrate a basic maneuver, funcs, and then construct a personalized verification discipline, MyTest, drawing upon the standardized assessment template from unitest.testcase. This discipline rigorously confirms the technique's precision through methods such as self.assertEqual, ensuring our elemental stances yield expected outcomes, and thus preventing hidden form misalignments from corrupting our art. Having established the framework for our verification drills, we now turn our gaze to the precise judgment calls that reveal any cultivation deviations within our essence manifestations. Each verification stance, such as assert equal or assert not equal, is a precision check ensuring our technique fragments adhere to their intended form. Should any of these truth seals fail, it signals a critical form misalignment, immediately bringing the latent flaw to our attention, much like a master sensing a subtle imbalance in a disciple's stance. Observe these foundational methods. They are the bedrock of our unwavering vigilance. Disciples, just now I spoke of validation drills. To master this path, one must observe its 7 cardinal techniques, for only then can one forge an impenetrable discernment discipline. First and foremost, we must establish the training grounds, inviting the essence of verification into our inner chambers, and summon the test subjects, the very moves we seek to prove. Next, guided by the Grand Master's examination template, we shall erect a dedicated examination hall. Within its sacred walls, we must deploy a series of interconnected examination methods, each fulfilling its unique purpose, scrutinizing every profound subtlety. This examination relies entirely on assertion charms, such as the equivalence assertion or the truth affirmation, to judge the accuracy of the move. Once all arrangements are impeccably set, initiate the comprehensive audit. Only then can we discern every minute detail of our core martial wisdom, ensuring its unblemished integrity. Building upon our discourse on validation drills and the 7 cardinal techniques for an impenetrable discernment discipline, we now chart the complete path of cultivation that lies before us. This journey will unveil the root principles and development phases of discernment, guiding us in crafting assessment forms for every martial structure, from the simplest formations and repetitive flow sequences. We shall delve into both outer realm scrutiny and inner meridian examination, exposing all hidden essence mismatches and form misalignments within our scripted sequences. Finally, we shall master the art of mending through precise methods of rectification, culminating in the intricate individual maneuver verification of our fragmented techniques. Having journeyed through the path of cultivation and mastered the discernment disciplines of validation, we now embark upon a new, equally profound chapter,
This, the 16th scroll, unveils the secrets of refined stance and the ancient art of chronicling practice. For true martial prowess encompasses not merely the execution of techniques, but also their inherent elegance, clarity, and the wisdom to preserve them for future generations. We shall learn to forge our scripted sequences with such grace and foresight that their essence becomes immortalized within the sacred scrolls of the clan. Now, as we open the 16th scroll and delve into the secrets of refined stance, we turn our gaze to the art of elegant scripting. This grand doctrine of good programming style is not merely about function, but about forging scripted sequences with inherent beauty and clarity. It demands we imbue our core martial wisdom with such precision that it becomes a timeless legacy, easily understood and upheld by all who follow. Building upon the essence of elegant scripting, we must acknowledge a profound truth. Even the clearest scripted sequence, over time, may find its initial intent obscured, even to its very creator. If the master themselves struggles to recall the nuance of their own martial technique, how can we expect new disciples to fathom its depths? This erosion of clarity is a formidable adversary in our pursuit of a timeless legacy. This grand doctrine of good programming style is not mere raw power, but the very essence of clarity and endurance, ensuring our scripted sequences stand the test of ages. Thus, a true master dedicates profound effort to the legibility of the techniques, arranging formations harmoniously and bestowing apt names upon every element. Mark my words, these illuminating annotations, these vital comments, cite visuals, are the lifeblood, transmitting the true intent behind every move to future generations. Prepare yourselves, for we shall soon confront the frustration of a chaotic scroll, a challenge that will underscore the wisdom of this principle. Behold, disciples, the very chaotic scroll I previously foretold. This scripted sequence is a prime example of unrefined thought and tangled movements, where every technique lacks clarity and purpose, much like a poorly choreographed martial form. Observe the prominent mark of confusion, clear sign that such discordant energies will only sow bewilderment amongst those who attempt to decipher its intent. Such a scroll, devoid of elegant scripting and illuminating annotations, serves as a stark warning against the peril of neglecting good programming style. Having gazed upon the chaotic scroll and absorbed its profound lessons, let us now engrave into our very souls the grand principle of good code craftsmanship. This core martial wisdom dictates that every sequence of techniques we forge, every guiding annotation we inscribe, must be executed with the precision and intent we would expect from any true master's hand. For in the unpredictable Zhenghu, urgent adjustments and refinements, or the advancement of our martial path will surely arise. Such diligent cultivation ensures our martial arts legacy can be preserved and perfected by all, both now and for generations to come. Having absorbed the grand principle of good code craftsmanship, we now descend into a vital practice, the discipline of aligned formations, or as some call it, indentation. This is no mere aesthetic. It is the very spine of scripted sequences, demanding consistency across every scroll, slide analysis. Ensure your techniques within code blocks and nested formations are meticulously aligned,
always favoring the true spacing qi over the mercurial tab spirit due to the varying interpretations of different scrolling devices. Slide analysis. By avoiding the stair climb of confusion and respecting the 80-character boundary for visual clarity, and even refining your stance width for optimal flow, you secure the legacy of your martial path. Slide analysis. Observe these scrolls, disciples, a stark depiction of what happens when the discipline of aligned formations is neglected. The intertwined movements of these forging loops and conditional stances create an oppressive stair-step pattern, a visual labyrinth of intent. This stacking of forms transforms clarity into confusion, making it near impossible to discern the true flow of internal qi or maintain the martial sequence with precision. Such entangled footwork not only hinders the practitioner, but also imperils the very legacy of the martial path we strive to uphold. Having observed the tangled web of intentions born from neglected formations, we now unveil the art of discerning meaning through names. In every internal cultivation scroll we forge, each true appellation bestowed upon a flowing qi current or an unyielding vital essence must reveal its inner profound truth. For obscure identifiers shroud our internal cultivation methods in mystery, while the seal of true meaning shines as a guiding light, ensuring every practitioner swiftly grasps the combat sequence. The modern martial arts doctrines indeed permit true appellations of vast lengths. Let no disciple hesitate to craft names that embody clarity and purpose.
Professional. In forging these true appellations, remember the principle: they must be imbued with profound meaning, yet free from the needless burden of excess verbiage. Consider the flowing qi current that tracks weekly labor essence. Hours alone is but an empty vessel, and hours_worked in a week an unwieldy scroll. Hence, hours_per week strikes the optimal balance, revealing its truth with clarity and conciseness. To further aid the discerning eye, employ the hidden seam of underscores, or the alternating rhythm of mixed case, such as hours per week or hours_per week, to enhance the legibility of your scripted sequences.
Building upon the forging of true appellations, we now lay down the foundational precepts for their very declaration. For every constant essence or mutable force you bring into being, ensure a whisper of insight, a commentary scroll, accompanying its true appellation for clarity for future practitioners. Within the confines of a single dojo project, certain common shorthand forms, like NUM, AVG, or LEN, are acceptable, their meaning universally understood by its inner circle. Yet let no true appellation bear the folly of dual identity. For distinct looping meditations, employ distinct counting talismans, such as I and J, preserving the purity of purpose within our combat sequences. Following the wisdom of precise, true appellations, we now turn our gaze to the inner scroll annotations, the sacred art of clarifying intent within our scripted sequences. For each combat sequence you forge, a grand annotation must precede it, declaring its true name, sacred intent, and the flow of qi through its parameters. Furthermore, every constant essence and mutable force must bear a whisper of insight alongside its bestowal, elucidating its profound purpose. These commentary scrolls are not mere embellishment, but vital guides for all future practitioners deciphering the martial arts doctrines. Professional.
Intricate formations within our cipher scrolls always shall a grand annotation herald their intent, placed before the sequence unfolds. Let these inner scroll annotations be forged in unison with the combat sequence itself, not as an afterthought glyph added belatedly. Beware the peril of postponing the chronicle until the decree's arrival, yet also shun the redundant ink of superfluous markings. An empty phrase merely clutters the scroll of wisdom.
We have spoken of the inner scroll annotations and the grand annotation for intricate formations. Now observe this combat sequence, a Java scroll that calculates flowing numerical sequences, and witness these principles in tangible form. Mark how the essence identifiers are not mere symbols, but true appellations, such as phi_1 for the previous Fibonacci essence, or sum index for the tally of accumulated power. Moreover, behold the whispers of insight, the commentary scrolls woven throughout this sequence. They clarify the sacred intent of each variable and illuminate the internal rhythm of the logic. Such diligent chronicling ensures that any future practitioner, even after many seasons, can easily decipher the scroll of wisdom, enhancing its readability and ensuring its maintainability for generations of cultivators. We have deliberated upon the inner scroll annotations that guide us within the cipher scrolls. Now our gaze must turn to the external chronicle scrolls. For grand martial endeavors and vast sect formations, these external chronicles must be meticulously detailed and preserved in distinct archive chambers, separate from the combat sequences themselves. Such sacred texts are not mere embellishment. They become the singular fount of wisdom for mending broken formations and refining the chi flow, especially when the founding masters have ascended. Indeed, should the original cultivators be absent, these external chronicles serve as the only true compass for future generations to comprehend and evolve the martial arts legacy. Thus, their diligent maintenance is paramount for the enduring strength and wisdom of any grand formation. Indeed, these external chronicle scrolls shall illuminate the very essence of the challenge, unveil the combat sequence's intricate methodology, and reveal the formation's foundational blueprint. For grand martial endeavors and vast sect formations, these vital records reside in their own archive chambers, distinct from the cipher scrolls they describe. However, for minor skirmishes or smaller arts within a single discipline scroll, a concise summary of these external truths may be integrated directly into the cipher scroll's opening verses as a grand annotation. Thus, we adapt our chronicling, ensuring every aspect, from the monumental to the subtle, is preserved with clarity for all future cultivators. Indeed, for these minor skirmishes or smaller arts, where a grand annotation suffices, certain essential external truths must be meticulously woven into the cipher scroll's opening verses. These include your own personal seal and disciple's mark, alongside the discipline scroll and module's true appellation. Furthermore, the essence of the challenge that the scroll seeks to conquer and the combat sequence's intricate methodology employed to achieve victory must be clearly articulated. Lastly, the chronicle of its forging and any subsequent refinements, detailing the dates of inception and the names of all master craftsmen involved, form an invaluable record for all future cultivators. Behold, a true cipher scroll, embodying a grand annotation for a spirit forging technique, showcasing the very principles we have discussed.
It meticulously records the master craftsman's seal, the cultivation discipline, and the key flow activation sequence, along with its module's true appellation and the chronicle of its forging. The essence of this challenge is to divine the first 10 iterations of the Serpent's Coil key accumulation and its cumulative force, revealing its sequential manifestations without external key induction. This intricate methodology employs 3 intertwined key circulation patterns, an outer for the cumulative force, a middle for the number of Serpent's coils to be aggregated, and an inner for individual Serpent's coil manifestations. Such detailed external chronicle scrolls are vital for all future cultivators to comprehend and evolve the martial arts legacy.
Having understood the essence of grand annotations and external chronicles for our spirit forging techniques, we now delve deeper into the very internal discipline that shapes one's chi flow within the cipher scroll, cultivating a superior martial art style in code. The secret inscriptions we embed within our chi flow sequences demand careful consideration. They must illuminate the path, ensuring unhindered understanding rather than becoming mental distractions or excessive verbalizations that impede the disciple's journey. While each master cultivator may develop a unique inscription style over countless cycles, within a grand sect or alliance, strict adherence to the clan's secret manual guidelines is paramount, fostering collective strength and clarity across all endeavors. In cultivating our martial art style within the cipher scroll, one must never prioritize the raw swiftness of execution above all else. Instead, let your internal discipline guide you to craft chi flow sequences with utmost clarity and precision. For too often, the pursuit of blinding speed leads to a tangled chi, rendering the secret inscriptions unintelligible. Remember, a deliberate, correct sequence will always prevail over a swift, erratic one that harbors unseen internal deviations. To further expound upon the profound art of forging clear and precise flow sequences, this scroll reveals a practical demonstration of decomposition. This ancient technique, akin to the coiling serpent chi gathering art we once practiced, is presented here through 3 distinct chi meridian circulation pathways. The main guiding form, main method, orchestrates the whole, activating the accumulated power counting form, some Fibonacci method, which in turn summons the vital energy transformation form, Fibonacci method, to manifest each individual serpent's coiled power. Observe closely, for here each form is distinctly separated by different scroll colors, clearly demarcating them. This technique deconstruction is immensely beneficial for comprehension and mastery. Such a method of breaking down grand martial arts into manageable techniques is indeed the key to cultivating profound internal energy methods. Having assimilated the art of decomposition, disciples, let us now engrave into our very core the 6 cardinal principles of a superior martial art style. First, meticulous chi flow alignment in your scroll ensures seamless energy movement. Second, strategic breath intervals allow for mental respite and preparation between forms. Third, bestow upon each technique a true naming, revealing its inherent purpose at a mere glance. Fourth, apply sect segmentation wisely, dividing grand forms into distinct, purposeful segments to avoid entanglement. Fifth, always prioritize clarity of form over the fleeting pursuit of sheer speed. Lastly, let wisdom inscriptions flow forth as you craft your techniques, not as a belated afterthought. These tenets are the very foundation for forging enduring cipher scrolls.
My esteemed disciples, as we have just discussed, the 6 profound internal cultivation methods that forge exceptional martial arts styles, their origins are not solely rooted in my solitary enlightenment during secluded training. Rather, they are the crystallized wisdom of countless grand masters who came before us, and the refined essence drawn from ancient scrolls. Here, I specifically cite a revered tome penned by the Venerable Grandmaster McConnell of the University of Arizona, known as Code Complete. This esteemed academic classic lays the very foundation for our programming martial arts and illuminates our path forward. Only by understanding its origins, one can truly integrate and master this knowledge, and thus attain the grand way. Having delved into the professional wisdom guiding the formation of superior martial arts styles, we now gaze upon the very canvas of the martial way itself. This scroll before you, though seemingly a mere list, encapsulates the myriad foundational techniques, from the subtle nuances of essence forms and the intricate chi flow maneuvers to the grand architecture of sect formations and the arts of sensing the outer world. Each concept, a vital stance or technique, contributes to the complete mastery of the path. Indeed, the journey is long and the scroll of knowledge vast, but each stroke is a step towards enlightenment. My fellow practitioners, as we delve deeper into the complex forms and intricate maneuvers of our martial arts, let us heed the wisdom of the revered sage Feynman. If you cannot explain something in simple terms, you do not understand it. This principle, though often illustrated amidst equations on a blackboard, reveals a profound truth for us. True mastery of any technique, be it a complex Python algorithm or a swift sword stroke, is not merely in its execution, but in the ability to distill its essence into clarity for others. Only when we can articulate the chi flow of our code or the stance of our logic in its simplest form do we truly possess its understanding, rather than merely mimicking its moves. My esteemed disciples, today, after traversing countless scrolls and mastering myriad forms, you stand victorious, having grasped the core essence of Python's martial path. From the tactical flow of if and for to the foundational energies of booleans and lists, and the refined techniques of functions and object methods, the very spirit of Python now flows within you. This is not an ending, but a new dawn on your grand journey of perpetual cultivation. Go forth, practice with unwavering spirit, and let your mastery continue to evolve. I thank you all for your diligent pursuit of this profound knowledge.